The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The St. Louis Rapid and Blitz kicked off the penultimate leg of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour in beautiful St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. With only one Rapid and Blitz event left, players look to cash in on as many tour points as possible in the faster time control. Frenchman Alireza Firouzja started off hot and never cooled down, leading the event after 2 days, sharing the lead only briefly with fellow countryman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the conclusion of the Rapid section. Despite an impressive 12-win performance from Blitz legend Hikaru Nakamura, his incredible second-place finish was overshadowed by the French phenom who picked up right where he left off, winning 12 as well, dominating the Blitz section and cruising to his first-ever victory in a Grand Chess Tour event. Firouzja's win catapults the young superstar into the thick of the GCT standings going into the final leg of the tour, the 2022 Sinquefield Cup. The illustrious final event will crown a champion and provide the epic conclusion to the incredible 2022 Grand Chess Tour.
This is it, the granddaddy of them all. Welcome everybody to day one of the Sinquefield Cup. We start the day in front of the Busch Stadium, home of the most valuable franchise in St. Louis, the St. Louis Cardinals. While we have the most valuable chess players ready to battle it on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
From the home of chess in America, welcome to the Sinquefield Cup, the flagship event of the St. Louis Chess Club, last stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Welcome, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is the one, the only. I run out of words to say about you, Yasser. You are
Peter, remarkably enough, just exactly the same for you too. Wonderful to be with you in studio. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of round one of the Sinquefield Cup. And my goodness, what a roster of players we have. The creme de la creme of the chess world. Here we go, Peter. Do the honors. Tell the people who's in the tournament.
Let's take a look. And here we have our field, indeed a fantastic event, generally speaking, pretty much always the strongest event of the year, perhaps outside of the World Championship cycle. Magnus Carlsen leading the field there, as you can see. Alireza Firouzja second rated. Nepomniachtchi, who played a World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen last year and will play one more next year, although against a different opponent. And then Wesley, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who won this tournament last year, Fabiano Caruana, who won at least one very, very important one here.
Yes.
Livon Aronian, Mamedyarov, Dominguez. And at the bottom there, a very, very exciting American youngster, Hans Neiman.
Very good. And our format, Peter.
This is a 10-player round robin, as are all the GCT tournaments. The time control is the sort of the FIDE time control, the well-accepted FIDE time control.
Yeah.
90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment starting from move 1. Draw offers no.
Very good.
And the traditional scoring system is very much in place here.
And our schedule, Peter.
The schedule is, as you can see, we're starting today with round 1. We play 5 rounds in a row, ending on Tuesday, September the 6th. Then there is a rest day on Wednesday. And then 4 more rounds to go, finishing on September 11th. And there will be playoffs on that day if necessary.
Outstanding. And we're very fortunate to have with us in studio Alejandro Ramirez. Good afternoon, Alejandro. Great to see you in studio. You look wonderful.
Good afternoon, guys. What a pleasure to be back here at the Sinquefield Cup. And you mentioned it. What a tournament we have just with the list of players alone. But not just that, Yasser. It's also the final stop in the Grand Chess Tour this year. And we have a competitive Grand Chess Tour to finish it off. Look at the current standings. It's the Frenchmen that are currently leading the GCT. Vachier-Lagrave with 26.5 points. But he's trailed very closely by Alireza Firouzja, only 1 point behind. He just won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, Alireza, that is. So he certainly is looking forward to winning this tournament and taking the tour for himself. Aronian and Wesley So with 22.5 points. They also have an outside chance in the case that they win or they get second and somehow the Frenchmen aren't able to get good points. But of course, let's talk about our leader, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, currently the world Blitz champion. He is not only strong in Blitz, of course, he is very strong in Classical. He won this tournament last year in 2021, but he also won it a long time ago already. It feels like 5 years ago did MVL win this one. So no stranger to winning Classical events in St. Louis. And another player that is no stranger certainly to winning Classical events is a certain Magnus Carlsen. He's definitely won the Sinquefield Cup. He won it in the first year. He won it in 2018 as well, tied with Aronian and Caruana. And he is, of course, our world chess champion. It's going to be extremely exciting to have him here back in action in classical chess. And with us, we also have Women's Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. She'll be in charge of social media and a lot of very nice little interviews around the tournament. So make sure to follow us on our social media as we see Alireza Firouzja entering the hall. Everybody's going to be talking about this young man. Anastasiya, what was your perspective of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and this tournament that we have coming up?
Hello, Alejandro. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here in St. Louis. The tournament is going to start very soon, and I will make sure that we have all information, all news. I will come back and forth to the studio, and I think it's going to be a really interesting event, and I really don't know if it's going to be a dominating result from one of the players, similar to what Fabiano Caruana showed in 2014, or we are going to have a big fight, a big battle between few players. What I can say for sure that it's one of the strongest events, of course, and we have all the winners except Dingley playing in this Sinquefield Cup. I'm really looking forward. What about you, Peter and Yasser?
Anastasiya, first of all, big welcome. We're really looking forward to all those interviews. I know it's tough to get those players after the game. They're hot to say some words, but thank you for all the things you do. I'm expecting a very competitive event. But first, let's take a look at the pairings. Do the honors for us, Peter, as we get underway.
Sure. And these are our pairings for round one, with Shahryar Mamedyarov playing white against Wesley So, Dominguez white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza Firouzja playing against Fabiano Caruana, Hans Neiman plays white against Aronian. And then there's also this pairing between Magnus Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, which we may have seen before, and it's a good starter to the tournament in general, I think.
No question about it. And let's go over to Tony Rich, ready to start round one.
Hello and welcome to the playing hall. We have just moments to go before the games begin. The players are all arriving. They're being wanded by the security staff. They're in the process of filling out their score sheets and shaking off those final nerves. We'll throw back to you guys and we'll start the rounds in just a moment.
Outstanding, and we will have our predictions as I'm going through the roster of players. And I tell you, just so many champions, former champions. I think Anastasiya mentioned to me earlier that only Dingley is
yes,
missing.
of the former winners of the Sinquefield Cup, only Dingley is missing.
Wow.
Sadly, I do think on the question Anastasiya mentioned whether this will be a dominating performance by one player or a scrap till the end. I think a scrap till the end is much more likely. With a 10-player field of as tightly packed as this one is. But of course, you can't rule out someone and maybe
someone.
Yeah,
the man on screen.
Perhaps running away with it. I think if we talk about running away with it, he remains maybe the go-to person in every tournament. But we've just seen Alireza score like 75% of points in a very similar field.
And they're going to be fighting very, very hard over the next 2 weeks. What are they fighting for, Peter?
The prize money for the classical events during the GCT Tour is twice the prize money for Rapid and Blitz, so $350,000 total prize fund.
Very nice.
With a very cool 6 figures prize up top there, $100,000 for the winner, and going all the way down to 10.5 for last. And the GCT points stay the same, meaning that the winner gets 13 points or 12 if there is a tiebreak. And
can this young man, Alireza, keep the momentum going? I mean, what he did in the Rapid and Blitz, Alejandro, was simply amazing. Watching him keep the lead and then just keep his foot on the gas. How did he do that?
It was astonishing. He reminded me of how Magnus Carlsen plays Blitz. It doesn't look like Blitz. It looks like he's playing a classical game. He was very precise. He was calculating very quickly. He was playing quickly. And he put the pressure on his opponents in every single game, even after he won the tournament.
Right.
He still kept up his pace. And that just speaks volumes to this young man's desire and hunger for this game. And he has a great challenge ahead of him today. He's had traditionally some problems with Fabiano Caruana in classical chess. Remember that Fabiano Caruana beat him in the Grand Swiss to qualify to the candidates last year. Right. So this is a big matchup for me. This is as interesting as the Carlsen-Nepo game.
absolutely. And one thing that you brought up there, we didn't really, we spoke about it a lot during the coverage of the Rapid and Blitz, but for those who perhaps have not seen the tournament as closely, he won the Rapid and Blitz, a tournament of absolute elite strength with 4 rounds to spare. It's been a while since I've seen this.
Exactly. True that all the way. I mean, 4 rounds to spare. It's always nice if you win an event 1 round to spare. Then you usually fall flat on your face, by the way, after doing that. But 4 rounds to spare, and there we see a newcomer, Hans Niemann. And gentlemen, do your best. Introduce our audience to Hans Niemann. Who is this man?
Hans Niemann is he's a player that is a grinder, as we have Jeannie Sinquefield about to start the tournament with the traditional ring of the bell. We'll just wait for it.
Everything during the technical meeting, please remember that clocks will not automatically add the 30 minutes. Once you make your body move, they will flag and then we'll get the extra 30 minutes at that point. Okay? Please remember you have to stay in the playing area at all times. Once your game is finished, we'll either ask you to go for an interview or you can leave by the front door again. If you need to go outside, please opt in and Arbiter to go with you. Restrooms and refreshments are in the playing area here. Media and guests and everybody else, we are going to ask you to leave after approximately 10 minutes of play. This is so we can ensure that none of the players are talking to anyone that happens to be in here at that time, and we can give the players the best conditions they can have so they can play the best chess possible. Ringing the bell today, we have got the Jeannie Kern Sinquefield. So on the sound of the bell, please go ahead and start Mike's clock. Jeannie?
And there we have it. We're underway. And as you were saying, Alejandro, introduce Hans Niemann.
Hans Niemann is a grinder. He spent most of the pandemic playing chess. He was trying to find tournaments after tournaments wherever they were happening, and he just kept playing them. He did not stop. He's a player that went from a mid to high 2500s to basically high 2600s in a snap. He played hundreds of games, literally, and he just tried to find ways to gain rating. He's very hungry. He's trying to prove himself. Only 19 years of age. He's definitely not as well known as some of the other players. He hasn't had the success, for example, of Firouzja, but he has been testing himself in open tournament after open tournament with incredible results. He's almost at the 2700 mark. I believe that this is going to be his first real test in classical chess, but he's been very vocal that this is exactly what he wants to dedicate most of his energy on.
Is the classical side of the game, not the rapid and not the blitz. Peter, a big ask of anybody, 19
Absolutely,
years young. He's got the big target on his back. Everybody says, you're not Magnus Carlsen. I want to beat you. How does he deal with that kind of pressure?
We will see. It's difficult to judge. He's also a very, very interesting. He has a very open personality. He is by this point, in particular, sort of in this news cycle, let's say, he's become very famous for being very outspoken in post-game interviews, which I think he got some flack for, which I think is entirely uncalled for. Because being disapproving of people being honest and sincere has always been kind of annoying to me. I think that's incorrect.
Right.
I think we should encourage people to be open in interviews.
Whether it sounds arrogant or otherwise, this is how he feels.
Yeah, and there wasn't really arrogance. There was, perhaps the most famous beat was maybe a little bit premature, but in general, I thought he was unusually for chess interviews, very, very honest and very open about how he felt during Miami, and it generated a lot of internet traffic, which
good for the game.
Yeah, I guess not bad for the game.
Speaking of Miami, it was an interesting tournament, but for Hans, it looked like such a disaster, right? He did not win a single match in theory because of the way that things were scored in Miami. He scored 0 points. 0 out of 7, if you want to look at it that way, in match format. But he actually beat a lot of people in that event. He was consistently losing his matches 2.5, 4.5. And it felt that he could hang with them, that he was unlucky, he was impatient, at some points he was too emotional, but his chess was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And also on a slightly lighter note, I feel that I don't have the exact timestamp, but he is, I think, maybe a year and 7 months away from needing to be higher rated than Anish Giri. So that's another topic that we.
Sorry, what does?
At some point, they had some very kind of feisty exchanges with Anish on Twitter.
Oh, cool!
And he told Anish that within 2 years I will be higher rated than you are.
So smackdown.
I believe that was maybe May or thereabouts. So it was definitely prior to the Olympiads. So the clock is ticking. We're watching. Yeah.
How close is he?
Well, I don't know, 70 points, but those are difficult 70 points.
Exactly.
Maybe 80 points. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think it's a novelty A2, A4, but it's certainly off the beaten track.
It's gained traction recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
and also I wanted to say that I was a bit kind of worried when I saw Hans go castles and then Rook E1, and I thought maybe he actually wants a kind of a soft play-in into the tournament, a way to make a very, very calm draw in round 1.
Right.
If I know something about Hans, is that there's nothing calm. There's nothing calm about his chess or his demeanor. So I would never expect him to go for something very quiet. Actually, his repertoire was something that I'm a little worried about because of this level of competition. Sometimes when you play too many opens, you have all these tricks and trappy lines because you're trying to beat opponents consistently round after round, and it's not necessarily what you need for a tournament of this level in a close setting.
Take it. Why A4 and why A6? A4, you defend the bishop. I get that.
Yeah.
But if black is willing to return the pawn, why don't you just go bishop E7 castles?
I think the point here is we go, I believe, knight C3 castles D2, D4. We're just not recapturing on E5 in the normal fashion. We're trying to gain.
It's a gambit.
That pawn often gets returned. Like I think E5, E4 here is the main move, as I see on your screen. I would have said that, but it's nice to have confirmation.
Right.
I have a feeling we may have even had. There was this. For Caruana Dominguez game in the Rapid and Blitz, I believe, which followed all of this. And it's become a very serious topic. Black has a number of replies, and even the position we have on our analysis screen right now, I think is pretty much equal, although you can ask some questions there. But A6 is much less popular. It's obviously a natural move, a reasonably natural move, but compared to Bishop E7, a much less often played one. Even though there on your screen we have a game by Jordan van Foreest, which I think is an indication that it's a serious move, and people have looked at it quite. I'm trying to use a different word to seriously and failing utterly here. Whatever Jordan
They're
plays.
investigating. But Alejandro, first blush to my eyes, the inclusion of A4, A6, and if you transpose to some of the lines we're more familiar with, well, the inclusion of A4 and A6 should favor black. Why not? I mean, A4.
I would disagree.
I'm not so sure about that. I actually think that the pawn on A4 gives a little bit of a spatial advantage in some symmetrical structures. The ability to put the pawn on A5 can also be very annoying. This bishop will retreat to F1 one day, and believe it or not, this pawn actually can become a target. You can play B4, B5 in later stages of the game. So I am not convinced that A4, A6 favors black. My first instinct actually is that it favors white, just because it gives you a little bit more space, to the point that people are not playing A6, they just play bishop E7. They could play A6, but it's not the main line by any stretch of the imagination. I believe that Levon must have some idea in this position, but if I saw this without any knowledge of who's playing, I would just think that A4 and A6 included must be a favorable Rook E1 variation of the Berlin.
Wow, yeah, and that's why we call it a sport.
Yeah, and in a more sort of a long-term fashion, if we talk about the positions that very often arise in these types of lines, let's just make some moves. Knight E5, Rook E5.
Okay. Castles.
Castles. I don't know. Just some simple moves.
Please.
Castles, D4, Bishop F6. Just the most straightforward stuff, like Rook E1, Knight F5. I'm ignoring move orders. I'm ignoring all kinds of finesse, whatever.
Just putting stuff on the board.
C3, D5, Bishop F4.
Okay.
Let's say black goes, I don't know, C6 here.
Okay.
White's plan here very often actually is connected with the eventual. We try to get the knight to C5, right? Very often in these structures. Via either B3 or sometimes D3, like F3, 5, G3 later in the game, right?
Right.
And the inclusion of A4, A6 here, in particular if we have time to play A4, A5 here safely, definitely makes a number of endgames, which would have been completely safe for black with the pawn on A7,
right,
at least somewhat problematic, right? Because if you imagine your structure frozen in place there with the pawn on A5 and the knight on C5, in some distant future. Obviously, it's not going to be easy to realize all that.
It's going to be tied up.
Yeah, and I'm guessing C7, 6 is actually quite incorrect here. I would
probably play Bishop G5.
Bishop G5, or actually A6, A5, I think would be a decent move to. But then we want a tempo. So we're definitely achieving something here, I feel. It might not, considering how safe these structures are in general, it might not be enough. I don't think it's possible to argue this gives white a tremendous advantage.
I feel I'm getting a chessable course on the anti-Berlin. This is great stuff, everybody.
And it's kind of comical because I know nothing about the opening and would never presume to speak on it. But
let's take a look at two of our marquee matchups. The first, of course, is Magnus versus Nepo, a reenactment of their World Championship match in Dubai. And we've got a Queen's Gambit decline.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about this. Yeah, like
yes.
your
This is my stuff. Yeah.
Is it?
Yes, I've played this.
Is it?
Yes.
She takes D5? This early?
Well, I like it as black when they do that.
This is what I was provoking you to say.
Yeah, I like it as black.
This newfangled stuff. This is not supposed to be anything at all.
If I had a student that's around 1600 and they took on D5, I would spend like 15 minutes explaining why you don't take on D5, let out the bishop on C8 to F5. This looks like an amateur mistake, doesn't it?
It does.
Absolutely.
So,
but Magnus has done this before. It's something he does very, very seriously. It's obviously not a misclick of any kind. He connects it with very serious ideas. And this move he makes right here after knight b7, the move h2, h3, is I think an indication of what those ideas are, because
he wants to preserve his bishop.
But also I get the feeling g4 is not very far away. The point is, when people do cd5, ed5 this early with the bishop coming out to f5 so comfortably, they often follow it up by playing bishop d3 and sort of playing a kind of a solid, boring game.
Right.
And then very often black is slightly better straight out of the opening because the bishop on e7 is arguably slightly better than the bishop on f4 with the structure being what it is. White needing, an active plan, and not really having an active plan. Your minority attack on the queen side without those light squared bishops is going to be severely diminished in strength. But Magnus is not planning to do any of that, I'm pretty sure. Magnus, I think, is going to be playing some kind of a hybrid plan where I think g4 is quite.
Nepo is asking the question: are you playing g4 or not? If you're going to play bishop d3, well, thank you very much. I'm not quite sure how useful h2, h3 is. If you're going to play bishop e2, well, thank you very much. Or are you going to lay down a challenge and go g2, g4? Chime in on this one, Alejandro. Do we have games from this exact position? And if so, what's the theory say?
G4 is certainly the main line in this position. We only have about 20, but there's a very juicy one there at the top. It is from a World Blitz Championship. It's not a classical game. But after G4, Bishop E4, we have the game between Vachier-Lagrave and a certain Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen played this with the black pieces, ended up winning that game in 2009. But remember, it is a Blitz game. I don't know if he will remember exactly what happened in that position. But this particular version is very rare. And G4, I'm being told, has been played already. So we're going to see a very fun one. The expansion here, it's going to be dangerous for black. You have two options, Bishop G6 and Bishop E4. Bishop G6, definitely the more popular move, but Bishop E4 was the world champion's choice back then. Well, he wasn't the world champion in 2009. But Bishop E4...
I think Bishop E4 is probably already played, actually, judging by... Not on my screen, but on Yasser's I think.
I'll wait for my update.
Maybe not yet.
It's definitely the more ambitious move.
Yeah.
Bishop G6 gets the bishop trapped. I assume that at some point you can go knight H4 and Bishop E4. There we go.
Yeah, there we are.
It hadn't been played, but you had a premonition.
Right. Yeah. Your expectations were high.
My precog abilities are on point today.
Exactly. Okay,
And
Bishop E4.
And Nepo didn't spend any time on that, right? We know that he's a very fast player,
right?
But there's a difference between being a fast player and not spending any time. It means that he must be well prepared in this variation.
Okay, and please, Alejandro, continue your discussion after Bishop E4. What's topical, and what are the various ideas for the two players?
Well, let's start with the obvious question. Why don't I take this bishop? It's the middle of the board. It's spinning my knight. What's wrong with knight takes? The problem with knight takes is that if I was forced to take with the d-pawn and I retreat, then white is very happy. You're going to be able to play bishop g2, castle, target this pawn on e4, which is, I call it artificially isolated. It's isolated because this pawn on f7 is the only possible defender by a pawn on this pawn on e4. But if you play f5, I simply capture you. You can't defend this pawn in the long run. The main issue is that if you take on e4, you take with the knight. And this dark squares on the king side, they allow black some easy play. You're never going to get h4 or g5 in because this knight controls g5. This diagonal is currently defended. And playing h4 in the long run is going to be difficult. So it's not recommended to take on e4 immediately. Most people have chosen to develop the bishop either to e2 or to g2 in this position. I like g2, keeping the option of taking on e4 later, and that was the way that this Anand Carlsen game went. The game followed castles, and castles in this position as well. Now, this bishop is going to be taken at some point. Magnus played the move Rook E8 and eventually won a long game, but you can see that this gives up the hopes of attacking on the king side. The other way to do that is to play the move bishop e2 and put the rook on g1, then follow it up with a very quick g5, maybe knight e5. Completely different directions that the game can take in right now, depending where white develops the light squared bishop. Now, let me take you to another game which I thought was really interesting from the opening. We've seen the English many, many, many times, and this has become quite topical. Knight c6, e3, e5, and everybody here has been playing the move d4. People have also been very seriously trying the move bishop e2 as well. And despite the fact that this has almost 1,000 games in my database, nobody has ever played the move that Alireza played. Queen b3.
I think it's been played recently, maybe not entirely. I think I've seen it in one of the very recent online events.
In an online event. That might be why it's not appearing here. It just prevents the move d5, but the queen is clearly very awkward on b3. Peter, what do you make of this move?
It looks kind of ridiculous, but I mean,
I'm glad that you're the stronger player. You can say that.
Yeah, but you can sort of understand why it's being done, right? Because playing e5 and c5, you're always at least a little bit interested in pushing d7, d5 as early as possible. And placing the queen on b3 sort of unprovoked, it does feel, a bit odd. And we're being told it's been played. It has been played, but only twice in the previous hundreds of years of chess development. So what you're doing is you're sort of postponing black's immediate counterplay, while also definitely somewhat misplacing your queen, getting your queen arguably in the way of your most natural continuation here, which has to be like rook b1, a3, and b2, b4.
And or d2, d4, as Alejandro was mentioning.
Yeah, or the usual d2, d4 play, which leads to very, very sharp positions. So you're sort of slowing the game down for both sides. I guess if you want to discuss the future plans once white finishes development, which I assume will be d3, bishop e7 already played, I assume the idea here is to play bishop e2 and castle kingside. And after that, I guess knight d2, bishop f3, and try to play on the light squares.
Okay.
Let's make a move here. I don't know, rook b8 or b6. Yeah, b6 looks very, But yeah, that would be some kind of an ideal. Yeah, bishop f3 here, rook c8, we go knight d4, we trade one knight, we place something on the d5 square, either the knight or the bishop, and we play that position. I'm still not sure that even in this absolutely best case scenario, this is much.
You've gotten
because there's this bishop on
advantage.
c1, which is...
That's what I wanted to ask. The whole queen b3 gets in the way of the natural development of the bishop. If you play d2, d4, the bishop's coming out. If you put your pawn on b3, the bishop's coming out.
Absolutely. And Alireza actually goes in a slightly different direction, playing g3 immediately, saying that...
Same idea that you just pointed out,
just
that
faster.
the bishop should, or does belong, rather, on the long diagonal. Let's put it there.
Yeah, why not do it immediately and save some time for the future?
So if we get something, again, in this case, maybe... it's making it a little bit awkward
rook b8.
for me to get in the fast development. Here again, I have to
Bishop
pause
f5, maybe a bishop b6,
there's no way I want to invite the knight. A moment ago, you were playing knight d2 to e4, Peter, playing knight to
g5
g5
as well, I mean, these are just very playable chess positions. I don't think we need to assess an evaluation to them, attach an evaluation to them immediately. It's just a position with 32 pieces on the board, which will be fun to watch. I have no idea if white has anything at all.
Well, let's take a walk around the playing hall. We can do a leisurely stroll if we like. We'll bring up the game between Shahryar Mamedyarov and Wesley So, two players who certainly are familiar with one another. And this particular line of the Tarrasch is...
it's become tremendously popular.
Fashionable,
and interesting that... well, I mean, probably not very unexpected, but you have to say that in the Rapid and Blitz, Shahryar had actually a decent amount of success playing e2, e4 here instead of bishop g5.
Exactly.
And apart from that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, in which he made 2 illegal moves in one game,
he was trying.
Yeah. I think he won one and drew one completely winning position
against
earlier.
Hikaru, yes.
Yeah, in the e4 lines. But here he switches and goes for the more quiet, but the more playable and less concrete setups with bishop g5 and death e3. Positions with a nice Alani on d5 have never really been my specialty. I find it kind of difficult to judge when it's completely fine and when it's not. My initial reaction here is I don't think black is fully equal.
Okay.
But I sort of distrust my evaluations of these positions quite seriously. And also this is Wesley. And Wesley is
very, very well prepared.
Extremely well prepared, hasn't really been burning much time. So, those kinds of
thoughts collide with one another as we get into...
It feels to me that, your typical counterplay in these types of positions is comprised of, perhaps getting your knight to e4 and having it stick there.
Bishop
which would be
G4,
very useful.
Playing for
or
D4.
d5, d4. Yeah, those would be the things, right? Bishop g4 is currently completely unplayable because there's a queen on a4, so I think it just loses material to bishop takes f6 very, very possibly.
Exactly.
Knight to e4 is the e4 square is as well protected as you can protect it in these types of positions
as possible. In fact, 3.
So also not really great.
Right.
d5, d4. I mean, it's sort of playable because you can then, having blundered this pawn, you can then play against it,
Right.
But it is
it's your weakness now, right?
But it is a blunder because you cannot win it back because of bishop h7 check. You can make some kind of a quiet move like a7, a6 here and kind of pass the question back to white, like, what is your plan here, sir?
Right.
But I think I can find a bunch of moves here which improved white's position a little bit, like a3 to stop both bishop b4 and knight b4 long term. h3 is never a stupid move. Knight e2, knight d4 is perhaps something that I would like to do long term just to have a very firm control over the d4 square.
Well, let's not reinvent the wheel and invite Alejandro in on this one. First of all, Alejandro, what is the kind of percentages that the player score? Is it 52%, 54% in favor of white? What's going on assessment-wise?
Well, it's not about percentages because they have been following one game for a long time, but only one. If we go all the way back here to this position after knight c6, even a couple of moves before, I believe, this move, bishop d3, is actually very rare, coupled with the idea of rook d1. If we go back to this position after bishop e6, the main line of this position is to put the bishop on e2 instead of playing rook d1. See, here in this position, bishop e2, and it's been played by many people, including the game Mamedyarov against Wesley So from last year. So certainly not a surprise for anybody. If you go down the list, it's Mamedyarov, Wesley So, Rajabov, Wesley So, Hare Krishna, Wesley So. So you can kind of think that this guy knows what he's doing. Rook d1 is a little bit of a twist. It was played in this game after bishop e6, bishop d3, h6. We see only one game from this position, despite the fact that it looks more or less normal. It's only been reached in the game between Radoslav Wojtaszek and Jordan Van Forest in 2021, and they followed that game for quite a while. Actually, the novelty is this move, rook fd1. Wojtaszek actually chose the move h3, which, Peter, you were mentioning is a very useful move. So let's find out what the ideas are for both sides. After the move rook fd1, what the engine wants to do as white is to remaneuver a little bit towards the king side. Play the move bishop b1 and queen f4. I don't actually know what the queen is doing on f4, but it's actually pretty insistent on putting the queen on f4 in many variations. Now, for black, this is where it gets a little bit awkward. You've fully mobilized your pieces. The knight on f6 is fine, c6 is fine, the bishops are okay, the rooks are in the center. Your queen's a little awkward. Your queen is a little awkward because it's attacking a pawn that's defended. You're not really pushing d4 anytime soon. So what is the queen doing on b6? But it's not easy to do something about it. You don't want to trade into an endgame. You don't want to play a move like queen b4 because you do have a permanent weakness, the isolated pawn on d5. The top engine move, according to my computer, will, I don't think, ever be played. It's the move g6. I think to stifle this bishop a little bit, but I hate that move. It creates so many weaknesses on the king side. It must be a very specific move. Otherwise, you can just play a move like a6. And I think the difficulty for Wesley is to find useful moves. The engine doesn't care. The engine says 0-0, but it produces very strange moves. a6, g6. At some point, it wants to go king f8 to defend the bishop on e7. Moves that I don't know if they're very human-alike. And I think this is Mamedyarov's approach to today's game. Get an equal position, but not necessarily something in which your opponent can find easy moves.
I wanted to mention king f8 specifically. Yeah, I very much agree with you that g6, like physically, I think you're incapable of playing g6 yes. if you're a human being and not a computer.
Tasered after that move.
I think your all the years of being taught never to do that will just prevent you from ever playing that move. But king f8 is not only are you sort of protecting the bishop on e7 for some future eventualities, you're also sidestepping bishop a7 checks, meaning that perhaps it introduces the immediate idea of d5, d4. Although with the move bishop b1 being very, very easily available to white, I don't know if it does very much, because I don't think we're pushing d5, d4 anytime soon.
I personally, when Alejandro was explaining and breaking down the position for us, I personally found it shocking that the engine was trying time after time to play queen f4, because that's not the square I would normally want to place the queen ever. I mean, I like it on h4, I like it on g3, f4. I've never really broken
It's a bit
down.
surprising, and not because I don't like the square, specifically in these types of structures. Like if we imagine, let's play a7, a6 here as a kind of an example. Queen f4, bishop d6, and we go back.
Aren't you just being driven back?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like what?
You have to have a very specific kind of a situation on the board where queen f4 will do anything at all, because it gets hit by bishop d6 at least.
Of course, you've always got to calculate what happens.
I think those are much less likely, because I think with this much of black's material being kind of locked out on the queen side, you don't want to offer
but
white
it is
any
this
sacrifices.
bishop d6, yeah.
Yes. But bishop d6 kind of bothers me. Anyway, plenty to play for. And yeah, that one.
Big one for me. I mean, talk about a theoretical duel, Peter. I mean, this game between Lanier and MVL, very, very, very sharp. I want to say Najdorf.
Yeah, this is an extremely topical line of the bishop e3 Najdorf. And they've been discussing various bishop e3 Najdorfs for the past couple of years. Lanier famously won what was awarded, I think, the best game of the tournament.
The Brilliancy Prize, absolutely, of the 2021 Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, is there a Brilliancy Prize? I remember being somehow roped into trying to make a difficult decision, and it was only because Lanier offered me dinner that I ended up voting for him.
Was it a steak dinner, Yasser?
It was very good. It was very good.
No, but he deserved it. That was such a brilliant game that he played against MVL. And you guys were mentioning this is a theoretical duel, and Lanier keeps trying new ideas in this bishop e3 setups. And if we see this position right now, the one that happened a couple of moves ago, let's just wait for the board.
Yeah, the updated board is G2, G3.
Yeah, but the updated board is G2, G3, but let's go back a couple of moves here in this position. Yes, before the move A3. You go bishop D3, and everybody plays bishop D3 in this position.
Right.
Including a certain Peter Svidler.
Yeah, I had some of
Guilty.
So bishop D3 everybody plays, and A3 actually, which has been played before, but not anybody of Dominguez's level, is stumped Vachier a little bit. You can see that he has 1 hour and 32 minutes in this position, and after he plays queen c7, he had spent 13 minutes figuring out what to do, trying to compare and contrast, because clearly he was no longer in book. Now, queen d7 is the main reply against bishop d3 anyway, so he thought, okay, what is the difference? And we're going to have to figure out what this bishop is going to be doing with its life, because it's most natural to put it on d3. You always have ideas of f4, even f5 in certain situations. Normally, in this kind of positions, you see that white has sacrificed a pawn in the center. What is your compensation? Normally, it's to bring a rook to e1 very quickly and smash the center with f4, taking advantage of the fact that if you do castle kingside, this structure here will be easy for me to target. So I'm going to play h4, g4, and open you up that way. And sometimes even with, as I mentioned, bishop d3, and if you already have the rook on e1, to go f4, f5, and smash the king side that way. These pawns are very easy to target. And the fact that I have a light square bishop and black doesn't means that the central control is very difficult for black to achieve. If you're ever able to remove this knight and play d5, congratulations, you're in a great position, but it takes some time to do that.
Even that doesn't always guarantee equality. And
exactly.
I was going to bring that up, but I wasn't sure of the exact move order. We're actually still following that game that I remember very vividly, just not the move order of it, between Lanier Dominguez and Bogdan Deák from Bucharest.
Yeah.
That was a stunning game.
Yes.
That was. It had so much of everything,
including the 40th move blunder. That was another deal.
No, that was a different game. No. That was a game where eventually Lanier won by self-pinning a bishop on a7 with a king on a2, and that somehow was good enough because of very, very beautiful geometry. Wow. That is sort of interesting in that MVL should really be expecting this. Mm-hmm. And he seems to be playing quite slowly for somebody who's been playing the Knight of his entire life, and is also facing something that his opponent has played in an incredibly high-profile game recently.
Now that you mentioned the Deák game, could you just refresh our memory, Peter? What happened after G2, G3?
Yeah, I mean, I would if I could.
But I can't, so I won't.
Yes, precisely. Yeah, we need to. I could look it up. Yeah, hang on a second. This will only take a moment.
Famous last words. G2, G3. I understand, Alejandro, that from Lanier's point of view,
but there is
bishop G2, rook E1, F4. I kind of like what Lanier might be trying to achieve.
Yeah, exactly. And on the topic that Alejandro was talking about, I think the fact that I played bishop d3 doesn't make it a good move. And you can definitely make an argument for exactly the plan that Yasser was referring to, yes. and Alejandro was referring to, rook to e1 and then f3, f4.
Right.
The bishop on g2 arguably supports it better than the bishop on d3.
d3, yeah.
So you can absolutely make a case for at least not committing to a specific square for this bishop for as long as possible. And I think this might actually be one of the very specific reasons for why we're making these slightly kind of weird non-committal moves in a position where we've sacrificed a pawn by move 12 and appeared, you would assume we need to play as quickly and as concretely as possible, but for the time being, we're not doing very much.
The game continued rook d8, and I'm actually a little surprised it's not popping up on my database because I looked it up and it is the exact same position. And I remember...
And even the exact same move order. It started a3, g3. Yeah. I thought maybe it was g3 and then a3, but no.
Exact same move order. and Rook D8, and then knight
And now
B6.
Bishop D3, actually. Yeah, he
Actually,
didn't play
Bishop D3
D3,
and then knight B6 was the game.
Yeah.
I remember because the engine was also considering, instead of Rook D8, to long castle in this position, and we have
Long
been
castle
talking
is
about
always
that.
a plan, yeah. Long castle is always at least the possible plan here, trying to get the king to B8 and solve your issues that way. Perhaps MVL is trying to remember, but MVL in particular, I think, very often sort of commits to things without, double checking them for half an hour, and it would be extremely weird for him to not have repeated any of this. Once again, considering the fact that it was played very recently, it was a very high-profile game, and yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, he won that tournament. He was there. Yeah, I'm going slightly mad there because I actually decided to double check whether we covered that tournament. I should know who won it, but I actually scrolled down to the cross table there to confirm before making an idiot of myself. He was probably walking past that board like every 2 minutes, so he should know this position exists.
Very, very, very nice. All right, Alejandro, I think that goes through the whole 5 games, but what games in particular caught your eye?
I'm always going to be looking at this game between Magnus and Jan, and the character of the position has changed a little bit, even though we only have a couple moves. The move Bishop E2 was played, and castles is the more natural move, I think, in this position. Castles, and I had mentioned that Rook G1 was an engine suggestion, and off we go on to the king's end. Jan didn't want to see any of that. Instead, brought the queen to B6, said, hey, you have a problem on B2 immediately. How are you going to solve it? And it's an usual problem in this queen gambit decline when the bishop goes to F4 or G5 very quickly. This counterplay attacking this pawn here on B2. And I thought, well, what's wrong with defending it here with queen D2? And the engine says, well, the problem is that you just retreat the bishop onto G6. And now knight E4 is a tactical threat. If you castle, this is not the setup you wanted. You would rather have the bishop on G2 if you're going to castle short. And Magnus said, you know what? Let's go into an endgame. Do you want to dance there? Because queen B3, at first glance, looks very awkward.
Right.
You could take on B3, spoil my structure on the queen side. But the engines are not impressed by this for black at all. I think they value the pair of bishops very highly, and since this bishop on E4 is going to be taken very, very soon, there's no way to prevent white from obtaining that advantage. Now, this pawn structure is weak. The problem is that you can't really get to it. It is weak in the long-term sense, but you can't really put a knight somewhere that attacks this pawn on the B3 squared. Yes, it's true that I don't have B4, B5. I would love to be able to play that. But if I do somehow get to play B4 and I do get to play B5, white has a beautiful position. If I can play B4, force you to go A6, and then maneuver this knight from A4 to C5, I also have a beautiful position. And of course, for the time being, I do have this pressure on A7. So it seems that the dynamics of the position give white enough compensation to be able to spoil your structure like this. Now, of course, nothing is compelling black to take on B3. The engine says that queen B3 is equal, but it also considers just playing the move H6, kind of forcing white's hand. At this point, you do have to take this bishop on E4 before it runs away to H7, and you don't have the option anymore. So we'll see if Nepo wants to take on B3, spoil that structure, but defend against the pair of bishops.
I'm a pawn grubber, guys. I just got to ask the question. Queen B3, yes. Queen takes B3, A takes B3. You mentioned it's hard to attack the pawn on B3 with the knight.
Do here, right?
Bishop. Yeah, but that was kind of what I wanted to see. I wanted to see you bring your knight away from the D2, pardon me, to the D2 square, away from the E5 square, and then can't I rescue my bishop after H6?
I totally understand that, but what if I just attack your bishop? Are you actually taking on B3?
Yeah, that's
how so? King
Rook
D2?
C1, Rook C1 or something.
Rook C1
Specifically Rook C1. If you play King D2, I don't have knight D2.
And oops, no squares to go to other than C4.
Yeah, that's not great.
And then if I have to go back... Well,
now, that being said, you could make an argument that the rook is worse placed on C1.
Maybe it is,
than
slightly.
On A1. Yes.
Yeah, maybe the rook had more useful role. Okay, intriguing Queen's Gambit position. And like you said, there's no compelling reason to have to play Queen B3. Maybe H7, H6. Jan looking a little bit askance there. H7, H6 might be the best. Let's jump back because I'm really curious as to how this experiment, how A2, A4 worked out for Hans.
Well, he's gotten a version of what we were talking about, because instead of C3, I mean, it followed a very similar path to what we're discussing, but he played knight C3 instead of C3. which is obviously a kind of a more aggressive move, a more kind of a straightforward move. But getting the knight to c5 is much easier, much easier via the b3 square, because on the way, basically all of your stuff remains connected and protected. Whereas here, you can't really play knight a4 because the a5 pawn just will get picked up.
Precisely.
And preparing knight a4 is extremely awkward. Like if you dedicate your entire energy here to just straight up preparing knight a4, you can play maybe queen d2. And maybe you will get to play knight a4, but in the meantime, black will play knight d6, knight a4, knight e4, and how much of that you will enjoy is very questionable.
Exactly.
So you probably have to, and yeah, he played a very normal-looking move. He played bishop f4 here.
Yeah, but queen d2 just...
Yeah, queen d2 just doesn't look right. And bishop d2 would have been interesting, but unfortunately d4, the d4 pawn is hanging, which is why I made that horrible move, queen d2, just to demonstrate.
Right.
And now Levon probably, in some order, goes knight d6, bishop f5, and remains okay.
Feels balanced, balanced. Alejandro, jump right in.
Feels balanced to you guys, but the engine just says +1.
+1?
Huge advantage for the white side. They do not like this opening for black at all. And it is because of this move bishop f4. First of all, it's not +1 because the engine does say it's +0.6 with the ugliest looking move ever. I don't think it's going to happen. The move b5, ruining your structure on the queen side. Yes, because you have a double attack on b2 and d4, and there are some dynamics. The problem with the position is how do you develop? This move knight d6 you guys were mentioning.
Then knight a4, yeah.
But then knight a4. Now the queen is stuck. You can't defend. You can't take on a5 because d6 is hanging.
+2.
+2. Yes, immediately the engine goes +2. Knight jumping to b6 or to c5. You're running out of moves. So I thought, well, what about a natural looking move? Let's develop my own bishop to f5. You put yours on f4, and the engine says, hey, tactics. I don't care what the structure says. Knight a4 anyway. How's this work? So queen takes a5. And this is the surprising part. This is very hard to see. G4. You might be wondering what? The problem is that if you put the bishop on e6, I go knight c5.
Okay.
And this is a discovery against the queen, and I'm going to be able to take on e6 on the next move. Now, of course, this is not completely clear. It's not like the line just ends there.
No.
The engine does think that this is going to eventually be better for white. And against queen b6, for example, it doesn't take on e6 immediately. It first reinforces the queen side with c3. You cannot take on b2 because, according to the engine, the queen gets trapped. And e6 will fall eventually. What do you mean fall eventually? Well, I'm going to give you a sample line with bishop f5, knight a4, take on a5, g4. What do we retreat all the way to c8? That way knight c5 doesn't attack this bishop. Check this out. g5, only one move for this bishop to d8. c3, b4 coming, bye-bye queen.
Save the queen.
How do you save it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. The queen is trapped. There's no way to save it.
That's remarkable. That's
nice. And it did feel a little bit that maybe Levon's approach was kind of laissez-faire, if I'm using that correctly.
You are, and it is.
I think he just assumed that the solidity of the structure and the general kind of drawing tendencies of the opening he is playing will carry him. But yeah, the more bishop f4 is clever. I thought I could play knight d6, but if knight d6 is unplayable here because of knight a4, you're really not enjoying. Why there's two moves away? Like, I'm playing queen d2 next, and then? Yeah, and then after knight a4 is definitely coming. And here you have the heads-up record of these two guys.
Yeah. One game.
Only one game. That one game did go in Levon's favor, but Hans is still very young. He's only just starting to play against top guys.
Beat them while they're young. Okay, if I can make an offer, knight c. Knight
a4 anyway.
I'm convinced that knight a4, knight c5 is terrifying. Therefore, knight c7, knight a4, knight e6.
I mean, it's an exchange sacrifice, right? I can actually play knight b6 here.
Right.
You might be okay. Like by this point, I'm wondering if you're supposed to go for this.
Exactly.
But the knight comes out. Like, if you had a very nice active
queen g5,
move, like if you could jump here, if the bishop was on d6 and you could play queen g5 or queen h4 or bishop h3 or something. But the knight will come out in one move. I will play c3, I will play queen d2 or g3, and I will start moving those pieces back.
I mean, you're not even getting a pawn.
Yeah, I thought...
I'm desperately looking how I am going to get a pawn.
No, but I don't think you are. Yeah, it's so weird. There's just no like bishop h3. I'm just going to ignore. You play bishop h3 here. I go knight b6.
Right, exactly.
My king side is entirely safe with this setup.
I really think I have to hit the nail very, very fast with something like c5. But you're right, it's an exchange sacrifice, knight c7.
So yeah, I think, and also we see there Levon on our screen as usual, a very kind of a florid, nice, actually not that florid by his standards, although it does feature flowers. But yeah, his expression is definitely not very florid anymore. I think he realizes now that he's in for a little bit of a bumpy ride.
Very good.
From here on out, because yeah, if you allow queen d2 knight a4,
yeah,
you're just going to be, you know, in severe, self-loathing mode for the rest of the game.
Some very unusual, tricky approaches, if you don't mind. I'd like to jump to the Ali Reza Fabi game because, again, as a long time English player myself, it amazes me a move like Queen b3, a move I would never have considered 20, 30 years ago has become...
This is all extremely modern.
Yes, the rigor, if you will. By the way, after g3, we left it here, castles, bishop g2, and Fabi took a very concrete approach.
I like that before.
You've left your pawn on pre. Do something.
And also, this is why I was leaning bishop b2 and castles instead of this, because it feels like I didn't really realize knight before existed, but g3, bishop g2 did feel that we're taking liberties here with the amount of time we have while we're still not really entirely developed. Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to react. Maybe knight e4?
Maybe knight e4 to protect the pawn. The funny part is, if, for example, queen d1, bishop f5, isn't white going into a kind of a symmetrical appearing position with maybe an extra tempo?
Maybe this is what you do. Maybe you play queen d1, you wait for bishop f5, you play e4, and you claim that, yes, I have that little bit of extra time, and I'm okay with it. Bishop f5 is not forced, though. We can take a look, because I have a feeling that maybe black has something more immediately ambitious. Or not.
I'll try d5.
Yeah, like I was
D5.
I was looking at d6, d5, but it needs to be sort of explained to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Right. Why doesn't this hang the pawn? Let's start with the 5-year-old.
And queen d1 played, so we will have the possibility of seeing d5. It just doesn't seem very Fabi-like to go bishop f5 and just retreat.
Right.
He's a very dynamic player when he's given the chance. It feels like if you give him a little bit of rope, he'll take it. He'll fight you for it. And in this case, I feel that if he plays knight b4 and he assesses d5, he'll go for it. And let's look at some of these variations. Because you were mentioning, okay, the pawn is hanging, right? He could play bishop f5. It's the second best move according to the engine. But d5 is currently the top.
Yeah, for me, the big question here is c takes d5. Knight takes e5, I can sort of imagine the outlines of why it will be playable. But c d5 followed by knight e5 is what I'm currently kind of struggling to refute.
Yeah, knight f takes d5, knight takes e5.
No, we take on e5.
Because otherwise you take with the queen, right? It's still a disaster.
This is the one that was kind of confusing me a little bit.
You take on c3,
d3,
and then bishop f6.
And then bishop f6.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean the variation continues. cb4, bishop b5, rook b1.
bishop c3 check.
I guess bishop c3 check, maybe. Yeah. I mean, even that position is very playable for white. I go bishop d2. If you take on d3, I take. I play queen g2. I'm going to at least pretend that I'm maybe slightly better here because of the bishop on g2.
Is it a pretension?
Yeah, no, it's very, no, I'm not better at all,
Yeah.
cb4, I blundered, to be honest, yeah.
No, but even, I don't think cb4 is that big of a deal, but if at the end of the line...
Oops, sorry.
Yes, go forward, just go forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Okay, there's a little hiccup there. Yes, please.
No, but the take on d3, take on c3, take on c3, queen d2.
It takes on bishop f5, I guess, is also
Takes
fine.
and play first rook d8 because the king just doesn't have a good square. You don't want to shut down your rook on e1.
He wants me to take on
Take on d2 and give a check. Yeah, that also is
I
probably
see.
completely fine. Yeah, that's
and making the claim that black should be fine. Yeah.
because it's difficult to find a good square, and d5 is on the board. Yeah, Fabi, I thought
Fabi-
knight before was a very heavy
I know my
indication.
Fabi. He's given this chance. He takes it. He loves making complications out of the opening if he has the choice.
Wonderful. Okay, so now we really do have a big test for Ali Reza.
As for the immediate knight takes e5, I get the feeling that we're just going to be playing d takes c4.
Yes.
And d takes c4 is borderline forced because knight c4, knight d3 is clearly unattractive. Then I'll take on d1.
I have
King
to take
takes
with the
d1,
king
and there's a
protect
bunch of
this.
moves here which interest me. Knight g4 probably.
Yeah, knight g4 is keeps the initiative alive. I like bishop f5 as well, but knight g4 is the most
I like
attractive
knight g4
one.
because after takes, white will have to play f3, which is what's attracting me to the move. I really
Exactly.
would like
This
to provoke
bishop
f3.
just crying.
And now just
after-
drop it back to e6, I think. And c4 is hanging. I will play rook fd8 check. The other bishop is coming out to f6.
Beautiful
There's a
initiative.
ton of play here for black for the one pawn that they have to sacrifice.
Exactly. Okay, so Ali Rezav's fans are saying, shut it down. Don't let black do this to you. How is it going to do that, Alejandro? How does Ali Reza say, look, I just want a small edge? Is there a way?
He definitely does not have a small edge. He needs to be careful not to be worse.
Okay.
Now, the engines are saying that if you want to avoid the complications that are involved with taking on e5 either before or after c takes d5, you can just castle. Play it simple. Now, after d4, e takes d4 and knight e2, they think it's okay. You play this kind of Benoni position, but there's a knight on b4 that's a little bit awkward. You're going to get your knight to f4, which is not so bad. Or you could start with the more sharp a3. Remember that e5 is hanging in many variations at the end, so there's no way for black to win a pawn. And that after knight c6, you have this, let's call it trick, a knight d5. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, and knight takes d4 at the end, uncorking this bishop against the queen on d5. Now, surprisingly, the engines don't think that this position is better for white.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, my initial reaction would be we have actually gotten somewhere with white.
Yes.
But I guess the d3 pawn is just weak enough.
It's just weak enough, and it can be taken so easily in the next couple of moves, right? Both bishop a6 hitting this pawn, as well as rook d8 hitting this pawn, are going to force white to counterattack on c6 and trade one of the c pawns for the d3 pawn, because the d3 pawn is just dead. And in that case, black is simply not worse.
Wow, fascinating variations. By the way, we got to pull ourselves to task and make our predictions before this round has any results.
As usual, the big question here is who gets to be Maurice?
Who gets to be Maurice?
I'll take it. I'll take Maurice's job. I'm at the board.
Whoever calls dibs on being Maurice is Maurice.
I call dibs.
Magnus. You got Magnus.
I got Magnus.
You got Magnus. And Firouzja is taking a Levon.
Okay.
Nastya takes Wesley.
Nasty takes. Now Firouzja's just had such an amazing result, but can Fabi pull a Fabi and win 7 in a row? I don't think so, but Firouzja.
Okay, and I'll let's go with
Firouzja. I like that.
let's go with back-to-back flag. I'll take MVL.
Yes, our defending champion. Lovely. So we've got the whole gauntlet of champions here. I wanted to ask about this position one more time. D5. This variation. Knight takes e5.
D takes c4.
D takes c4. D takes c4.
Yeah, we take on g1.
Queen takes d1. King takes d1. Knight
I like knight
to
g4.
g4.
Yeah, let's go here.
I'm trying, Peter.
Not a lot of choices.
You want to play a3, yeah?
Yes. So I want to get the knight d5.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can see the cogwheels spinning.
Well, they're spinning. I don't know whether or not they're catching fire. I wanted to try to get in an a3.
Let's see, because
so
black can go after the rooks here, and I'm trying to figure out if I can actually go after like knight f2, king e2.
Yes.
And now I will have fun with you and play knight c2.
Okay, and I
like the b3 square. I like the fact that this knight probably is escaping. The other one isn't. But
right. This one's dead.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if it's good. I have a feeling that unfortunately the sane reply is to take on e5, take on b4, and just say I'm doing fine. But yeah, I wanted to. It's such a funny position where black actually goes after both rooks, not just
very
one
good.
rook, but
Yeah,
both rooks.
exactly. So this is what I was just crying about.
It's not just funny, but taking the rooks is correct.
I just correct.
Really?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, great. So Alejandro, just jump right in, take over. Taking the rooks is correct.
Yes, you cannot play the move a3. It doesn't think that white is losing, but it's not very good. Now, if you want to do it in the more sane way, rook d8 check, king e2, knight c2 is the easier way to calculate it.
Right.
And this is just bad for black, for white, like really bad. You have to start playing rook a2, hope that you capture this knight on c2, but it's going to take a lot of resources to actually get to it. This does hang the knight on e5. This is easy to calculate, and that's dead. But you could also start with knight takes f2 here and knight c2, and it does say that you're going to take on a1, you're going to retreat this knight, and that the best move again for white in this position is to move this funny looking move rook a2, hoping to actually trap the knight on c2 because as you mentioned, this one is dead. and then hope that this knight actually ends up. The problem is that the problem is that there are so many tricks and resources for black to try to save it, including this move bishop g5. If I get knight d4 check in, remember that this is a pin on the bishop on c1. I'm going to be up a full exchange. Rook f8 is also coming, so this is absolute insanity for the white side. I don't expect to see it, but it is fun that both variations work for the black side.
That is funny, and lifetime between these two.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Alireza currently, if you can call it a slight flaw, character flaw of sorts, he appears to have a negative score against Fabiano and Magnus. But I think it's fine. He'll aim to put that to rights and later on in his career. But he would very much like to, of course, to start the tournament with a win against one of his uncomfortable opponents.
Right, difficult opponents. So I want to turn the game, our attention rather, to the game between Lanier and MVL, because MVL did make a very big decision. He decided to castle long. We've spoken about that as a possibility. Are you warming up to that decision, Peter?
It's always playable. It's never a bad idea. And then the game kind of shifts into this really weird state where not much is going on, but black finds it. Yeah, in particular this move rook c3, and as our viewers can probably see on their screens, MVL is down to 54 minutes. And Lanier, who generally he plays very slowly once he gets out of book. But he doesn't get out of book easily. He works on chess incredibly diligently, and he currently is on 92.5 minutes, starting from 90.
I wanted to say, I mean, wait a minute. I don't know if this is some kind of a personal record for Lanier.
Pretty sure
but it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, pretty sure it's not. And
okay, Rook D3, all part of his preparation.
The point of Rook D3 here is that black, as Alejandro also mentioned, would very much like to play knight d5, b6, in general, kind of decouple this knight pair from f6 and d5, which are currently kind of stuck in the center of the board. And in particular, knight on d5 is vulnerable to all kinds of play. I think rook d3 indicates some sort of bishop h3 followed by rook h d1 or queen d2. But I think more rook d1. Because the point here, if I play knight b6, it straight up loses a piece in one move.
Remarkably, rook c3.
To rook c3, and this is why queen f2 was played on the previous move as well. I thought it was a bit of a mysterious queen move, as they sometimes normally it's a mysterious rook move. This is a mysterious queen move.
Exactly.
But after rook d3, no longer very mysterious. He is just saying this knight on d5 is very, very misplaced.
And I'm hearing you loud and clear. Bishop h3, rook d1. I can see the threats piling up very, very quickly. I'm thinking, Alejandro, this is a bit of a traffic jam with black's pieces here. How is he going to untangle his knights?
You can either be a complete engine and play the move rook d e8.
Rook D, that's a little contorted. Rook D.
But think about it logically, what's the point?
He wants to go e5, e4, e3, I think. Yeah.
Nope, he just wants to go knight b6 and you have the d8 square.
Simple chess.
Simple chess, yes.
Simples.
Another way to do that is to take advantage of the tactics of the current position and decouple the knights immediately. Go knight d7, take advantage of the fact that this bishop is currently hanging, so you don't have the time to take on d5, but the bishop will retreat. And this is a clever idea, to play bishop d2 and then go bishop a5. The engines say it's still okay for black. You can put the knight on f6. Don't put it on b6 because then bishop a5 is such an annoying pin.
Right.
But put it on f6. If Lanier follows the engine, which I'm sure he will, bishop a5 attacks the queen, forces the move b6, and then you just retreat the bishop again. And now these two bishops eyeing the queen side will give white enough compensation, in my opinion, more than enough compensation for the pawn, and white retains a nice initiative. So Dominguez with excellent preparation, really asking tough questions from Maxime. Rook d8 is not a natural move to play. Knight d7, bishop d2, you start looking at it deeply and you start saying, this doesn't look very good. The rook's already on d3, targeting my queen side. It's gonna be difficult for me to hold on to it long term, especially without a light squared bishop. I don't wanna be forced to play the move b6.
Boldly stating the obvious, MVL is burning through a lot of clock on these quite difficult decisions here, Peter. If you were placed in MVL's shoes, the move rook d8 to e8, that didn't come easily. Knight d7 on the other hand.
Yeah, I think rook d8 is findable if you go, like if we go through a kind of a
list.
thinking exercise. Like,
yeah.
Also, I wanted to mention E5, E4 might look logical for a second there, because Fe4, knight takes E4, we've solved all of our problems. We're probably instantly better because G5 is hanging. We're not winning because the knight on D5 is also hanging, but we're doing well.
Okay.
But I think Rook D4 is incredibly awkward here.
Annoying,
because
yeah.
the pawn is hanging. If you take on F3, after queen takes F3, your entire
not happy.
Yeah, your entire edifice is crumbling here because everything is suddenly hanging. And if you have to play E4, E3, I'm not sure White is even obliged to take. But even if we do take, the resulting position is, I mean, D65, this is sort of playable, actually. I think this is maybe a bailout option that MVL is exploring, at least.
Not your favorite bailout option, because you're definitely worse even here. You're giving back the pawn under favorable circumstances.
But
so
E5, very importantly, it revives the bishop on E7. If we go to the very last position there, E3, double take, or a treble take, actually, and we go D5. I want to play bishop d6, I want to put it on e5, like rook h e8. My position starts to breathe. Okay. It's not that horrible, honestly. So it I think very much depends on how MVL assesses. Yeah, sometimes this does worry me a little bit, yeah. If I could get that bishop to either, like, if I could play bishop c5 or get it to b6 somehow, I'd be okay, but I can't.
But you were also about to explain that e3, we're not even compelled to capture.
Yeah,
so maybe a move like queen e2.
No, then I go rook h8, and I mean, it's a kind of an... But then maybe you play c4 and you take it like for free, you take it without trading bishops.
I loved your concept of just bringing the rook to d1, and
that's very fair.
This is ripe fruit on the vine.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say is, I think the way you might end up playing e4 and then e3 is, like, you fail to find rook d8, and you severely dislike the idea of ever having to play b7, b6 in those bishop d2, bishop a5 lines.
Right.
Which I think is, as a Neidorf player, I think, and in general, like, you really don't want to be softening up your structure on the queen side against the bishop pair and against the very active pieces. It looks risky.
Right.
So a lot here depends on how pessimistically MVL assesses the current situation, because e4, e3 is definitely a bailout. Nobody is happy about having to play e4 and e3.
Exactly.
But if you feel that your position is dangerous, that you're falling dangerously behind on the clock as well, and you want to trade some pieces off the board and perhaps play something simplified, simplified and forcing, even if it doesn't equalize immediately, you might come to that conclusion. As for rook d8 in the current position, I think the way you get there is, once again, you realize your knight on d5 needs to move. You realize knight b6 is impossible. You also, I think, well, I mean, it's like a 3-second consideration, but you definitely consider the move rook c8. And then you realize bishop h3 makes it completely pointless, because it'll have to run again. And then perhaps you look at other squares.
So just to give yourself the d8 square.
Yeah. But I think it's a difficult decision, even though you can sort of imagine the thought process which lands you there.
Lots of difficult decisions. The players will let them stew for a moment, but we have a special from Cubitique.
A very natural decision there for you. Take a look at this.
Oh, this is wonderful.
This is a Sinquefield Cup polo, a cotton polyester spandex blend polo. Features the Sinquefield Cup logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the sleeve here, available, of course, for both men and women. And it's available, as with everything else we are showing you here at CubitiqueSTL.com, so do take a look.
And yesterday we had a very nice opening ceremony in an outdoor pavilion, but our friend Alejandro, he was a magnificent master of ceremonies. As guys, we had one of the better, maybe best.
I thought that was
ceremony we've ever had.
Generally, I think, chess players, and I still kind of remember the
feeling
that I was one at some point. Dislike the genre, because the opening ceremony generally happens like on a day prior to round one, right? Your thoughts are already, in particular here where the pairings are announced, so everybody knows what they're going to be doing the next day, and for players, the thought process of trying to prepare for that game has already begun.
Right.
And it kind of gets in the way.
The Sima was so nice because the juniors all get to play against their heroes. You and I may never get to play Novak Djokovic in a game of tennis, but you can say I played against Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. They all had to gang up on me to beat me up.
But yeah, you kind of interrupted me there at a negative point. Not the interruption, but like the point was unfortunate. It looked like I was, slagging the opening.
I thought that was Lanier's son.
It was, yeah. But what they did yesterday was just so nice in so many ways that I think the players couldn't possibly have minded.
No.
And there was this simul five players of the tournament did, and then a very, very nice streamlined opening with speeches by Rex and
Tony.
And the person in charge of the Forest Park, which was very, very nice.
And the whole ceremony is on YouTube. And Alejandro, I thought the rap song about Bobby Fischer and 40 Moves Away was brilliant. It was very creative.
Oh, I loved it. It's so fun to see the creativity here in St. Louis. And I love that we have this cooperation with the World Chess Hall of Fame. There you saw Brian Owens and his band performing yesterday. And it was great how they're able to bring all of this together to celebrate chess in so many ways.
And we're going to see you on the other side of our break.
See you then.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at AscensionCharityClassic.com.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. It's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back to round one of the Sinquefield Cup 2022. And here are the pairings for the round that we're watching with, as you can see, the central game of the round probably being the one between Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, but there is plenty of action on all the boards. Very, very interesting round in progress so far.
Indeed, to echo your words, Peter, it seems to me that all the games have a great deal of content to them, and I like the clashes that are going on. In particularly, I like the game between Ali Reza and Fabi. After d5, knight takes e5, really the most combative I want to start with. Yeah. Now, we kind of dismissed this after d5 takes c4, and we were investigating the lines of d3 takes c4, but during our break, Peter, we were exploring.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out if we like just castling here for white.
Exactly.
The idea being that if you take with the pawn after a2, a3, I assume knight c2, and then let's say rook b1.
Otherwise, knight takes d3.
Yeah, and then rook b1. The pawn on d3 is seemingly falling, and if it falls, the knight on c2 will be in desperate trouble. So
as well, yeah. We were looking at bishop f5.
I was trying to calculate bishop f5, which invites bishop takes b7, and then perhaps queen c7, bishop takes a8 is now forced, and maybe we can take on a8, but we can definitely take on e5 to protect the pawn on d3. The bishop probably goes back to all the way to g2, and let's say I go rook d8 here.
Crazy position.
And we get some kind of a very, very messy position where there's this pawn on d3, which is obviously extremely strong. But white has no weaknesses and is up in exchange. So trying to figure out without computer help if this is any good for black is quite difficult.
We were having fun, Alejandro, but clear our cobwebs. Knight takes e5, the most dynamic position in round one. What's going on?
No, I think we certainly underestimated this move castles in this position, and it's completely playable. Let's go down a couple of these lines you guys were mentioning, taking on d3 here and a3. Now, the engine is pretty adamant about this. There is no need to move this knight to c2. If you do so, after knight c2, rook b1, you do run into a couple of issues. The engines think this is still okay for the black side, both after this move, bishop f5, because bishop takes b7, rook b8, you mentioned already the move knight c6 here in this position, right?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
We weren't playing rook b8, we were playing queen c7 immediately.
Queen c7 immediately, sorry, my bad. And it says black is doing fine. Enough compensation for the exchange, but that you can play the move rook b8 and just kick out this bishop. The engines don't like this so much. They think that after the move knight c2, rook b1, bishop f5 is perfectly playable, but that you should not take on b7. Because you have the move queen f3, hitting this bishop, and preparing the move rook d1, as well as trying to take on b7 with the queen, hitting more pieces. Knight c6 would have a double attack against the queen and the bishop, and of course, I'm forcing some exchanges if I take on a8. Think that white is okay, but the problem for the engines is that after castle c takes d3, a3, don't play the move knight c2. Instead, play the move queen d6 in this position. Kick out the knight first. You could take on f7, but after I take on f7 and you take on b4, I don't take on b4. That would give white a very strong advantage because this pawn on d3 is very weak. And after knight b5, knight d4, this pawn will eventually fall. And the engine keeps growing in evaluation after you let it think. But after c takes b4, after a takes b4, I'm not compelled to take this. I can just advance my pawn, leave this as a weakness, and of course reinforce this pawn on d3 with a very strong black advantage. And what else do you do after the move queen d6? Your knight is currently hanging. If you take on b4, I take on e5 immediately. You could take on c5, but again, nothing compelling me to recapture immediately. You don't have b4 because this knight on c3 is hanging. So let me take the tempo and defend this pawn on d3 with a rook behind the pawn. You'll take on c5 eventually, and it is saying black advantage. So certainly something to consider here for Alireza, the move castles, but the more the engine thinks about it, the less it likes it. And I think we have a move.
Remarkable.
No, he has taken on c4 with
he's
the pawn.
taken on c4, okay.
With the pawn, no castles. And by the way, I think our Chess Federation is going to have to take the fingerprints of Lanier Dominguez. I can't believe I'm saying this. He's an hour ahead on the clock. Is this the real Lanier Dominguez, Alejandro? I mean, have you ever witnessed this before in his practice?
We have, actually. I will be the boring voice of reason here, and I will reiterate that, you know, he is unbelievably well prepared. And we have seen this exact scenario before, actually. Him, you know, having 1:30 on the clock by move, I don't know, 22, and then like having 25 minutes on the clock by move 25.
Right.
He's done this, I think, before our eyes during Bucharest, at least a couple of times. But yeah, so far, 1:32 on the clock for Lanier. He's finally thinking after this line that we were discussing all appeared on the board. Knight d7, bishop d2, knight 5 f6, bishop a5, very natural, provoking b6, very, very beneficial to white. The bishop drops back, and Maxim played rook c8 here, not the move king a7, which I think we were discussing, attacking the pawn on c2. I think MVL, what he's saying here is that your most natural move appears to be rook c3, and I would very much like to start trading. So I'm just going to play queen b7, and I will very, very happily trade away this rather... I blundered knight a5 here, didn't I? maybe queen a7 because of that.
Just to get away out of the reach of the knight.
I kind of interrupted myself mid-sentence there because I realized I blundered knight a5 there.
Right.
But the idea in general of trading away the rook on the third, I think is very valid because the fewer pieces white has to immediately try to attack the somewhat softened structure on the queen side, the better for black.
Exactly, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, gee, if I'm white, I just so want to get in this moves, bishop g2, f4, rook d1, and this long diagonal, thanks to that pawn being on b6 and not b7, is just so utterly compelling.
to you.
Yeah, it's like you're a siren call, calling. Is there another way that I can just, I don't know, Bishop E?
Bishop E3, maybe Bishop G5, actually. G5 is a good square for the bishop in all of these positions. So
It's just funny that the bishop came from G5,
Right,
right?
right.
It did Bishop D2, Bishop A5, and then just kidding, Bishop D2, Bishop G5.
Right.
It's a
very funny sequence, but it might be a reasonable move here.
And not only reasonable, it's a top engine move by a long shot, claiming that white has a very strong advantage after the move Bishop G5 and only after the move Bishop G5. It doesn't like trading rooks with the move
I
Rook
don't
C3.
like trading rooks either.
It doesn't seem very natural, but Bishop G5 puts this pressure on the light squares. It's spinning the knights. And if I'm given a free move, I have several options. Bishop H3 is one of them.
I love Bishop H3 now.
Of course, this diagonal has immediate tactical problems, but it's also saying on a good day you can go Queen E2. Queen E2 simply trying to get that pawn on A6. You don't want to move your pawn to B5. It's already too exposed. You could play the move Queen B7, but when your queen goes to B7, then I'll play Bishop G2.
Right.
I've stopped you from playing E4. F4 is going to come with a tempo. And remember that the bishop on G5, because it's spinning the knight, will make D5 more uncomfortable to play. So yes, Bishop G5 is a very strong alternative in this position, and the engines do think that Maxime, despite being up a pawn, is currently in trouble. And
I'm
also
warming
remember,
up to,
he is leading our
Lanier's
tour.
position. And MVL, of course, as you started at the top of the show, leading the tour. The French tricolors at the top there, number 1 and 2, 26.5 points. Every point vital. Remember, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour Grand Chess Tour doesn't just get the title and bragging rights. It's an additional $100,000 bonus to the winner of the tour, and second's not bad either, but there's a big difference, $50,000. I can't believe I'm saying this, but, you know, that pawn, I really do feel like Lanier is the one in the driver's seat. This is a very important game as we get the tournament started. But now I really have to go back to the Firouzja game, because this was the position that we were looking at. Queen takes D1, king takes D1. And I said, pause here for a moment, because I think our initial reactions were, ooh, knight G4. We may be seeing this, Peter.
Yes.
What is Alireza going to do against knight G4?
I'm not sure. Because I kind of really dislike, they might be, you know, equalizable, the positions after takes, F3, bishop B6. But I am just so easily picking black there, I think.
At some point, do we want to throw in a check ourselves as well, or do we just want to?
I think
we don't know which rook.
Yeah,
so okay, Bishop E6 is a move we're going to need.
Yeah,
right.
I think Bishop E6 always happens. So I think it always makes sense to start by doing things that you absolutely will do.
I'll have to stop you there, because F3 is just a bad move.
Just a bad move.
It's just a bad move. I mean, F3 kills your game.
Yeah, you have to play
It's
King
terrible.
D2.
You have to play King D2.
Yeah,
it's
and then
ugly
D5.
as sin, but King D2 with the idea that the knight's coming to D5 is going to at least put some pressure on black to prove the compensation for the pawn.
I agree, and I agree wholeheartedly, because this Bishop G2 is just crying after the move F3, like, guys, don't do this to me. And as you're saying, you can block the check with a future E4, E5 as well, and I much prefer trying to defend or this position than I...
for some reason, my mind just completely blocked out King G2, because I thought there will be a way to put pressure against this knight on D5.
Right.
It is well supported. Yeah.
So
then I'm pretty sure this is what he's like. That's his plan against knight G4. Knight G4, as Alejandro mentioned, is not the only move in the position. I think he also said Bishop F5 was playable, right?
Yes.
Bishop F5 kind of invites E4 though, E3, E4.
Yeah, but I guess then we maybe drop it back to E6 and go from there.
But that's the plug I wanted.
But that is, but then we go knight D5,
No, but the critical is to go knight G4. You can play it right now, you can play it after taking on D1, but I think that's what you need to be aiming for.
You can do it without knight, queen takes D1?
Yeah, I just don't see a difference.
That's actually pretty amusing.
You can see why that would be the case. Yeah.
Wow, I must say, somebody plays knight G4 against me. I get somebody won that guy. Knight G4. Okay, but queen. Let's do it the reasonable way. Queen D1, King D1. Knight G4
takes King D2. So this is
takes King D2.
This is now the critical position that we need to figure out. Yeah.
And what is going on here, Peter?
I don't know.
What? Don't you dare say that.
I want to play. I guess because of my follow-up, I think I probably want to play Rook A8 check here.
Okay.
But I still can't make it work. And 95 B5. This was my kind of plan. But I can't figure out what I'm doing against A2 A3 in this position. This is my issue because I am one tempo short from doing the things that I want to do. You can make an argument that it's an achievement that I'm taking on D5 and forcing you to take with the pawn and not the bishop, and maybe it is, but I'm still down a reasonably healthy pawn in the center, and if white stabilizes here, I'm going to be in trouble.
And maybe you stabilize, maybe you don't. The engine continues this variation with the move bishop e6. You can put it on your board.
E4, F5.
F5.
Whoa.
Moves the king to E2 because now the bishop on E6 is hanging. E2.
Bishop F7, I guess.
And then bishop F7. Just continues the attack. Says, well, you haven't developed yet. Bishop H5 is coming. Opening the center against the king is obviously going to be a good thing for me. And the engines obviously say 0.00.
Of course it does, yeah. Of course it does. In a position where white now has two protected passed pawns in the center.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Of course it's a dead equal position.
Dead equal. Gosh, I'm I was.
No, this doesn't. No, this I'm
This
very
doesn't
happy
scare
with
you.
black. No, this is very, very.
No,
good
not
in
with the
fact.
king coming to E6 as
Yeah,
well, right?
I'm playing for a win here with black. Yeah, king F7, king E6 double on the D file, play C5, C4. I'm playing for a win. Yeah, but something like, I mean, if white wants to equalize here, we just play bishop E3. We return the pawn. We're never worse here. I think like FE, bishop takes E4, take on D5, play rook D1. This one is very, very safe. And as white, I'm actually preferring this greatly to the one with the protected passer on D5.
Protected passer, yeah.
Yeah, this I like a lot better because I have, the position breathers and my bishop is not completely dead behind the pawn chain.
Wow. What to our eyes looks to be a remarkably difficult strategic and tactical position, we can't bring anybody to having a big edge. Alejandro,
is there a way to keep queens on the board? I'm wondering about the move queen c7 right now. I don't think it will work, but I just want to bring up the idea of perhaps preserving the queens on the board for a bit. I want to drive this knight away and then play rook d8, knight d3 check.
That would be lovely, but you don't drive it away. I go f4.
Yeah, this was what I was worried about. That f4 looks kind of ugly-ish, but yeah, if white gets a tempo to play a2, a3, and we haven't landed the knight on d3 yet, we're not going to be very happy about being a pawn down here. Rook d8, queen e2.
But just finishing the touch
I was
here.
hoping I can find some way to play bishop knight.
Yeah. Oh, but there's a knight b5
There's
too.
also knight b5.
No.
Yeah.
I'm completely on the wrong track here. No, I can't get behind your queen c7. Uh-oh. What?
I thought we had one boring game in the round. I no longer think that. Let's take a look at Shach's game against
Wesley.
Yeah. Well, boring, I've rarely used the word boring to describe chess games, but it was kind of a measured, It was, at some point, Shach offered a queen trade, and I thought, okay, this will be some kind of an endgame with a very small plus for white.
Remarkably, king f8 was chosen by Wesley, by the way, and a move.
Bishop f5 came instantly, so I think Shachriar at that point was still very much in his prep. He still expected king f8 even.
Wow, the depth
This is a very instructive moment where he goes bishop b5 takes on c6, because we talk so often about the advantage of the pair of bishops.
Right.
But specifically when you have an isolated pawn, it's very useful to have knights because you can use the squares e4 and c4. I was talking about black in this case. And you eliminate knights so that they don't jump around using the d5 pawn as protection. So that's a very instructive moment for me, this bishop b5 takes on c6. Not the most natural maneuver when you think about it. We were only looking at the move bishop b1.
Right, absolutely. And Wesley said, okay, let's steer the game towards an ending.
And then didn't take on b6. It was a very interesting kind of a sequence where you play queen d4, you offer the queen trade. Black says, sure, let's do it on my terms, but yeah, sure, and goes rook dc8. And you say, nah, psych, I just wanted to get it to a better square.
Right.
No queen trade for you, go queen d3. And this is where I went a bit wow on our viewers here.
So you're sitting there saying, okay, I want to play knight d4.
Yeah. And g5 is unexpected. And I would need to be, my first guess is he wants to play bishop g3, knight e4. That would be the only, he's played bishop b4 instantly. So it's sort of similar. But he wants to start with this and, I guess, play knight e4 next move if we play bishop b5. Bishop b5 being far and away the most natural reply to bishop b4 here.
Also, sorry to interrupt you, Peter, there, but also knight d4. I'm kind of dreaming. I
But
want
we're
to
pawn
take.
grabbing here, aren't we? I think we're going in, no?
You're just pawn
Bishop
grabbing.
c3. You can include knight takes c6, but then we're not that unhappy about our position, right?
No.
And if you go bc, I will take on c3. I think. Yeah, I think that has to be the point. Or knight e4 first.
Yeah, but in any case, yeah. Okay, which is why you mentioned bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5 would be such a nice reply here, if not for the fact that I guess the plan is to go knight e4. And once again, we're going in. We've ruined our kingside structure, but the king on f8 is not as unsafe as all that.
Can I confirm that? Just
yeah,
if
I
you
was
don't
looking at
mind.
that, but I don't think we generate mating threats. And also, very importantly, the pawn is not on h3. So something like rook c1 might just be winning the game here. For black,
right? No rook takes d2. No, you just.
Yeah, you can give a couple of checks. I will go to the g file, but your rook is pinned.
And you're about to
and
trade.
the game sort of ends. Yeah.
And as you said, there's no h3 in the position, so we understand who's on the attack. Well, my goodness, g5.
Yeah. This is suddenly an incredibly concrete position, which is not quiet and is not going to an unquiet position. Yeah.
Chaos is suddenly bam. No escaping the chaos. And what have you been keeping your eye on, Alejandro?
Let's update a couple of games. This is the one between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian, and you can see this is not going well for black. There's so many dark square weaknesses on the queen side, very difficult to solve once this knight gets to c5. Levon just played the move knight d7, attacking this rook on e5. I expect it to go back to e3, just so that it keeps some pressure on the third rank as well. And I'm going to play c3, I'm going to play rook a1, I'm going to play knight c5 one day. You're not going to really want to take on c5 in many cases because b takes c5 opens up the position against b7. Now, because of the symmetrical structure, or symmetrical-ish, black has obviously chances to save this game, no doubt about it, but it's a very uncomfortable position. If I put anything on e8, this bishop becomes pinned after rook a1. You don't have any counterplay on the king side to speak of, and that was a mouse slip. Rook e1 is coming, and perhaps there's no immediate threats, but when you think about rook e1 and you start coupling it with bishop d3, maybe one day go f4, even hint at the move f5, black doesn't have a lot of space, and black has no active plan to speak of.
Counterplay.
There are no weaknesses, there is no play, there's nothing for black to target or attack, and that's a very uncomfortable situation to be in here for black, and this is why the engines are screaming, advantage white, advantage white, advantage white.
I will take a slightly contrarian position here and say that while I don't disagree with a single word you said, I also think this is maybe best case scenario, because Levon actually managed to get all of his pieces out. Now the knight on a4 is sort of countered by the knight on d7, meaning that yes, you can get it to c5, but I will take, under protest, and I will be unhappy about it.
Under protest.
But it does not sort of survive to exert an incredible amount of pressure against my position there. I will have a weakness on b7 once the trade happens on c5, but it's a pawn so very deep inside my position that perhaps I can just drop back the bishop to c8 and say, we're done with this now. And, the battle lines have been drawn. White, of course, is much better, but there is, I think, still clear blue sky between much better and winning the game. And this is one of those positions where you will be better for the next 50 moves. You will continue being better until the moment where you finally accept some kind of repetition and the game is drawn, because you can't offer it. If it doesn't go well for you, I'm not saying Hans definitely will not win today. He could. But I'm saying that somewhere around move 15, somewhere around the point where we started thinking after bishop 4, I thought even this might be sort of beyond black to a degree, because it felt like the knight might land on c5 and be unchallenged there.
Right.
And those positions are just kind of lost. This one isn't. This one is wars, but those would be like unplayable.
Right.
So I think Levon has done well to realize how dangerous his position was potentially.
Right.
And yeah, this decision on move 14 specifically, to go bishop g5, bishop b5, bishop f6, waste 2 tempi,
In order to trade the dark square.
Yeah, to trade the best piece in his position. The bishop on f6 was the only one that was actually doing something.
Right.
But he realized that with the bishop exerting so much pressure on the h2 b8 diagonal, he wouldn't even get this. And yeah, he will not enjoy any of it. But on the topic of the pressure along the e file, I very much like the idea of sort of as soon as possible playing f6, bishop f7, just to not have that bishop stuck on e6. Because I'm very, very worried that if I play rook e7, rook f8, and white somehow managed, I don't know, to triple along the e file, I will never move any of those pieces again.
You'll be stuck.
Yeah, so I would like to play f6, bishop f7, and I would like to start, yes. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm very afraid.
That's the thing that...
yeah, it needs preparing.
Maybe you have to go even one step further with a g6, only after you've played c3.
All of this is incredibly ugly.
Right.
This is not going to be pretty from Levon's side. But
from Hans Niemann's side,
I mean,
this is like, hey, I'm in the driver's seat. Everybody's looking at me. How will I collapse?
It's a positive free roll for white here.
Absolutely.
White has everything under control.
What was going to be our marquee game, by the way, kind of faded out on us here a little bit, Alejandro. Magnus and Jan, it's on a slow boil.
It's a slow boil, but that's exactly what Magnus loves, right? When you think about Magnus and his traditional style of chess before he became a more dynamic player, I would say after 2018, he loved these grinds, this equal, but is it really fully equal, some kind of imbalance, long-term endgames. No queens, you just kind of outgrind your opponent, nothing too sharp, nothing too quick. And if you see the current position, we do have these imbalances. White has the pair of bishops. He's currently secured the fact that he has the pair of bishops with the move bishop f2. He was probably preempting black going bishop d6 and challenging the bishop that was on g3. And what we're going to have is just a very, very long game. Black has this nice queenside pawns. They can't really be challenged because there is no a3, b4. But on the other hand, what is black's active plan? If you see white's pawn structure on the center and the king side, it controls so many squares. It's nice on f6 and e6. They're well placed, but where are they going? What are you going to be doing next? There is an active plan with the move c5 at some point, but that gives you an isolating pawn. Do you really want to do that?
Questions?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, like, I think there's a lot of temptation here for Jan to think, I don't quite understand how I'm ever getting beaten in this structure, so why not just, wait forever?
Right.
Wait, how?
But also, I'm not sure it's entirely safe to assume white never achieves any progress.
Right.
And then c65 definitely comes into the conversation, because if white replies by taking on c5, very often, with this knight on e6 being exactly where it's supposed to be, we will be pushing for d5, d4 extremely quickly, and it will be difficult to stop. In particular, like, even if we start analyzing here, if you play c5 here, I'm a bit worried about knight a2, though.
Yeah, you cannot play c5 right away, but let's analyze it just for the terms of structure.
Yeah, so just to show our viewers, knight a2 here is incredibly awkward because bishop a5, dc5, we've just lost a pawn for no reason whatsoever. So you have to prepare it by perhaps dropping the bishop back to d6 first. But yeah, in terms of structure, if we get c5, if white ignores it and allows the trade on d4, we will have a very, very nice square on f4 for our pieces. And if this trade happens, d5, d4 might be legitimately difficult to stop.
Exactly.
So it provides you a kind of a proactive plan to search for counterplay. Whereas, passing is awkward here for black, because
I propose for Mian's perspective, let me be, belligerent and not just...
I was wondering about you.
If I am at my most challenging best, the move g5, I'm a little bit concerned that maybe there's a refutation that starts with takes and bishop h4. Maybe my king is misplaced. But what do you think about the move g5? Or can I get away with g5? I was going to suggest, in case you go h5,
you actually want to play
g6?
Okay. This I take with white. I think this is an improvement. Yeah, I will take. I will put the bishop on d3, pawns. And I will start shuffling slightly different. Yeah, bishop d3, bishop g3. I will. Yeah.
Well, bishop g3, I'm always wanting to meet with. Bishops.
Yeah, but it becomes.
Wait a minute. There's a rook h8 issue.
Yeah, it becomes awkward. I'm not sure we want to do this with black.
No.
We can play g5, h5, and ignore it. I think we can leave it there. and say, with this inclusion, any kind of a push on the king side has become progressively more difficult for white, because organizing a 4 is not going to be anywhere near as easy. But yeah, all of these things are difficult to judge. Jan for now goes bishop d6.
And what a head-to-head rivalry these two have had, including a World Chess Championship.
Yeah, that changed the score a little bit.
I was about to say a lot of bit.
That was a 4-0 victory for Magnus, meaning that he was in the minus before the Dubai match started. Right. He no longer is, as you can see on your screen. Jan was one of the remaining, bastions,
to have
bastions of resistance against Magnus having a plus score. But yeah.
So here we've got Magnus doing his thing, slightly better, more space, but just a long grind ahead. Can we just take a quick look once again at Linear? And I wanted to, we talk about...
he'll definitely be below an hour when he makes a move.
That was it. What's the over and under?
I'm taking like 57 minutes.
132 we started with...
No, I think it was maybe maybe it was actually 132.
132.
I think it was 132.
Then after Rook C8, Linear stopped.
We're on move 20, and I believe that by move 25, MVL will have more time. And 25 might be too long.
Yeah, I think you're kind of trying to hustle us here a little
bit. Exactly. Also, at this time in the show, because the Sinquefield Cup is very much unlike the Rapids and Blitz, gives us a time to talk and explore the world of chess and answer questions from the audience as well.
Absolutely.
As we opened up the show, we said that Anastasiya is offering a lot of cool stuff on the social media. She uploads a lot of her videos that she's been taking and interviews, but also will pass along questions. So any questions that you might have of Peter or Alejandro or myself, even Firouzja is good for a good quip now and then.
Absolutely.
We'll be delighted to answer your questions.
What do you mean even?
Even. Well, he's so quiet.
I have a tough one. Somebody sent me a text, so I'll put it as the question.
All right.
And it's about this MVL Linear Dominguez one. I'm going to throw it to you guys. The engine says A3 is a move, and A3 was played. What is the purpose of the move A3?
You mean way back?
Way back.
Okay, well, this is easy for me. Gosh, I have no problem with this one. I'm going to turn it over to Peter. I got this, guys. Peter, what do you think about A2, A3?
I think we covered it to a degree during Bucharest, and I think I should have a clue, but I always think of these moves as just a kind of a useful passing move. But since we're replying to Queen C7 with G3, in some positions you can imagine this being aimed specific. Hang on a second. There was this line. How does it go? There is this line where the rook gets trapped on the 6th.
What?
On the 6th? Oh my!
But it's not here, right? It's there are positions like black can reply to most quiet things that you can do here by just moving the knight away from the d5 square and saying if you want to win your pawn back, you can take on f6 and on d6. And then there are some positions in which. Not with the knight on c7, but my
usually
point...
on b6, yeah.
Yeah, usually it goes to b6, yeah. And then, let's say we go knight b6 here, let's say bishop f6, and bishop f6, queen d6, takes, and I can play knight c8 in this position.
And trap the rook.
Yeah,
on
because
the
if you
6th,
take on f6, it gets picked up. It's almost a full rook. You will get a pawn for it, but no more.
Okay.
And I was trying to figure out if a3 somehow improves on that, but I don't see how. Yeah, I'm giving up. You probably know the answer, so tell us.
What do you mean? My answer was the same as Yasser's.
Okay. I've got my resident Najdorf expert here. I'm not gonna mess up our viewers' understanding of the position by sharing what I think.
Yeah, this endgame is better for white.
This actually is better for white with the move a3 and now g3. You can actually take on f6 in this position. The difference is that after king e7, now somehow this move works.
Miracle.
We're providing the c6 square for our rook, right?
Because the c6 is somehow, but it doesn't work in the other variation with g3 and a3. It's g3 instead of a3. I'm not entirely sure why, but the difference, according to the engine, between this endgame, this endgame here, just retreating the rook back to d3, with the pawn on g3 and the pawn on a3 are completely different. They think this is much better for white, and the other scenario, it's just equal. So
I was actually sort of correct.
Yes, you are correct.
Random,
it is
absolutely
a balance line.
randomly. Absolutely randomly.
That's
call
why
it
resident
rucksack.
expert. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like throwing up a three-pointer from deep near the half-court line.
Shout out to Kevin McPhee.
Well, thank you for the text question. A3, that's why you play A3. And just help me out on the current position for a moment, because we're joking about Lanier going into a 30-minute, 50-minute tank, how deep it can be.
We're not joking, we're predicting.
We're predicting, okay. But we have predicted quite some time ago, and it won't be a surprise to Lanier. I'm sure Bishop G5 is, his go-to move. But as he seems to be contemplating other choices, or maybe he's just looking at Bishop G5 and analyzing more deeply, alternatives to Bishop G5? Well, Rook C3, we don't like.
It really is that, I think he just doesn't like making any moves without, considering the follow-up very properly. I think it's not in his nature to, like, the way I would approach this position with white, I would, C2 is hanging, I need to do something about it.
Exactly.
The most obvious reply is Rook C3. But then I think you come to the conclusion that this is a valuable rook, and you don't particularly enjoy the thought of having to trade it away.
Okay.
So you probably start looking at alternatives. You realize the bishop can go to some squares. You consider Bishop B3, but I think Bishop B3 is a bit anodyne. I don't think it does enough. D6, D5, I think, is a reasonable reply to it.
And you're almost encouraging.
You're not. It doesn't seem like you're doing it right. You realize Bishop G5 exists. You definitely spend some time, let's say, checking out Knight E4. I think this might be an important conversation there. Bishop G5, Knight E4, F4, Bishop takes G5.
But then you see Bishop takes A6, and you get yourself
it's an illegal move, right? So.
Oh, excuse me.
It would be a strong move.
It would be a great move.
It would be a very good move right now if we could do it in the current position.
Even good, even better at the moment, right?
Yeah, but I think you see Rook
F3. Yeah, Rook C3, Rook F3.
Rook C3 or Rook F3.
Yeah. So I would get to somewhere here. I would realize there's nothing particularly wrong with Bishop G5 tactically. At least I can't refute it like in the first 5 minutes. And I would think to myself, I've done my due diligence here. I like this move. The bishop generally, Lanier has played this position a bunch. He's analyzed it a bunch.
Sure.
He knows the bishop G5 is arguably the best square on the board for it. And I would just kind of move on, because I think time will still be required later in the game. Also, I'm just kind of a lazy person at the board, so I don't really...
A lazy person at the board. You probably see as much in your first 60 seconds as I do in my first 10 minutes of thought.
So I would have moved on. I think if I saw the move Bishop G5 at all, on a bad day I wouldn't realize this exists.
Right.
I've also done that over the years.
I was attracted to an idea that Alejandro mentioned. Now, you mentioned this yourself, Peter. In fact, you caught yourself in a mid-sentence, so to speak. Rook C3, Queen B7, and you went Knight A7. And and let me take that back. You went to A7 with the Queen.
Queen A7.
And then I was thinking what Alejandro said. This pawn on A6 and
just Queen E2 here.
Yeah, maybe that B6, B5, inducing B6,
B5. If we provoke B5, we're incredibly happy. Incredibly happy.
Right.
This is actually a good kind of a pointer towards what he could be thinking about. This is very, very solid.
Where's the Queen on A7?
Because we were afraid to play... Oh, you mean Queen D?
No, Queen B7. I was going to say Queen B7, Knight A5, the line definitely doesn't end there. You can play Queen D5 here. You can play... specifically Queen D5 was kind of bugging me a little bit.
Queen D5?
Yeah.
But I thought maybe we can find... senses tingling here.
We have all kinds of moves.
I got Rook D3.
Queen C5, I guess.
Queen C5.
And also after Rook B3. My move here was Rook B3, but I guess even here maybe Queen C5 is annoying.
What? That's crazy.
I'm attacking a bunch of stuff. I'm attacking the queen, I'm attacking the pawn on C2, which I assume you can't ignore entirely, even though Queen E2 in this position remains being a move.
Right. Looks super sharp to our eyes, but
Alejandro. I just want to kind of go back
Please.
on my... this explains why you could tank for half an hour here. Because I think if it's just a straight up choice between rook c3 and bishop g5 on general grounds, you just pick bishop g5 and you go.
Exactly.
But if rook c3, you realize queen a7, queen e2 might be unpleasant, and after queen b7 you do have knight a5, and maybe you are convinced you can make it work for white.
Right.
Then you can definitely imagine spending quite a, prolonged time
going down the rabbit holes here. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very unfortunate thing that, engines are engines.
Right.
Queen d5 is an issue, but queen a8 forces knight b3.
Yeah, I thought I could play knight c4 there, but apparently I can't. Yeah, knight c4. Why can't I go knight c4 there?
Why can't you go knight c4? I think that...
My plan was to go knight c4 and then rook b3 and then claim that I'm exerting pressure against the queen's side.
But maybe you get hit with a knight c5? I don't know.
No, it's just knight d5.
Yeah, rook b3.
And then b5.
And then b5. Ah, okay. And once again, it's something that... It's like that extremely famous Kasparov-Petrosian game, right?
From Tilburg?
I think so, right? It's the one where
I actually d6.
Yeah. I used it as in a lecture once, and it's a kind of a striking game because Kasparov, remained winning for much of it, like completely winning, and Tigran continued finding some ways to stay afloat.
Right.
And then Gary sort of went in for the kill, and then the king just defended itself somehow, just kind of marched into the fray and defended itself. And the fact that this game exists, I think it's kind of very prominent in our minds as an idea that you can play like this. You can actually kind of move your stuff towards the attackers. But I think as white, like Alejandro tells me rook b3, b5 is good for black. And once I'm told rook b3, b5 is good for black, I can sort of imagine why.
Right.
But if I'm sitting at the board here, considering...
You can be chasing the quail.
Yeah. You could very easily continue that variation looking for that, elusive and now I win kind of variation, which doesn't exist as we know.
For me, the move queen a8 is rather remarkable in the sense that just hangs around, and this whole knight c4, b5
and I guess knight c5 just comes in. This is the issue. We don't have time to play, let's say, a3, a4 here, because knight c5 comes in and collects everything. And without the rook on b3, we don't really have an attack anymore.
True.
It's the one piece that creates the pressure on...
Not so surprising, Peter. We kind of did fail to develop our pieces.
I took 57 minutes, right? I've already lost.
I've already lost. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. And again, I just want to go back to our marquee game between Magnus and Nepo.
Bishop d6 and the pause. Yeah, Magnus playing quite slowly here, considering it's his pet variation. And up to a certain point, he was even following his own game.
By the way, that's not a pose that is very familiar to me with Magnus. He's really, really intense. I'm more used to
he's not
Magnus
asleep,
kind of being a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more California cool, sitting back in his chair. But this is the posture of a man who really wants to win, Alejandro. I mean, he is really burning and digging into the position.
I mean, you don't get to 2,900, which is his goal, by drawing a bunch of 2,700 highs. You're gonna lose a point per game. This is his white. He definitely wants to win. Doesn't matter how long he needs to grind this one down. And he's trying to find a plan. There's so many options in this position on what he can be doing, but he needs to pick one. He's already placed this bishops on d3 and f2, which they're okay. But they're not achieving that much. We have the move bishop d3, and I wasn't able to see what Jan replied to that, and he replied that very quickly.
Did he? Still not on my screen. I think he was.
If we can go back to the...
he's played bishop d3. Jan just went bishop b8 instantly.
Yeah, I think we have quite a delay, actually, between the boards and our moves. But yeah, bishop b8 already on the board, as you can see there.
That was a weird one for me, because...
The bishop
we
b8
were looking at c5 ideas,
I guess he wants to maybe support it from a7, but... We are really, I mean, in particular if we go bishop a7, we are really inviting before knight a4, knight c5. And I do not want to
You're inviting it right now, right? There's nothing wrong with knight a4 immediately.
I think we go back.
You have to go back.
I think we go back. And this is why I'm surprised at bishop b8. I don't quite know.
And the engines say you're not stopping me. If we go a little bit further, go knight a4.
Okay.
Bishop d6.
Okay.
It says, well, what I really want to get is b4 in.
Bishop b1, yeah.
Bishop b1.
But then I would like to play c5, right? Then maybe I kind of need to go back to this plan. because I really,
Right.
I really hate allowing before knight c5. If that happens, I'm.
But then you've kind of
acutely
really,
unhappy.
yeah. But then you've kind of reached this position where the knight on e6 is missing,
Yes.
so that d4, e4, you're not solving your Isolani.
Not easily, and b4, b5 is coming. The knight on
Still.
f6 is restricted.
No,
This is far from equal.
I don't like bishop d8. I think bishop b8. I don't know what he was supposed to do, and I guess the move was prompted by the fact that it's just very difficult to make waiting moves.
Well, I'm wondering, is the king all that great on e7? If you're not going to, I don't think you're worried about h5 or g5 attempts. Isn't it just time to kind of like rook e8, put the king back on f8 and say,
That's
go
what
ahead
the
and
engine thinks, Yasser. Thinks exactly like you, but in a different direction.
Okay.
King d7, king c7, king b8 was the suggestion of the engine.
Just tucking your king away on the queen side.
Yes.
Okay, that's a little bit
Well,
unexpected for me. A little king walk across the center.
I think you can sort of understand the reasoning here because you're expecting the game to be, eventually opened up in the center or on the king's side.
Sure.
And not having the king there will make it easier for us to deal with those eventualities, even
So
when
just
it
to put
happens.
some moves on the board for just a second. The king ends up making this delightful little march all the way across the center.
And then we wait.
And then we wait.
And then we wait because eventually you will have to push for either e3, e4, or some kind of g5 and then something. And having the king on b8, I think, will help us in both of those cases because we just don't have to worry.
Far from the danger. All right, but instead of that came the move bishop b8, and then we're kind of warming up to Magnus's position. Is that what I'm getting here, guys?
Yeah,
Knight
I think
A4?
so. I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't like burning to tempi. This doesn't look like a position where you can just burn to tempi and say, do your worst.
I've got a questions for yourself. In a recent podcast interview, Lex
Fridden.
Yes. Magnus was asked, what are your goals? Magnus has achieved just about everything, in fact, everything he can in the world of chess. And he says 2,900.
Yes.
To get to 20, the first human, I mean, that's like scaling Everest and K2 in the same month. Can he do it? Is it realistic?
He's an underdog, but it's not impossible.
Not a.
Yeah,
I mean,
Somebody actually made a research paper on that.
You did?
Yeah. So I think a mathematician group from the University of Chicago actually took a look at it. I saw the paper. I wasn't entirely sure about their methodology. They came up with a number, though. They gave them a 4.5% chance.
Yeah, I saw that referred to, and
To be clear, 95% unlikelihood.
Yes.
yeah, knight a4 played in the meantime. Yeah, I think bishop
Wow.
6 will be blitzed out. I really don't understand
The
otherwise why we played.
reason why I brought up the question in the first place is because in my mind, Magnus had an outstanding result in the Olympiad. Undefeated on board 1, scored something like +5.
+6, yeah.
Or +6. Everything went
Lost
his
4
way.
points, yeah.
Lost 4 rating
Lost
points.
4 points, yes.
After this magnificent night, which means like in a tournament like this, where he's playing his closest peers, he's going to have to go +4, +5 consistently
No.
for every tournament he plays in, right?
I didn't
To get
actually.
to 2,900, yes.
Yes, to get to 2,900.
I mean, what's his expected here? I
is
should
his expected?
know, but I would assume it's +3
I think
or
it's
thereabouts.
I think it's like between +2 and +3.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So a very good result here actually gains him rating. Even +3 probably doesn't lose him rating, maybe gains him a point. And you can imagine him scoring like in good years. If you remember the years of his like proper dominance when he was winning everything,
Right.
He was scoring like +6 in Vike and things of
Truly,
that nature.
truly, yeah.
So let's say he goes +4 here. He nets 5 points.
Right. He needs to do that consistently in 10, 12 Sinquefield Cups.
This is why he's an underdog.
Precisely why
I
he's the
started
under-
with that.
You
I started with
certainly did. You certainly did. I'll be your witness.
But it's not impossible, and we've seen him do incredibly well over long stretches. This will have to be perhaps the longest
And there he
purple
is.
patch he's ever had, but it's not impossible.
Age 31, his peak was 28 51? What was his peak?
No, his peak was 28.82 live.
82.
82.
82, and it
Yeah,
was
not
higher on the
published, but
live
it was
list.
live.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It
But
was higher.
also at the time that he had a peak of 28.82, his nearest rivals were much closer, right?
That
too?
is-
There was
that
a
is
lot
also
of
true,
people
yeah.
above 2,800.
Yeah, it helps when Fabi was 28.40, right?
Right.
But now he's 27, like 60 or something like this. It's a big difference.
So, in
it's still
fact,
Fabi.
if the 2,800s consistently lose their rating, it becomes much harder.
It becomes harder for Magnus as well, of course. Yeah, all of these mechanics are in place, but.
By the way, just taking a quick look at the game of
Yeah, and
Wesley So
Shah kind of agreed with that there's no mate and just played Rook C2. Bishop takes C3, chosen by Wesley, and Shah is now thinking.
We're assuming he's going to recapture with the
Yeah,
bishop.
the normal recapture here, I think, is the bishop, but maybe there is some argument to be made for B takes C3 and then just saying, I don't want any more trades. The bishop will be quite good on D4.
But it's just that I'm crying to be able to
Yeah.
play the move Queen H7. If I don't induce your knight to try to capture, then how will I ever get my queen to H7?
I think this knight on the E4 is too valuable, and I think black doesn't actually go knight takes E3 if you take with the bishop anyway.
Okay.
There might be some tactical things we need to calculate on like bishop F5, perhaps, but 94. Yeah, 94 looks very strong.
Well,
although knight takes C3, we actually need to continue. We need to
goes
continue
on,
this
right?
line. Yeah, we need to continue
Because
this line.
D1 is hanging.
And maybe this works out for black. And if bishop f5 is playable, bishop f5 is definitely something that you need to be paying a lot of attention to.
Exactly.
But the same will be true about b takes c3, I'm pretty sure. It's not like we're stopping bishop f5 by taking with the pawn.
True.
Yeah, as I said, suddenly just a very, very sharp position, which, all of a sudden kind of reminds me of some very, very concrete Rogozins more than these semi-towers that they started with.
All right. Well, weigh in on this one, Alejandro. We're trying to decipher some tactical motifs in the position after the move Rook C2. We are anticipating, well, in fact, Bishop C3 has been played, and we're anticipating the light squared bishop getting active on us. All volcanic. Bishop F5. What's happening?
If B takes C3, Bishop F5, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, Bishop F5 is a dangerous move here for
Exactly.
white. Yes, there's a lot of tricks. Knight G3 with the idea of skewering the queen on D3 and the rook on C2, as you mentioned. It's not so easy to get out of it. You can play Bishop D4, but it doesn't help you very much. The queen simply retreats to C7, and you have this awkwardness, this problem with the pawn on C3. And even though you have a very nice bishop, it's pretty much the only good thing about your position. As we can see, the head-to-head between these two players, not as many decisive games as you would think, with Shah being there, very decisive player himself, but a slight edge for him against Wesley So. Now, the edges don't really like taking on C3 with the pawn, which is a more combative way of playing. And instead, they prefer taking with the bishop because of the problems of bishop f5. But unfortunately,
Can we play it anyway? I was wondering if we can play it anyway.
If you play it anyway, I think because queen takes d5 has issues, right?
I had rook d6.
Rook d6 is very important.
D6.
Yeah, you skewer the queen to the rook on d1. That's actually very important. But a bishop f5, the ancients are saying, is not a very good move because of the move knight e5. You first disturb the rook on c6. Yeah, you disturb the rook on c6. Remember, the d5 is hanging in many positions, so you have to move it somewhere kind of clever. And because sometimes you have the problem with the move bishop d4. And remember, what is the problem with playing something like knight d6 and corking the bishop on f5 to the skewer? Well, now I can just take it.
This is why knight e5.
Yeah, that is why knight e5. Then you give it check.
Very clever.
You take. Wherever this goes.
No, you can't go to G7.
Sorry.
I'm not going to let you do it.
I was trying to...
Don't pull a Mamedyarov.
Well, it is Shaq's game, right? And then you take on d5 at the end. You lose a pawn and you pretty much lose the game. The bishop on c3 is very powerful because it prevents king g7. And you already see the move bishop takes c3, not b takes c3 on the board. Bishop f5 is unplayable, but you can simply snap this bishop off the board. As we mentioned, it's a powerful bishop. You kind of have to take with the pawn. If you take with the rook, I can take on b2, be greedy enough to do that. And I have enough time now to prevent the queen the incursion on h7. Both king g8 and king g7 seem to be okay for the black side. You'll have a nice knight, but the pressure on c3 pretty much balances the position, about equal according to the engines.
Wow, just
yeah, this is one of the structures where I would be just very, very clueless, because if we go back to that final position, let's put this on the board for a second. Yeah, knight c3, let's say b takes c3, king g8, knight d4, rook c4, I guess, right?
Right. I mean, my
would
first
be-
instinct is
I'd
like
be
this
so
knight is
happy with white here.
Exactly, my knight is dominating the bishop. What Alejandro is saying is, but you're also tied to a weak pawn.
Let's say I go, I don't know, h4 here, or maybe on the previous move, but also here. And
I was thinking
start-
that you didn't play h4
or f4, yeah.
because you were thinking about maybe f4. You know, like you start to.
Yeah.
But either one, h2, h4, or f2, f4, you kind of feel like with the knight you can
this
leverage
is,
it to a kingside attack. Sorry, Peter.
No, this is a kind of a position where I think it very much depends on how much experience you have with this particular structure. Because I play 0 Rogozin with either color, so I've never had an experience of either playing this position with white or black or analyzing it for more than 3 seconds.
Right.
And without this kind of a personal experience of trying to figure out how this balances.
feel.
Yeah, I just flounder in positions like this because I go back to my kind of standbys of saying knight on d4 good, bishop on e6 bad.
Right.
We've also played g5. With the pawn on g7 I wouldn't be saying all those words, of course.
Right.
With the pawn on g7 I recognize this is always going to be fine for black, but with the pawn on g5 it feels like this has to be a safe advantage. But as I saw on Alejandro's screen, machines don't think it's anything at all. Machines think plenty of counterplay.
But that's also something that we have to avoid ourselves, is that machines have their way of making a judgment about a position, but you're sitting on the other side of the board. Your clock is ticking, and you've got all of the baggage. Knight d4, good. Bishop e6, bad.
Yeah.
So that's what's going through your opponent's mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of consciously made a kind of a caricature there of your thinking process. But
Sure.
in a way, this is how we're hardwired. This is
Exactly.
a very, very solid knight on d4, which cannot be challenged by anything. It will be there for the rest of the game as long as we want it there for the rest of the
Right.
game. The bishop on e6 has no future. It's just there purely to protect the pawn on d5. Very difficult for me to start disliking this for a while.
Exactly.
But yeah, there's developments in the Fabi game, so we should probably go there.
All right, indeed. When we left it a very. Ooh, look at this.
We've analyzed this position, guys.
Not this position. We actually had it with knight d5, c5 first.
That's right.
Yeah, takes, check, e4, and here we were, yes.
f5. No, Fabi completely eschewed the whole b5, a3 inclusion. He just went for this straight away.
Exactly.
Now, this is a very sharp position. A lot of things can happen. The king on d2, of course, not very well placed, but it is an extra pawn. What I'm worried about for Fabi is the clock situation. We joked about linear, but Fabi has 20 minutes left, and it's move 17, guys.
They've just made their 16th.
Yeah.
And by the way, can I play devil's advocate for a moment? How are you going to win the pawn
Bishop
back?
f6, I think, is the idea here.
Bishop f6. I just went king e2, everybody. So the idea is you don't have time to, that would be a costly blunder of the bishop. But bishop f6 says,
Peter, I'm always reluctant to offer this trade of a knight for a bishop, but if it gets the knight from d5 off the board,
right,
I'm a lot happier about
opens,
I'm a lot happier about the whole thing.
Alejandro.
Well, let's continue analyzing this one, but before we go too much in depth, I want to take some time to look at this, because it's not very common, and I'll say it in the way America's pronounced, Alekhine's gun.
Right.
Here with the queen on e1, rooks on e2 and e3, all barreling down the e-file. You can see what this kind of symmetrical structure sometimes achieve, because every major piece almost is on the e-file. And the edges are saying that Hans Niemann here has a very strong advantage against Levon Aronian, but it's very far from those kind of advantages where it's easy to make progress. I think in this position, Hans is going to have to come up with something creative to keep up the bind, because you can imagine that currently black is completely stuck. This knight doesn't want to move because the knight comes to c5. This bishop doesn't want to move because it has no squares. You don't want to play f5 and ruin your structure. Also, you're going to have to watch out for tactics on the e-file. So black has no moves. But where do you increase the pressure?
That's not entirely true. I think the idea here, otherwise the position I think would be lost. The idea here is to go knight f8 and bishop c8.
Knight f8 and bishop c8.
It actually allows the knight to c5, but then we're hoping that once all the rooks are gone, we will actually go back to trying to trade it for our knight. Okay. Otherwise, there legitimately are no moves. Like, I don't know, like queen c7, queen d6 maybe forever, but yeah. the only way to continue here is knight f8, bishop c8, but it appears to be borderline playable because, as we mentioned, like the position remains very, very solid. And in the meantime, by the way, Wesley just played bishop f5, the move we were criticizing, but I think specifically because of knight e5. If you don't find knight e5 here,
yes,
you are probably not better at all.
But knight e5 is a very nice move in this position. Let's go through the engine line here. Knight e5, sure, as we mentioned, this knight cannot move because queen takes f5. There's only one move in the position that doesn't lose immediately, and it's retreating the rook to c7. You have to cover the d7 square as well as defend your rook. Now, you don't have the ability to put the rook on, by the way, knight e5 not found. Shakhriar has actually played the move bishop d4
very quickly as well. Yeah,
very quickly as well. But this allows, if I've had to play queen c7, and yes, this is definitely better for white, I'm going to be able to kick out your queen yet again. Bishop e5 hits the queen, and after queen c7, I can trade one rook and play something like knight d4, knight d2. You don't have any pressure tactically on this diagonal anymore. No, but after bishop d4, queen b5 is the issue.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what Wesley is intending here.
Absolutely, yes.
He does need to start offering trades as much as possible. And if you avoid the trade with queen a3 check, if we go back to that position for a second, after, let's say, king g8 or king e8, queen e2 will start, because the rooks are coming off. And then we will have decent counterplay here connected with the idea of dropping the queen to
yeah, it starts to look bad for white, actually.
Yeah, it starts to look double-edged at least. Yeah, you can definitely imagine this going off the rails a little bit. So yeah, Shah, I think there's the whole tactic of knight e5 followed up by, in some positions, queen takes f5, I think is very missable. And I think Shah also perhaps trusted Wesley a little bit that bishop f5 played after some thought will not be a bad mistake.
And for Wesley, he's obviously a tournament ago, I wanted to say, he was in first place in their Grand Chess Tour standings. He got leapfrogged quite a bit. He's still in the mix, but he needs to, make up 4 Grand Chess Tour points to overtake Maxime. Yeah, so yeah, he just needs a good result.
He needs a good result. He needs to perhaps do well and have Magnus beat everybody else, so that nobody else gets any points.
Go ahead, Magnus, take a lot of points for that. But as we go on break, we have a special for you. We asked the players, what's it like for them to be back in St. Louis? And these are their answers.
Let's take a look.
How does it feel to be in St. Louis playing in the Sinquefield Cup?
It feels good. It's also one of those rare occasions when Magnus is playing. He's, I think, taken more of a back seat in terms of like playing all the events in the world compared to a few years ago. So I haven't played an event with him in besides the Olympiad where we didn't play, but an event like this with him in quite a while. So that'll be interesting, of course.
It feels great. I mean, I love playing here in St. Louis. It's home for me now, and this year is going to be very strong. Even Magnus is playing, so it sounds like a very interesting tournament. So, I mean, really looking forward to it.
I'm always very happy to be in St. Louis, especially now that I live here. It's going to be, of course, a very strong event, as always. And recently I had some mediocre results in classical chess, so I would like to, this is normally my forte, classical chess, so I'll try to play better.
I like to play here because here you play in 3-2 tournaments every time, and after every tournament you think next will be much better. And this time also I am very happy to back play in St. Louis. It's really chess here is very important.
It's a great feeling to be back in St. Louis. I've had the opportunity to enjoy a bit of the US in the past few weeks, so I'm well, acquainted now, no more jet lag, so ready to play, ready to fight.
Right, it's my first time to be in St. Louis. It's a very interesting experience. I always wanted to play in one of these tournaments in St. Louis because it's a legendary place. I was always watching growing up the St. Louis tournaments, so it's a pleasant experience for me, and I really look forward to the tournament.
Last time I played in 2019 until everything, yeah. So I wonder how it goes, because yeah, it was pretty much up and down last time, and hopefully it will be only up this time, yeah, so we will see.
I'm so glad to be back here in St. Louis. It really feels like home to me. I hope to be able to play well this year. I mean, my Grandchester this year has been quite so-and-so. Like, I've played okay in Romania, but then the next tour up in Blitz things didn't really go my way. Now I have to see if I can try and make up for some of the lost points here in the last leg. But I'm very glad to be back here in St. Louis, see all the people I know. Fortunately, I have to focus on chess and playing well, but I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, it's my first Grandchester Tour event, and playing in America is already not something very unique for me. So even being in America, so obviously I'm honored to play in the Sinquefield Cup. It's like the first super tournament that I've played in classical. So it's a great opportunity, and of course playing chess in St. Louis, like there's no comparison.
Feels good to be back. It's been a while now. I've been here for 3 years. Certainly this is as tough as a tournament can get, basically with 9 opponents. So it's definitely an exciting prospect.
Welcome back to round one of Sinquefield Cup 2022, and this is what we're watching. And we're actually watching an excellent first round in terms of the variety of content. I think 5 different openings and
5 great positions.
5 very, very interesting positions. So let's actually jump back into the action.
Yeah, Peter, rewarding and challenging moments in each and every game. Let's just jump right into the Shakhriyar versus Wesley So game.
Because this is what we ended with. And,
when we left it, we saw the move Queen B5 was coming, trying to trade off pieces. Wesley said, let's get off the queen. Shak said, no, I want to go keep them on. Shak, rook takes, pawn takes. A significant detail here is no more Isolani, no more total command over the d4 square, and Queen E2 is a little bit bothersome.
I'm wondering if I can afford to play B2, B4 here. It's very double-edged.
To stop?
I so very much want to stop C65 from happening. And after Queen E2, we still have Rook F1 as a reply. I'm not in love with this, but maybe we can somehow make this work. My biggest worry actually is before A5, maybe, just to make sure C65 happens. Just A6, A5 straight away, while there is no way to play A2, A3.
Right. And so something like this, now comes C5 now. And the bishop kind of gets driven away.
Although bishop A1, yeah, we've also given ourselves more squares on the long diagonal. I'm not hating B2, B4, honestly.
Well, and this is the type of games that we've been having, where each decision is very, very challenging. Then we have linear. And what was the over and under on linear? Did he achieve it, Alejandro?
Well, actually, he's played pretty quickly in the last couple of moves, but they were a bit on the forcing character. Let's take a look, because he did find the move Bishop G5. Maxime replied with the move Knight C5. Now remember, Maxime doesn't have a lot of time himself. He burned time in the opening. He's left with 21 minutes by this point. After Knight C5, you could go back, but who does that? You take on C5, of course. Can't really take with the B pawn and expose the king this way. So you take with the D pawn, and quickly, actually, Linear played the move Rook B3. Only a couple of minutes think. The Rook on B3 uncorks the bishop, attacking the pawn on A6. And if you play the move King A7, you kind of run a little bit into the move Queen E2. You could start with the move Bishop C4 as well, but Queen E2 more or less prompts you to push your pawns forward. You would like to play the move Queen B7, but that unfortunately hangs the pawn on E5. It's currently undefended, and I can take it for free. So you have to play either B5, which is kind of ugly, king on A7, or play C4, which is equally ugly. Because after Rook E3, again, you have problems with the pawn on E5, not easy to defend at all. And once I recover my pawn, I have the pair of bishops, and this king long term, it's not feeling very safe. These pawns have already advanced too far away from the king to give it shelter. So instead, Maxime plays the move Knight D5, gives back a pawn, tries to get rid of the pair of bishops currently that Linear has. There's really no alternative for Linear. If you don't take on E7, you have to retreat the bishop, and who wants to do that? So you take on E7, you take with the knight, you take with the queen, doesn't make any sense. You take with the knight, and the idea is that you're going to maneuver this knight either to F5 or C6 and start trying to get it to D4 while this rook's on B3. Why? Because white doesn't want to play C3 as long as this rook's on B3. He doesn't want to trap this rook on the third rank. Now, the edges don't like this for Maxime at all. They think that after bishop takes A6, rook CD8, the bishop is more powerful, and now that material is even, the bishop is just going to overpower the knight. Now remember that this pawn on E5 is also a little bit of a weakness. They like simply playing the move rook E1, and you can imagine that white is better in this position. Yes, the rook on B3, it's a little awkward. You might need to remaneuver it at some point, but it can always come back to D3 if need so. And the long-term problems with the king, they haven't gone away. You have a lot of light square issues with the king on the queen side currently.
I'm going to have to check myself, because I'm really confused, Alejandro. In the current position after Knight D5, I'm the pawn grubber in the family over here, but for some reason my eye is attracted to the move Bishop C4, Bishop takes G5, Bishop takes D5, and I'd like to play a bishops of opposite color position. Am I going nuts?
I'm not so sure that that's a bad idea. The end just evaluated as equal, but I don't really know what you're gaining if I play rook CD8.
Not the move Bishop C4, because...
I'm saying the Bishop G5 is the engine's choice.
Right.
But if you see Bishop C4 and you see that your opponent can play rook CD8, I'm not so sure that you're in love with the idea of bishop c4, because the engines still want to take on e7, but basically you give up a free tempo.
Well, the difference was taking on f7 versus taking on a6. I'd rather take on a6, frankly, and then why did I play bishop c4?
Right.
Good point.
And the opposite color bishop position, I think, is not that horrible for black there.
Not
because
that
I get
horrible.
to play king a7, I get to sort of stabilize on the queen side. I'm not getting mated. In fact, your attack is going to be postponed for a while. You get to support your bishop on d5 by c2, c4 there.
Right.
Anchored,
So that we,
thank you, Alejandro, so that we don't have to talk on an empty board. But then, if you play c4, attacking the pawn on a6 becomes much harder because there's no longer any of those queen e2 motifs which we were exploiting earlier.
Right.
And black eventually maybe pushes f5, pushes e4.
Even immediately, why not?
Yeah, just f5, e4, put the bishop on the long diagonal ourselves, and like bishop d5 versus bishop d4.
Yeah.
I understand why white is not worse. White is obviously never worse here, but I think we're minimizing our advantage here a little bit. And the a6 is such a tasty little morsel there.
Fair.
No, I agree with what you're saying, Peter. It'll be hard to resist taking that pawn on a6. It's the only defender of the light squares currently on that side of the board.
No, I love that too. Again, across our whole spectrum of games, we are seeing challenges, and very much so in the Ali Reza game versus Fabi. When we left it at these parts. We expected f7, f5, a move that hadn't crossed my mind, but once you see it, it makes perfect sense.
And bishop h3 is a very concrete, very interesting idea here by Ali Reza, saying that f takes e4 is your only threat. If I stop it physically, if I stop it physically by pinning it to the most important light square or like the light piece on the board, I'm stopping your counterplay. Fabi calmly replies with bishop f6, and now we have a kind of a weird equilibrium where black is not really threatening f takes e4. Black is actually in some positions, shockingly for me, knight takes d5 is something you can play.
Really?
While the pin is still on the d-file, you can in some positions play knight d5, and then if you take with the e-pawn, I have b7, b5. And this is one of the pluses of the move bishop f6, because we're pinning the b2 pawn to the rook on a1, meaning that, let's say we play a3 here, just to illustrate for our viewers.
Let's do it.
Yeah, a3 we can take on d5, and if you take with the e-pawn, I can play b7, b5 here. And even if you unpin yourself over the d-file, let's say you play, this
is the desirable b2, b3.
And so let's say you play king c2 here after b5.
Okay, picking up a tempo against the bishop.
And we still play bishop f7. And shockingly,
bishop f7.
Yeah, and shockingly, this position, like the center, will still crumble. Bishop f5, b takes c4. We still get to pick up both the c4 pawn and probably the d5 pawn as well, with a very playable position. This, I am, disclaimer. I did
disclaimer. Asterisk.
I did inquire a little bit.
Okay.
This is not me being smart. It's me being able to
clever. A2, A2, A3. The knight's bothersome, but on the other hand, I just want to solve the king.
How?
Yeah, that's the point. If I go king e2, I'm always allowing the knight to jump here. If I go king d1, I'm still in the pin, and bishop d2 is still a little bit problematic. So I need to unwind the position, Alejandro, for Ali Reza. Should he start with rook e1? How does he get over this kind of conundrum he's facing?
Well, he's going to have to do so in a very concrete manner, because the engines don't find an easy way for him to play. Everything has a problem. So he's just going to have to choose which direction he wants to face. King e2 is actually one of the top moves in the position, allowing knight c2, rook b1, knight d4 check. And it's just the engines don't care. They just say king f1, I'm up a pawn, I still preserve this pin. Yes, the knight is defending the bishop, but do you really want to take the pawn this way? Allow me to play bishop e3, get my king to g2, and you can see how strategically this can be dangerous. The knight on d5 is very well placed, e4 is a long-term weakness, and only a few moves away from playing king g2 and putting my rook in the center, after which you have to favor white. Actually, the engines already favor white in this position. But you're not forced to give this check, and after rook b1, the knight is actually pretty annoying. You can play something like bishop f7, which is a very surprising move in my opinion. Rerouting with the idea of bishop h5 check, forcing you to go king f1, and in those positions continue with bishop h5, bishop d4. Yes, you can take on f5 in this position, but let's, for example, take with a bishop. In this case, I have check, knight takes f5, and I take on d5. I again get both of my pawns back. If you take with the e-pawn, then this crumbles, knight d4 check as well here. And if you go back to f1, which you really don't want to do, this you now take with the rook on d5. Pawn takes d5, bishop takes d5, and the coordination of white's pieces is simply non-existent. Bishop b4 is a big problem. Bishop takes h1, of course, the current threat. So not easy for Alireza to get out of this bind. King e2 is a very non-human move. The engines also want to play the move rook d1, and I think maybe he'll go for this because it just transfers the rook over to the center and allows him to start thinking about running the king to the king side. So for example, something like pawn take, well, you can, sorry, you cannot take in this particular position. Something like bishop d4 is what I meant to say. Now allows a3 to be played, and the rook on d1 is going to be preferable in those variations that you guys were looking at. The bishop on d4 is not going to be as stable. So rook d1, I think, is a good version of a lot of these moves. The idea is just that the rook is slightly active, that the king, when it does land on the king side, doesn't trap the rook on the h1 square. So perhaps this is what Alireza is looking at.
Very, very nice. Rook d1, king e2, and the immediate king e2. Again, challenges everywhere,
Yes.
Peter, and more so even in the Magnus Carlsen game, as Magnus has actually won a pawn.
Well, one is I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi here sacrificed a pawn to get rid of the bishop pair. They got to this position. Perhaps we could show how the whole knight e4, bishop e1 sequence did happen in the game. Knight a4 was played quite quickly, followed by more or less an immediate bishop e1. Allowing b3, b4, as I said, is completely unthinkable.
Hans Neiman game, you know, you can...
But better because things are not locked down in the center on the king side.
Okay.
So Jan very understandably goes c5 here. All the trades happen. Bishop d2, rook h8.
Just a second. My system seems to be loading ever so slowly. Bishop d2, yes, sorry.
Rook h8, and now Magnus played b4, bishop b6, b5. A very concrete idea. Obviously, if you take on b5, bishop takes b5 will drive away the rook from e8. There's also bishop b4 check ideas you have to kind of consider. They don't win the game, but it's all extremely awkward.
Right.
And the bishop pair does start looking progressively more and more dangerous. So Jan, after some thought, goes a6, a5 here, saying, I would rather be a pawn down here, but not have to face the bishop pair. And perhaps, I think king c5 probably will be met by b6 check, is my guess. I've been thinking about that.
The king, a very nice nesting spot on
but
the b6
for now,
square.
after king f2, Jan doesn't even play king c5, even though I'm pretty sure, if not for the existence of b6 check, I think you very, very much like the idea of placing that king on b6, where it's entirely safe from the entirety of...
Right.
I should be using some other words as well. Of White's army.
The entirety of White's army.
Yes.
Nobody can bother the king on b6.
But rook e7 is the choice for now, perhaps hinting at doubling on the file for the time being, perhaps hoping to...
but don't we have a feeling that Magnus achieved something?
This is a very decent outcome.
What do you guys think of the evaluation of this position is?
Better white.
Better white, how much?
I shouldn't have looked.
I'm going to say 1.
3.5.
What?
3.5.
No way.
Yes.
3.5.
Yes. It just
makes
makes black
no
is
sense.
absolutely dead in this position.
This makes
I
no
would have
sense
said
to me
1.
whatsoever. Yeah.
Clear the cobwebs. Why is black dead?
Now, you could play rook c1 or rook d1, and I think I saw Magnus reach for his rook, but the engines actually want to play the move b6 immediately. And they think that there's just nothing black can do in this position. You want to play the move knight d7 and capture that pawn.
Sure.
But it runs into e4. And just opening up things against your king, you're not going to survive this one.
Rook on a5 is doing great job.
Great job. Taking on d5, taking away spaces for the pieces. For example, knight takes b6 is, of course, unplayable because I just kick out your knight. You can't defend it, right? Anything on the c file gets met with rook c1 check. d5 is going to be hanging with check. This is dead. Magnus does not play the move b6. Instead, plays a very logical move, which I also was mentioning, the move rook d1. And it's not plus 3.5, it's only plus 2. But that means you have the pawn and the initiative. You have this isolated you still have to worry about. This bishop can maneuver and attack it. g5 always has to be in Nepo's mind. And the idea of playing b6, rook c1, rook c7 at some point can also come into consideration. Where is the compensation? Everything that I mentioned is advantage white positionally. And remember, he's up a pawn. It's an ugly pawn because it's doubled, but it's a pawn.
Wow, and here I thought I was going out on a limb by going 1.0. I didn't give the double pawn that much value, but I must confess that the move e3, e4, suddenly this rook on a5 is doing this fabulous job, which means Knight d7 is essentially unplayable. b6 would have really put the onus on black. But now, having said that, and everything that Alejandro just said, Rook d1 looks really good, Peter. I mean, come on. I mean, it's like b6 is coming next, right?
You know your position is bad when, like, the dream scenario for black here, as I see it, is something like, and I understand the line is nowhere near forced.
Sure.
Knight d7.
Yeah.
e4.
Yeah.
Knight b6.
Yeah.
E takes d5.
And now you can
and now
put
we
your
don't
knight
touch,
back to f6.
No, and now we
something.
don't touch anything.
Right, right.
We're 2 pawns down, but we have a very, very solid blockade. The knight on b6 cannot really be touched. The king on d6 cannot be touched. We go rook c8, rook c5, and so on.
Yeah, yeah. And
we pass.
Right.
And
2 pawns down.
Yeah. But I think we don't get this.
And it's not the fortress because you're afraid of.
Yeah, I think we don't get this. After knight d7, I get the feeling even e4 is nowhere near forced. You can, even maybe knight d7, b6 might still be very strong actually.
Right.
b6 because knight b6, rook b5 remains incredibly
terrifying.
unpleasant.
Right.
Probably winning because knight goes somewhere. I can even take on. I can even take on d5 and then give a discover check with the bishop.
And by
rook
the way,
h8 chosen by.
maybe sensing the fact that his position's not that dear, let's say, Nepo, after the move rook d1, rook h8, says, hey, dude,
yeah, but I get the feeling this loses by force to like d4, d5 here. Oh, sorry, g4, g5, I can't.
g4, g5?
g5, knight d7,
It doesn't
bishop
lose
c4,
by
bishop
force.
e4,
Actually, rook h8, best move.
Yeah, you know, you have to create some counterplay. Yeah. Rook h8 clearly, very understandably, the best choice. Yeah.
You like the same combination of moves.
No, but I want to like. I can think I
Sorry.
can play bishop c4 here maybe, or bishop e4. And if you go knight b6, I want to take on d5 and then play I don't know b6 or e4 and then b6.
I understand you completely, sir. That's very sensible.
You are struggling to survive the next 5 moves here with black. But if you do, maybe your position improves because maybe you can pick up the pawn on h4 and then not get mated. And then perhaps the rook endings might start looking savable. Maybe. You know.
I feel like we're
No, we're in very bad territory here.
Exactly. By the way, I mean, we've just watched an entire World Championship match between these two players, but I saw Jan fiddling with the pawn. Is that a tell of nervousness, or is that just common? Does he like flipping
I've also
pawns?
covered the World Championship, but we did not have the picture, so I can't really say. But I think that's fine. I think that's not really a sign of anything. That's just.
Jan being Jan.
Perhaps the most famous twirler in current world chess is Boris.
Of course, Gelfand is a remarkable.
And for him, I think he just twirls because
that's what he's used to doing.
Yeah, it's just
all right, and then after Magnus, we will continue all the way down to Hans versus Levon. Now, Hans has got this positional grip, but the 4 rooks, as you prescribed, have been traded, and slowly, a lot of pressure is being relieved. Of course, white's for choice.
It's still extremely annoying, though.
Right, because
h4,
h5,
yeah, exactly.
that plays itself.
Yeah, this is about to happen, and then, yeah, you just
what
continue.
do? You put your king on g8, your queen on e7, and you roll with the punches.
Yeah. Your choices will be extremely limited for the rest of the game. I think king g8 specifically is aimed at having the option of immediately threatening a knight trade if the knight comes to c5. So we need h7 to be protected. Like if you play knight c5,
right,
I can immediately play knight e6 or knight d7. I don't know which one is stronger.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a passing move.
Yeah.
You're saying that the h7 pawn needed defending in order to challenge the knight.
It feels to me that it's very useful for black to be able to immediately say, I would like to continue trading pieces here, sir.
Absolutely.
If we don't lose to bishop takes g6, but I don't think we do. I think there's too little material left on the board for any kind of piece sacrifices to actually win much. Yeah, I go knight g7. My position still looks horrible, but I am on now upper piece. You know?
You've got something to look forward to at least.
At least we have something going for us.
Exactly. We're thinking h4.
Yeah, queen e7 probably.
Queen e7, a very useful pass. But aren't we allowing queen f4?
Yeah. Oh.
Golly, that's
and
not...
then it gets in. Yeah, I don't know. Lev is, despite, and once again, this is the maximum black could have hoped for at around move 20. All 4 rooks gone, no real concessions offered. apart from the ones that were offered much earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, and now we continue passing. Yeah, h5. I don't know. Like, how are we supposed to react to this?
We're struggling trying to hold on to Levon's position, and neither of us really want to champion his cause. Only an engine would be very...
Yeah, but also, just look at this. This life is just so unfair.
Right.
You know, Magnus's position looks like black has some counterplay, white has some weaknesses, blah, blah, +3.
+3?
Yeah, this is like no counterplay, every single white piece better than the black counterpart, barely +1. Why?
What?
Why?
Well, it's not so easy, right? You guys played h4.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
But h4 has an issue. h4, queen e6.
Ah, and then queen h3, yeah.
Okay. That is...
And I think that's why Hans starts with the move bishop f1.
Wow. That's
yeah,
not a move that comes...
He's played bishop f1, yeah. I wonder if there are some positions in which we can actually offer that, like, wouldn't that be something? If this position is only eventually won by offering a trade of a bishop on f1
the worst defending bishop of all time.
For that idiot on c8, yeah.
Right?
Like, it's just... Probably not, but...
Bad bishops protect good pawns.
Yes.
There you have it. Only 1.0, Alejandro?
1.0, that's it. It's an advantage for white, but it doesn't think that there's a way to penetrate just yet. Wow. Black has a bunch of options. They're all retained just about the same evaluation. Queen c7 is one. I don't understand that move. It's just a move. Bishop f5 at least gets the bishop out, but unfortunately after knight c5, you're going to have to find somebody to defend that. Since this idiot on c8, as you mentioned, might be traded, you might want to do it with the queen, play queen c7 immediately, and I think that's why the engine wants to play queen c7 to start off with. Still an unpleasant position here for Levon. We let him stew. There's a big time difference, though. Levon with almost 40-minute advantage. Hans only has 8 minutes. That being said, they are already on move 33. Let's go back to this craziness of Alireza and Fabiano Caruana, because he did play Alireza, that is the move king e2. Yes, we have this position on the board. The king on e2, extremely vulnerable, and Favi says, you know what? Rook f8, your king is under attack. How are you going to defend it? He didn't even bother with playing the move knight c2. Now, the top engine move, you could imagine a human just takes on f6, hey, get rid of the bishop. But this knight on d5 is too important. It's blocking the rook, it's blocking the bishop. You cannot really give up this knight. Despite the fact that you get rid of this bishop and you double the structure, there's problems with the taking on c4. It's too difficult. Knight c2, d4 is stronger now that the rook is open. So the engines actually want to play the move bishop e3. Just cover up the e-file. Yes, it costs a pawn on b2, but at least you get your pieces out. You get bishop takes b2, rook b1, bishop e5, and here you can claim that a3, rook takes b7 continues the game and continues trying to be up a pawn. So a lot of tactics for both players.
It has happened, just as you prescribed. Bishop e3, bishop b2, rook b1, bishop e5 on the board.
Bishop e5 on the board. Excellent. So, yeah, I would expect a3 in this position. Remember, the players don't have a lot of time. If we can get a shot of them and their clock. This is not the situation that Hans Niemann is in, where he has 33 moves already played in a very quiet position, where the worst that can happen to him is that he destroys his advantage and they make a draw. No, everything can still go wrong for both of these players here very, very quickly.
Right.
And we're talking about 23 minutes against 13.
The bishop actually went all the way. Oh, no.
There's just
the picture is lagging a little bit. Yeah. No, the picture is lagging a little bit. They have played all of those moves, but...
Okay.
Wait, what?
Because my board is updated.
There appears to be a little bit of lag currently, which will...
No, I apologize. My board didn't make the moves.
Fake news going around, guys.
Something's yeah. I mean,
this is the live shot of the players.
We got a bug in the system over here. I apologize because as you what?
Linear.
Uh-oh, sorry. Firouzja, why are we jumping?
Whoa.
He took the f7 pawn, not... Oh, he took the a6 pawn and the f7.
And the f7 pawn, yeah.
Okay, now we're talking.
This is an exchange sacrifice. It's not actually a bishop sacrifice, it's an exchange sacrifice. I think queen f7, rook b6 is completely lost. You just get mated, but you can play 94.
And exactly, because queen takes c5, as you say, you just get yourself
but you
mated.
can play 94, to which I'm sure he intends to reply with bishop takes g6, knight b3, c takes b4, b3, put the bishop on e4, and He's still going to be quite safe, but I think he maybe is selling this short a little bit because black will have a very nice hold over the open d file.
We do have knight d4 on
Knight
the
d4
live board.
has just been played, and bishop takes g6 blitzed out by Lanier.
And again, so we're picking up 2 pawns and a very powerful bishop, like you could anchor. For example, let's just put some moves on the board. Not necessarily the
Rook
best move.
HG8,
Yeah, we get it here. And I suppose we tuck our king in. Again, we don't know exactly why. But 2 pawns, great bishop.
Safe king, weak light squares. Everything I was taught is that white is better.
Yeah, of course.
And then the engine says 0, 0, 0?
It's not 0, 0. It's like 0, 3, but it's still so much less than I would have expected.
Right, I would have been on the higher side of that.
I think the control over the one open file on the board is just worth
It's also the quick counterplay. The engines want to go rook d4, rook d8, and immediately jump to d2 and start generating threats against the king. Because if I get the queen to the A rank somehow, you might actually be in problems like b5, queen a5. If I ever get that in,
yeah, queen
it's
d6
actually counterplay.
Yeah, queen d6, d4 here is maybe interesting. If you have to play something like queen g5, queen d4, rook b1, maybe you're still completely fine. But yeah, c5, c4 at some point will happen. Rook d1 might happen at an opportune moment. This becomes a mess. This becomes a mess.
And clear counterplay.
Yeah, we do have to wonder, because if we go back to the position of move 27, after knight f5, bishop c4, knight f5, you can play something like a3, a4 here, for instance. Yes, the knight will land on d4, probably d4 and not d6. And then we go, I don't know, rook d3, rook hd1, c2, c3.
Slowly,
I think it's
slowly, better bishop versus better minor piece.
Yeah, every single endgame better for us still, but we are not obliged to go into endgames. We could still shift towards attacking the black king side, queen side, sorry, if black sleeps up.
Right.
But Lanier, after some thought, clearly he decided that the position he is playing right now is more. Because I'm sure he realizes that he is better pretty much no matter what he chooses.
Right. Interesting decision. I probably wouldn't have given up the material myself. I like playing those bishops versus knights positions, especially with a4 and rook d3 as you prescribed. And it just feels like white should be the one.
Yeah.
Whereas here,
very interesting choice, and
you know something. Well, maybe I just did it wrong. Let me try to do a little bit better move order.
Queen d6, I guess, maybe.
Oh, that's actually picking up a tempo. Oh my.
Well, not really. I mean, we're sort of equalizing the tempo here. I will most likely still have to play rook hd8. I don't really envisage a situation in which rook hd8 is not going to be a good move.
Right. Now, I was putting the bishop on e4, you know, instantly. Do I want to keep the action on the e file open? I don't know.
Yeah, there's some argument for that, for sure. I'm also, from black's perspective, at some positions I'm looking at h5, so h4, h3 to fix the pawn on h2 and then perhaps play against it. But this also gives white additional tempo to start pushing the g-pop, like g4, rook d2, g5, g6. It will become a source of great annoyance for black as well. Yeah, very, very interesting double-edged position.
Double-edged. But sorry, it wasn't like the breaking news where your game was over. Let's jump back to the Firouzja game versus Favi for a moment. After the move bishop e3, there was no bishop takes b2.
We had some kind of a glitch in the matrix, apparently. Yeah.
Right, yes, exactly. Well put. I mean, and we had knight c2 instead. The knight captured on e3, and
now,
we're
and now
up to date.
Alireza is thinking, because I think he has very legitimate choice here between...
check.
Oh, between the three things, actually. Yeah. You can take on e3 with both the knight and the pawn. I think both of those make sense. And there's also the inclusion of knight takes f6 if you want it.
My first thought, I want it. Knight takes f6. What about you, Peter?
I was very drawn to f takes e3, but I'm sort of bugged by the bishop takes d5 reply.
Bishop takes David.
Yeah, this is what I dislike. Yeah, but maybe c takes d5 here is strong. My point is, if you take with the e pawn, I have bishop d4.
Yes.
And I get a lot of counterplay because my pieces become quite active, I think. Even though bishop takes f5 even here is quite unclear.
Even bishop takes b2 and bishop d4. But you're going down.
But cd5 is very interesting because a
different tree. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook e4 bishop takes f5 is annoying, and the c5 pawn is also hanging now in every single position. So I think this may be unplayable.
Move rook c1. Okay.
So I guess maybe after f takes c, you have to grit your teeth and actually go f takes e4, bishop e6, rook e6, and I go, I don't know, b3 here. And this is the position I wanted with white because we have a clearly better dominant light piece. But maybe it's difficult to make progress. Maybe this is the issue here.
I am surprised by you. You're a Grunfeld player. You worship your dark squared bishop, and here you're kind of giving the knight the edge.
Well,
for concrete reason. You just
this is what you're trying to avoid, to not have your beautiful dark square bishop be unhappy for the rest of the game, because it's attacking nothing. The long diagonal is empty.
Right.
The white, very inconveniently for us, has removed everything from the long diagonal. So
but this rook, it kind of patrols, maybe on a good
b5
day.
maybe, yeah, b5 maybe.
You could get in some shots.
I'm egularly awaiting the inclusion of Alejandro in the conversation. And this is where he tells us,
guys, chill, look, this is what's happening.
No, the engine absolutely hates knight takes f6.
Okay.
Thinks f takes e3 is definitely the best way to continue in this position. And after bishop takes d5, because this it really does not like.
For black?
For black, no. It thinks that after f3, it's +1, rook cd1 is coming, so many endgames in which you might lose the e4 pawn kind of for free. So you don't really want to do this. Instead, it likes bishop takes d5 as the main option after f takes e3. Bishop takes d5, you're correct about c takes d5. If you take with the e-pawn, you include this, bishop b4, and white is still a little bit better according to the engine after bishop takes f5 because this passed pawn, but it's not a big deal. And already on the board, by the way, f takes e3, f takes e4. But the engines were finding some very strange moves because perhaps what Favi saw was bishop takes d5, c takes d5, didn't like his position.
G6 is just so cute. Yeah.
Is the engine's move, and it's so easy to miss. G6 defending the pawn that you could have taken on e4. The point is that if you take with the pawn, then after rook takes d5 or bishop d4, you get so much counterplay, right? Things are starting to happen against the king. And what the engines think is that after G6, actually the best move is bishop G2, just to make sure that a rook doesn't land on the e4 square. That's very cool. But Favi does not find that. Instead, plays the move f takes e4, and the engine is giving Alireza this 1-point advantage because of this beautiful knight on d5. By no means dead. You do have, as you mentioned, rook a6 counterplay. b5 might be a possibility at some point, but the knight is dominant, and now the king on e2 is very safe.
That move g6 and bishop g2, that is just so beautiful.
It's also so easy to miss.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I want to pick up because we might be going into some decisive territory in the game between Magnus and Jan. When we left it, we had seen the move rook h8. Peter?
7, and here Magnus says, don't really want to calculate. If I can decide not to calculate, let's just protect the one weakness we have.
Exactly, but also maybe implying I'm ready to double on the d file and go after the d5
played knight
pawn.
c5, king c7, and now after bishop b1, seems like things are kind of falling apart because rook gd4, or bishop a2, or rook gd4 followed by bishop a2. It seems like the pawn on d5 is also falling now very, very quickly.
Yeah, shout out to Ceci, the supercomputer that follows all of Magnus Carlsen's games, gives a definite answer on what is going on. Ceci gives +7.
+7.
Yeah. Yes.
Those are. But
but that's a Norwegian supercomputer and it's biased.
Yeah, well, the unbiased Licha says +4.5. So there's not a lot of hope. Yeah.
Reality has a Magnus bias, yes.
Help me out here, guys. Come on. You cannot give this position to me and say it's +7 because that's a rook.
Yes. That is I mean, that's a tremendous depth. But if I tell you the d5 pawn is going to get picked up without even changing the structure, you can't even force me to take on d5 with the e3 pawn. Like, you can't play d4 and force me to go
and
get
that fortress you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm taking on d5 and keeping my beautiful structure. Your pawn on f7 remains weak.
+7? Dang.
It's early, but I think I like my pick already.
Nobody's
Magnus
talking to you.
Carlsen in a tournament where he has one extra white. This was not the most difficult prediction.
No, but I mean,
the guy's chasing 2,900. Get out of here.
You're playing this game on easy mode, though. Like it's, you know, we give you more risk.
And
your point is?
Jan is looking off like.
No, he
where
knows.
did the rails? Where did he
knows
go
he's
off
dead.
the rails?
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Because he's just fallen into.
I think king c7 may have been like. I'm not really going to suggest this is a good position, but you probably have to grit your teeth and maybe take on d3. And
But it's just lost. By this point, the engines were saying it's just lost. I mean, you have to take on d3 after rook g4, but the resulting endgame is hopeless. You just pile up on the d pawn, bring your king to f4, play e4, trade the rooks. It's dead.
I can understand how long term this is never ever holdable, but. Yeah, keeping that bishop, you know, bishop b1, bishop a. I think once you realize bishop b1, a2 exists, you just know you can't play king c7. So yeah, if you want to actually continue fighting, you have to get the bishop off the board because once the d5 pawn falls, the game is over and it's just going to fall.
Yeah, especially with the bishop so nicely anchored after e3, e4. Oh my goodness, Magnus, well, being Magnus and. Looking superb, by the way. I mean, just where did his opponent go wrong?
Whoa.
And,
okay, this is very confusing to me.
Okay, we're
Alireza
surprised
Alireza actually traded that knight away.
That beautiful knight away.
Why?
I do not know.
Why? What? What? How?
Does he have some ideas that he's going to round up the e4 pawn? No,
How?
I mean,
I am so confused by this.
I was thinking that he's got ideas.
Yeah, I guess
it's a long-term idea of bringing the king to f4, but no, he's played rook d1. He's jumped into a rook ending.
Does he think this pawn ending is winning somehow?
It can't be, right? Very certainly drawn. That king has no way in.
Yeah. Like rook d1, but I think this is where we headed because, like,
I mean, if he thinks this is winning, I mean, that's why he would play this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't.
But I mean, if one of the two kings actually has a way in, it's the black king. So you have to keep yours on the king side. Because if you allow king g4, you're not going to be a very happy bunny. So
well, play h3.
If you play h3, and I don't actually have a way to break.
Okay, so let's
f5
play
and
some
h4.
more.
What do you mean f5, h5, h4? No.
So king g7. Yeah, I think if you go in that direction, you probably lose. Yeah, like king
okay,
g6.
let's just tempo
king
for tempo.
g5. You'll have to play h3, right?
Yeah, otherwise you're going after the e3 pawn, and I'm not happy about that.
So you go h3, I go f5.
I go.
King a4, I go h5. King b5, h4.
No,
it's a queen.
That's just over, right?
It's a queen. It's just a queen. G8, king h4, king c5, f4. It's a queen.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, if anybody is faster here, it's not white.
Okay, that really puts the kibosh on that thought.
If he wanted to continue playing, he would have gone rook hf1, rook d6, rook c2, and then perhaps rook f4 and played something like this. But once you go rook hd1 after rook d6, you're kind of committed to this endgame because if you take and you don't offer the trades, there will be constant rook b6, rook a6 counterplay, which will always be faster than whatever that is that
we're doing over here. Yeah.
So I think maybe he was so short on time and so unconvinced by his advantage that he just decided, okay, let's make things, let's lock things
clarify
down. I don't know. Rook e6 played in the meantime by Fabi, but yeah, that's not a surprise. I'm so surprised by knight takes f6 move 22.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just like I can't figure out why he wouldn't think he was better.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's just kind of logical to keep the knight, no?
Yeah. I mean, it's just such an obviously better knight than the bishop on f6. You take, you play b3, you go rook hf1, rook cd1, and you start asking all of those niggly little questions like h4, g4 somewhere, like rook. Yeah, it's just.
And you press. You just press. Very, very surprising. I just want to take a look at the Hans Neiman, the von Aronian position, because the knight did not make its road to c5.
It was on c5 for a second.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was, yeah. He's played like a flash. Yeah. I think what he's doing here is reaching move 40.
Yeah.
Without committing to anything, which I think is prescribed in books and so.
Russian books, actually.
Yes. I mean, many of them Russian. Yes. Yeah. Many of them Russian books. Absolutely.
Were you taught that by your trainers that when you were in the driver's seat, you should repeat once, so that you tell your opponent that
That never really took. That particular bit of teaching never really felt to me like it was, sensible enough. But the idea of not hurrying in positions with advantage, that is very deeply ingrained. Like that famous quote, which I think is ascribed to Mark Dvoretsky, the late great, much lamented Mark Dvoretsky, of this idea that you should not be in haste to try to convert. You still have time to strengthen your position further, to explore some options.
Right.
In particular, if we talk about the position like the one Hans has right now, where whatever he does, the structure will not change. The material balance will only change if he wants it.
Right.
He's in full control
He can
over
milk the position for a long time. And okay, we'll leave that there. Magnus, we think he's in the Ali Riza. We don't understand anything. Lanier, for a moment.
MVL just gave up on the pawn on h5 just for tempi and immediate.
It's yours if you want it.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if bishop takes h5 will be met by rook d2 or maybe even e5 e4 to give yourself more squares to try
bishop
to play
bishop h5, queen h7.
Oh, sorry, I'm blundering in one move. Okay.
That's
relevant. Thank you. Very relevant.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. Having said that, something to be said for king a2, just getting ready to maybe defend. You mentioned e5, e4. I can just imagine a queen.
No, but then I put the bishop on e4. I'm pretty much never taking on h5 here. I think the bishop will be needed in defense. And then I go rook b1, and then I go
rook takes h2, dude.
Yeah, queen h6. And then I start saying, I also have some mating threats eventually.
That's not fair. You're supposed to be a punching bag.
No.
Oh, man.
But I mean, king c7, and then you give a check from the 7. Oh, no, queen 6, sorry. I keep on trying to blunder mate in 2, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Let's not do that. Yeah.
I probably have to do something like queen d6, but that's not what I... Well, I could have got... No, queen g7 is a different bag of worms. I was going to stop queen h6 for a moment.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, rook b1, rook h2 here. Absolutely. Queen f4 check, I guess.
I'm still trying to land a big blow with the move rook
king
d2.
a7, I guess.
Yes.
I have bishop c6, which does create some...
Bishop c6.
But you have
queen
rook
a4
d4.
check.
Yeah, you have rook d4 in responce. I don't know. This is very tricky to navigate.
We're on shaky ground over here with the Lanier MVL game. If you were to go triple O's, that wouldn't be completely surprising to me, Alejandro. What do we got as an engine assessment of this position?
Get ready to be completely surprised, Yasser, because it's 0-0-0. Specifically because of the move c4 in this position. That is,
which we didn't look at.
Yes, but this is kind of the key. If you play some of the other variations, like rook d2, allowing the queen in, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. You can start with queen a6 or queen b5. Don't want to be doing that. So c4 cuts the queen from the queen side. So you may be wondering, well, what's the point? What if I take on c4? And the engines just think that if you trade queens and you solve the problem of the king, even though this is a dominant bishop and you might be able to get a long-term pass pawn on the king side, it's still a rook, and it's going to be easy for it to catch it on some kind of dark square, especially because you're going to have rook d2 coming. If the rooks ever get traded off, then it's a 3-result game. So c4 apparently is an important move in this position. If you just start waiting when play something like this, and then allow rook c1, then you are going to be suffering for quite some time. The move c4 is basically key in this position. And of course, the point is that if you go rook c1 immediately, now I can play rook d2. Remember that h2 is hanging, and you don't really want to trade the queens. But at this point, you don't have that much of a choice. You go queen e3, I'll insist with the move queen c5. And again, the danger of allowing double rooks on the 7th is going to outweigh whatever pawns I shed on the queen side.
Wow.
Yeah, this is quite interesting because
c4.
Yeah,
Peter, that was amazing.
Specifically, this idea that pretty much every single endgame there is fine for black. It's not obvious. It's not obvious. Like you imagine this bishop on e4 supporting a passer somewhere around the g6 square. You think to yourself, how is this ever okay?
Right.
But yeah, I can definitely buy the idea that it's better than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still surprised at just how much the engine thinks this is not a problem for black. I would be quite worried. In the meantime, I think we have a game heading towards a draw in Wesley against
I
Shah.
thought it was very cute, and I wanted to point this one out for you, Peter. When we left the game, we were very, very focused on Queen E2 and Rook F1 because we didn't want to lose the F2 pawn. A move that we didn't really look at it was Queen E7, returning the favor before we even got there.
I did think about it, but I thought we can reply with C5. I wonder why Wesley thought C7, C5 here is unplayable. I couldn't really work it out for myself. Queen E5 I'm not that worried about. I don't think. Maybe it was actually that. Maybe it's Queen E5, CD4, Queen F5.
Exactly.
Yeah, I kind of thought I will find a good rook move there, but maybe there is none.
There's a good knight move, though.
Yeah, 96 is strong here.
Which moment?
CD4? Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And now, 96.
And then I guess d takes e3 if the queen goes to e5 or f6.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then we have a lot of counterplay with queen e2 and then ef2 and so on.
By the
it
way,
seems like
Magnus.
Yeah, Jan decides not to resign just yet. Goes bishop a2 f6, but yeah, we know and he knows
how this movie is going to end.
What this is and how it ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable decision for him to continue playing. He, doesn't really want to give Magnus the satisfaction of winning. I mean, it's not going to be a miniature. It's move 37. I somehow underappreciated how many moves they made.
But a smooth win for sure. What's going on, Peter? Prior to their World Championship match, 4-2, I believe, or maybe even more, in favor of Jan. And the riddle of the World Championship match was finally solved by Magnus, and now he is having a very smooth victory
it
here
happens,
today.
right? The dynamic changes, and the personal score starts reflecting this new kind of a relationship they have since Dubai, where and once again, like it's a kind of weird thing, right? Because the scoreline says it was perhaps the biggest blowout in world matches since Mirano or Kasparov. Yeah, Mirano or Kasparov short.
Right.
But the first 5 3/4, I think if it were it a boxing match, you'd give Jan an advantage on points, right?
Right.
He was consistently
games,
he was consistently better with white, perhaps not much better, but consistently he got something in those Ruy Lopez positions. Yeah. He was, for a very brief moment, much better in game 2 with the black pieces.
Yes.
And he was at one point close to winning in game 6.
The marathon game.
So there's also this storyline, which I don't think entirely ignoring it is fair, but the final count is +4 by game 11, and like the second half of the match where it was just a massacre, and clearly now Magnus feels a lot more comfortable playing.
Well, one of the reasons I just want to this victory, impending victory, is that during the candidates, Nepo was so untouchable. I mean, right, Alejandro? I mean, Nepo was going every day, getting his draws with black, unless the players wanted to commit suicide against them, which Firouzja and Richie Rapport both did. And he was, untouchable, and suddenly vulnerable here.
But this is why Magnus is Magnus.
Yeah, and this is, I mentioned this earlier when we got the type of position, right? It was a slow maneuvering game, and when it came down to that, Nepo looked really bad compared to Magnus. All of Magnus's moves were more or less logical, and the moment he played bishop b8,
right?
The moment, let's go back to that.
South.
This is the wrong game. Maybe hard to find.
Right.
Let's go back to this position, right? Because the engine had been saying equal, 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 equal up to this point. And it said maybe white's a little bit better, but not very much. And Magnus's moves are slow. He went like bishop g3, f2, put the bishop on d3. He wasn't really creating anything just yet. And yet, Nepo goes wrong all on his own. Bishop b8, immediately strategical error. Knight a4 comes in. He has to retreat again, or repeat this move, bishop d6, bishop e1, and now you're preparing b4, c5, and knight c5. And it looks like Magnus just makes it look easy, right? Now suddenly you have to play c5 because of dynamics of the position, and your isolating pawn is bad, your king on e7 is bad, b4, b5 comes right on time, and to me it looks like he loses this game like he lost a lot of games in Dubai, where Magnus didn't really do anything, but at some point Nepo went wrong and immediately comes to punish.
Exactly.
Yeah, in Dubai it was maybe slightly more justifiable, because in Dubai, after he lost game 6, he could no longer, play with entirely objectively, because he knew that if he doesn't win a game for the rest of the match is over.
Right.
So it was sort of, incumbent upon him to do something, and he kept on trying to do something, pushing perhaps the envelope a bit further that it could could have been pushed in those positions.
Yeah.
Today, that's really not on the menu at all. Today, he would have been extremely happy with the draw, but I think, the scars, he will continue insisting that, no scars, everything is fine. He remains a very confident young man, and but I think, judging by what we're seeing on our screens, playing against Magnus is no longer as comfortable for him as it was prior to Dubai, because he did have a very, very good score against him, and I mean deservedly so. Many of those games were from when they both were much younger, but still, it doesn't. I mean, that doesn't mitigate the fact that he was, at some point, I think he was maybe even 4-0 up. Then Magnus won one.
Finally,
Yeah, then he won one, and then in recent times, Magnus started winning games against Jan.
Wow. Yeah, but this one looks really.
Yeah,
really,
white
really
is 2 pawns up with an active bishop in the center of the board. There's really not very much going on here.
And not only that, but all more weaknesses are ready to be
things are falling apart. Yeah,
Knight
D3
D3
check.
check.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can play King E2.
King E2.
I kind of like King E2, Knight E5, and then I thought, I don't know. Hang on. No, I was playing. I actually had this in my. Yeah, King G3 is also completely fine. I don't know why I was insisting on King E2. Yeah, Knight E5 and then anywhere, and then F3, F4.
Exactly.
Rook E4, for instance, or Rook D4 doesn't really matter that much.
Even B6 check is not well. Okay, that may be extravagant, but yeah, Rook E4. Sorry,
Rook E4 followed by F4. Yeah, it's just
it's terrible.
Yeah,
it's
terrible. There's just everything is wrong with this position for playing.
Truly. So that looks shaping up to our well. I was about to say our first result, but I'll take that back. And Alireza doesn't look too happy, guys, and I think with reason. That decision to play knight takes f6 is very confounding, and we do have a draw by 3-move repetition.
Yeah, and
he looks disturbed. Does Alireza?
I want to credit some of our fellow commentators who are also covering this tournament. I saw a quote in chat there that apparently Rustam Kasimzhanov, who is also covering this tournament, when he saw knight takes f6, he said, "I wonder what Vladimir Kramnik will have to say about this move." And that's a funny thought there. For those of you who are aware of this particular little bit of drama, it would be interesting to hear the big Vlad's thoughts on trading the knight on d5.
And the key moment that we're talking about is this moment. Which move was it? Move 22. And we're very, very confused that bishop takes, rook takes, b2, b3. Yes, this is bishop, but it's rather doing little.
Very, very little.
And this knight on d5, on the other hand, seems to be very dominant. And the move knight takes f6 was just perplexing to us. We thought that perhaps Alireza was ready to go into a king upon ending, which
he did, which he did. But then you have to play it conservatively. You can't really if you treat it as a race, you will lose that race.
Yeah, the race is very much in Black's favor, and as the game ended, it was just like the kings held one another at bay. Not the most comfortable draw for Fabi, but he was Black.
I mean, for Fabi, it's a perfect, it's not a bad result for Alireza either. This is not a tragedy for either of them. It's just that specifically, if somebody like like myself, played knight takes f6 there, like I would know what to attribute it to. You know, I tend to perhaps underestimate my own positions. I tend to, you know, take, you know, safety-based decisions very often. And but Alireza is one of the most ambitious players of recent generations, I would say. And for him to just voluntarily kind of end the game there instead of continuing, he must have really not thought he had anything at all in that endgame with the bishop against knight, which is weird because it does look very attractive.
Right. Okay, so one of the most sharp-tongued persons in the chess world in his time was Victor Korchnoi, which is like, what an idiot that guy is, and how dare he play like that. And Gary kind of took up the mantle a little bit. Chess tourists in the tournaments.
Yeah, there are some favorites, some famous quotes.
But Rustem was quoting for Vladimir.
Yeah, but that sort of refers to a very specific story of Vladimir being. Vladimir at some point recorded a 2-hour-plus video.
Okay.
On the candidates, which he also covered for a channel of my good friend Ilya Levitov. And he recorded a long video dedicated to only, I think, the first 5 or 6 rounds of the candidates, not even the entire tournament.
Right.
And the general tenor of the video was, this is the worst candidates ever in living history in terms of quality of play. Just look at them making these moves.
Right.
And the thing is, as a grumpy old man, it's a bit of a caricature, but he's also, and there you see Magnus accepting Jan's resignation, but also it's Kramnik, so he's not very wrong about the chess. You know, he's not very often entirely wrong about chess things.
Right.
So it was a very uncomfortable watch for me because I really dislike the idea of harshly criticizing the play of people who I know are very strong chess players
and who are great pressure.
Yeah, but we have the first interview of the day, so let's perhaps ask some of those questions.
I want to pursue this conversation later, but over to you, Alejandro.
Well, we have Alireza Firouzja here with us, the first result of the round with a draw against Fabiano Caruana. Alireza, welcome to the show. You just come from blasting away your opponents at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Take us through some of the key moments of this game.
Yeah, of course, the first game of the Classical is not easy to switch from Rapid and Blitz, so I wanted to play something solid. So, yeah, this Queen B3, I was thinking about it to make things a bit less forcing, so...
So this was preparation?
No, I just played it over the board. Yeah, but I think white is a bit worse, but it looks like a playable position, so...
Right. So take us through some of the complications here after the move d5. Fabiano offers you a pawn. What went through your mind?
Yeah, I was calculating many things. Maybe I should have castled here, but yeah, also taking the pawn looks logical. But this knight before d5 looked nice to forcing things. So maybe after knight before I had better move than queen d1.
Actually, the engines thought queen d1 was the correct move. The only other better option was to castle. Did you consider doing that here?
Yeah, I considered, but then giving up the pawn then it's not so great.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, after the move knight g4, bishop takes, you found this move king d2. How did you feel was the evaluation of this position?
I felt it's around equal. He felt that he's much worse for some reason, which was weird.
He told you this after the game?
He thought, no, he didn't say he's much worse, but he said he was under a lot of pressure. But I think black is here, who is maybe playing for advantage.
Well, the king's on d2 after all, right?
Yeah, but he was thinking a lot, he was burning lots of time, so... Yeah, then he played this... I think he played correct, kind of.
He did. He just didn't like the move Rook F8 precisely because of what happened in the game. And you played this excellent move F takes E3, F takes E4, and here we're all wondering, why did you take the bishop on F6?
Yeah, I felt that if I keep the knight versus bishop, I don't have much chances, and I misevaluated that the rook endgame is just draw. So, but I don't think it's much anyway. After takes b3, bishop e5.
So you considered that both variations were about equality?
Right, yeah, I didn't see a big reason that I'm better there, because I have a nice knight, but he has also a nice bishop on e5. So.
A nice bishop on. Yeah, we're definitely going to be hearing about from Vladimir Kramnik about this game. Well, Alireza, thanks for joining us. We do have another interview coming up, but good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us there, Alireza. And I was just wanting to go back to the candidates tournament in Berlin. That
Shots are about to get fired.
That Vladimir played, and there was this hilarious moment where Vladimir, in like say the first half of the tournament, was coming on, and I was winning. I'm an idiot. I'm like how could I not win this position? And he was doing this for a number of rounds. He came on with Ding Liren, and Ding Liren. And what do you think, Mr. Ding Liren? And Ding says, I agree with Vladimir. I was slightly better. I shot him right down. But we have Alejandro with world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. The first decisive result of the tournament, a victory for Magnus Carlsen against his rival. Magnus, welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about this opening. How did you choose it, and where did you think it was going to go?
Yeah, I decided to play something that's pretty harmless, but at least you get some sort of, typical position that's generally equal if Black knows what he's doing. But I mean, I thought it would be a decent try. And then, yeah, I feel like it was a massive success. I eventually got this end game, which or queenless middle game that is that is not much, but it feels like a massive success already to get this.
Tell us a little bit about your thought process in this position. You have the double pawns on the queen side, and certainly that's going to be.
No, I feel like more about what happened later, because at this point I still felt like maybe he could have played a bit more concretely. But
tell us how.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Also, I really don't like the double G pawns. For him, it feels like as long as he cannot get anything going there soon, they could be a target in the future. As you saw in the game, his pawn structure became pretty immobile and also a bit weak towards the end. But yeah, I just felt that I have the two bishops. Of course, it's unbelievably solid, but it's a position to play, and I didn't know if it would particularly suit him either. So I was pretty happy. Was thinking quite a bit over the next few moves, because there are so many possibilities on each move there, but so many plans, and it's not clear if any of them actually lead anywhere.
Where do you think he went wrong?
I think he made a number of inaccuracies.
Starting where?
I didn't like the. First of all, I'm not sure I liked A6 from him.
A6
on move 18.
On move 18, yes. This particular move.
I think it was okay, but I was wondering, like, if conceptually, if A5 was more challenging here.
Just to keep the bishop on B4 and the queen side unlocked.
So this could be a weakness eventually, but I just didn't see how to exploit it. And otherwise, I'm sort of shuffling and not doing all that much. And that's why I also made this move bishop f2 and move 20. I mean, first of all, I thought it was useful just to anticipate bishop d6.
Bishop d6, because rook d8 really indicated this bishop going back.
Yeah, so. But yeah, here after bishop d6, also I spent a lot of time on bishop d3. It was really hard for him to find a move here. Rook e8 he could play, but it's not clear if the rook is better.
Can we start with c5 here?
C5 is Peter's question in this position.
G5?
G5 just wins, yeah, with the bishop 1-6 we can't at all, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess not in this position. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he had it in some other positions, but it wasn't obvious.
Yeah. According to you, what do you think Black should be aiming for in this position?
Wait and try and prevent my plans. I don't think he can do anything active. Like if I don't play poorly, I don't think he'll be able to play c5 under decent circumstances. So he should mainly wait and see, which is not always a pleasant proposition.
Especially not for a dynamic player like Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the Engines were actually considering to even just hide the king on b8 as their way of waiting for white to do something. Did you feel that after the move?
it wasn't obvious that the king was well placed in e7 at all. No.
So bishop b8, the Engines thought this was actually a big mistake by him.
Yeah, no, I really was happy to see that as well. Because I'd seen this knight a4, bishop e1.
Yes, up here, knight a4, bishop d6, bishop e1, trying to get b4.
Yeah, as soon as I get b4, that's a huge strategic achievement. Then we can talk about something a little bit more tangible. So I was sure he was going to go for c5, but that leads, I think, more or less by force to the position that we got. I mean, first of all, knight c7 was monumentally stupid because it gave him the chance to go bishop c5 and then d4. I mean, I assume it's really bad. When he played c5, knight c5.
Knight c5 in this position, yeah.
Takes and then d4. Yeah, I mean, in general, it just doesn't... No. Bishop c5.
Bishop c5 in this position.
Yeah, because I could have gone dc5 and then he doesn't have a choice. He can go bishop c5, dc5 and then d4. But I assume that he has way too few squares here, and that in general white is much better. But it was not very professional. Anyway, after what he did, we get this position more. No, I think we get what happened more or less by force. I mean, computer indicates knight d7 for some reason. I didn't see what he'd do.
In this position, knight d7,
Yeah, I didn't see what he'd do then in case of bishop c3.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, king f8, but that's super ugly. That's super ugly.
I agree.
Yeah, anyway, I thought this was more or less forced. b5, e5. Sorry, a5. That's what
you were surprised by a5, or did you expect it?
No, I expected that 100%.
a5,
a5, this position, but this is, it's. I mean, nothing is happening at the moment, but it's really unpleasant. My extra pawn is kind of meaningful because I can, because they cover a few extra squares. Like if you remove the pawn from b2, then there's no question of me being better. But right here they cover some squares. Obviously, if I give one of them away, and I have he has a couple of weaknesses both on f7 and on d5, and my bishop is a bit better than his knight. Eventually, I think the game proceeded pretty logically there. Rook e7, yeah, that wasn't ideal, but it was logical at least. And then
it didn't seem like he put up a lot of resistance.
No. I mean, especially king c7, that was just resigns on the spot.
Right.
Like he has to go for this rook ending, but it's truly terrible.
Yeah, to be fair, the engine was already giving you +5 here, at least the super engine that follows.
Yeah. I mean, also knight c5 I think was conceptually wrong. He should have put it on b6. And it's a really horrible position. I'll double the rooks on the d file. Eventually I'll push e4, and once we trade, my bishop will be very strong, and f7 and b7 will both be weak, but at least it was a way to fight after what he did. Bishop b5, he could have resigned with a clear conscience.
That's very true. Magnus, it seemed like a very smooth sailing after you got this queenless middle game. He wasn't able to maneuver as well as you did, and he kind of fell apart. Do you feel like these are a little bit ghosts of what happened in Dubai?
No, I didn't get a lot of these kinds of games there. So I don't know. He didn't do so well in the rapid either. So probably, I mean, this was just a game of somebody who's not in great shape, he was not finding the right maneuvers, overlooking some of my ideas. Also, he was playing too fast. I mean, at critical moments, didn't really sense him too much. So I think I did well in creating a situation that was not pleasant for him, but yeah, certainly should have done better.
Well, definitely that's not the shape of a man that can hold the game against you, especially with the black pieces. Congratulations on your starting with a win here at the Sinquefield Cup. And good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Magnus. A very, very fine effort indeed. We're going to take a very short break, and we're going to see you on the other side.
welcome back with the continued coverage of round 1 of Sinquefield Cup. And we have 2 games concluded and 3 games still in progress, all of them in endgames. Only one of them still has queens on, and that is the game between Hans Neiman and Levon Aronian, which improved significantly for Levon, considering where he was round about move 20.
Exactly. We left the position off in some kind of position where we saw the move knight b6. Peter, bishop e6.
Yeah, queen h4 was maybe, taunting Levon a little bit too much, because the queen on h6 is a nice piece. I guess Hans couldn't really figure out how to make progress, and one way to make progress would be to perhaps force the queen away from the b8 h2 diagonal and put his own queen on f4, and that would give him additional squares for the future. But queen h4 here, it arguably maybe semi-forces g6, g5, but g6, g5 is not a stupid move if it forces the white king to queen to h6, where it has no squares.
Right.
And now knight f5 is a legitimate threat, provoking Hans to play g3, g4.
Okay.
And Levon instantly opens everything up here with f6, f5. I was also wondering...
And his timing is terrifically good, because it just happens the king is on the f-file highway.
Exactly, yeah. And suddenly, a thing that we officially proclaimed will never happen in this game is actually happening. Black, has counterplay, has ideas. Bishop b2 played here by Hans, and even queen h5 instead of king f8 was playable, but king f8 is also an understandable move.
Queen h5, eyeballing the pawn on h2, but I like king f8.
King f8 was chosen, and Hans, I think queen g5 is a very good recognition that allowing queen h5 was...
Or even more,
F4,
ideas, these counter-threating ideas. And by the way, more and more I'm feeling this knight on b6 is really...
It'll get returned to c5 post-haste.
I think so too.
It has to go back to c5.
It's certainly on the wrong square. Queen g4, probably just stopping also the more direct takes and bishop g4 ideas. Queen g5 on the board. I think we caught up with the players, Peter.
We can even play knight f6 here, creating more threats, shockingly, for black. But
oh dear.
Yeah, black is not going to win, no matter what you do here. I mean, as long as you, white doesn't blunder knight e4 check, there's very little here in the way of actual winning chances. But of course, this is tremendously
dream come true of sorts,
improved for black. Yeah, well, the black pieces have squares and things to do.
Let's jump to the game of Wesley and Shaq. Shaq, when as we were coming up, is a pawn up. He's enjoying life. Maybe it's short-lived.
There was one interesting point earlier there. If we go to move 37, I believe, 37 for black. Yeah.
Getting there.
Yeah. So they got to this position. It seems a slightly weird structure, but basically there were light pieces on e5 and e4, and they were both attacked and taken by pawns.
Right.
So f3 was met by f6, and after knight f3 here. Rook takes d4, he takes d5, and here Wesley just chose to give away this pawn, not to try to preserve it in any way, just very confidently assuming that the strong bishop and an active rook will compensate for the extra pawn. I think he's completely correct. Rook c3, but now we just play, a move of some description.
Bishop a8.
Yeah, king f6, perhaps to maybe hint at some h5, h4 things. To come as well, although h5 pretty much always gets met by h2, h4. No. Look, let's just make a move here. Rook a3.
Okay.
h5, h4, g4. And the knight does not have that many great squares. We've lost the pawn on g2, so... white is still fine. White is still fine.
Time to pull a parachute and say, okay, but let's put this game to rest. Okay.
Feels like Wesley will hold this, and he, of course, is absolutely not obliged to play h5 at any point. He can preserve the pawns on h6 and g5, where they are very safely protected. I think this is just a draw. I don't really foresee any issues for Wesley, despite him being a pawn down.
And let's jump to our remaining third game between Lanier and Maxine. This ending of 2 pawns and a bishop versus a rook.
This has to be a draw. This has to be a draw. I think we can play h4 now even. I think with the king on a4, I think we can reasonably safely play h4, because if you play g4, I have rook d8, d2, either immediately.
Without h4?
I don't know. I think both are okay-ish.
Oh, sorry, that was a mouse slip. It was supposed to go to d8.
I think we can go rook d8, g5, rook d2.
Comfortably.
h3, let's say rook g2, rook g3.
Yeah.
And
I don't see a
like
problem
if you play like this, you might regret not taking a draw earlier with white.
Exactly. About
meaning
time to play something like this.
And Envil does it from the other angle. He goes Rook D8
right away.
Without even playing H4. And of course, Lanier understands that leaving the H pawn alive would be a mistake.
Exactly.
So he's immediately played Bishop G6. And this just feels like a very, very comfortable draw for black now.
Okay, very good. So those are our remaining games. Jump in. Did we blow it, Alejandro?
Absolutely correct, especially the evaluation of that endgame. You can see the rook already landing on d2, and it's time to pull the parachute. You don't want to be messing with the pawns here on the king side. Just take on h5, take on h2. You might argue that the rook's a little bit better because you will get another pawn. It's very difficult to, well, it's impossible actually to keep these guys alive, but you're on time to liquidate the position. Bishop f7 is a very engine type move. I would like to just put my bishop on e4 and shuffle. I think that's just a draw. But you can also do it this way, where you go rook h3 and even f4 according to the engine, which I think is a crazy move, allowing e4.
Yeah.
But e4, king b3, you bring the king in, you calculate it to a draw. The other way to do it, which I think is much more human, play bishop d5, take on g3, and go bishop e4, bishop d5 for the rest of the game. Not really sure what Maxime can do about it. This is very much headed towards a draw. You guys were absolutely correct in your assessment of this endgame. The engines don't really give white even an advantage.
Wow.
The reason is that after king f6, rook a3, don't go h5 here. There's this problem of rook a6 check. And then you have to let go of the g5 pawn. But you can just shuffle, go bishop b7, and then back to e4. What does white do? The knight is stuck because of the problem of g2.
Right.
Pushing your h-pawn doesn't help you. The rook is stuck defending the pawn on e3, and the king doesn't have a useful move. So there's not a lot going on in this position. And the only one that remains with some intrigue will be this one between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian. Still a lot to play for because both kings are a little bit weak. This knight on b6 is controlled by the bishop on e6. On the other hand, if it does somehow get back into the game, you can imagine that this king on f8 won't be too happy about it. Currently, the engines think that white is slightly better because of the move queen g5.
It was already there. He repeated once. Queen g5, knight d6 was already played once.
And after knight d6, don't repeat, but find this craziness with king e3. Only move. The idea is just to unpin. If you take, somehow the move bishop h5 will be slightly annoying. And if you go check, we just run. So very difficult, in my opinion, to spot this resource. The engines think this is the only way for an advantage for Hans. Everything else they're evaluating at 0-0. And queen g5 on the board, I expect knight d6, and I expect a repetition more than I expect the move king e3, especially
he's also on 14 against 50.
Yes, and I'm about to say that. Yes.
Yeah. Even for somebody who is as well versed in shorter time controls as Hans, I think by this point you realize most of your advantage is gone. It's still a very, very credible, very nice kind of a warm-up game. He did not play for a draw. He actually got a very large advantage out of the opening. He has absolutely nothing to. If he takes a draw here, nobody will criticize his, lack of willpower or will to win, and this is just not in play here at all. And even that position after king e3, king d2 doesn't really look like white is necessarily all that winning, frankly. So why not just?
We do have two results of the 5, a draw and a very impressive win by Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he just, sorry guys, I mean, I'm just, again, and we do have a repetition and we do expect a second draw in this first round. A very impressive win by Magnus. And, again, I mean, I spent, some really, really long days broadcasting the candidates where Nepo, nobody came close, it felt like. I mean, it just felt like, he was never going to lose a game.
Yeah, he was playing in a different tournament to the rest of the field, frankly.
Exactly.
He was just absolutely dominant. People were sort of throwing themselves at him towards the later part of it.
True.
But that was because he was leading so comfortably, and people realized that they need to, if they don't win a personal game against him, they just are not in the running.
And what we saw today by Magnus versus Nepo,
was different.
This was a different Nepo.
Different.
Here was Magnus picking apart. This was slightly bad move. This was a slightly bad move. I like my position when I got the double G pawns. I like my position.
Yeah, it was actually a very instructive press conference.
Everything.
Yeah. If you get Magnus to talk about chess, it's always such a joy to explain, finer details of things. But we have
chess is so easy, right, Alejandro? When you win,
I mean, when
the sun is shining.
When you're 28-70, chess is pretty easy.
Yeah.
Nice. And we do have a draw once again. That means we have 2 remaining games. Also, we expect both of the
I think it's extremely
games.
likely that will remain the one decisive game. Yeah, the victory by
Exactly.
Magnus is extremely likely to be the only decisive game of the day.
Yeah,
And
this
there's
one-
Lanier.
Yeah, Lanier is considering his moves, but he just played bishop g6. I can't imagine him not taking.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at other stuff. Like he's looking at the move
Could he
h3
be?
here, perhaps,
Could he be looking at h4?
Or h4. h4 is a bit awkward though, because like rook g2, you're still going to lose a pawn on the queen on the king side there. h4, rook g2, bishop h5, rook g3, and
Precisely. Bishop
you can't
G4.
play bishop g4 because of e5, e4.
Let's put that on the board. So
Yeah, the desirable instinct to save your extra pawn would
It might
be to
still
play
be
like
okay, but
this.
Yasser, I think, in a more awkward position here than you are, because this might be lost, because you're in an absolute zugzwang after bishop h5, rook g3.
You're actually not in zugzwang. After bishop h5, rook takes g3, you have king b3.
e4 is still somehow a draw. Yeah, king c2, king g2 or something.
You're just on time. e4, king c4.
Yeah, but like nobody does this.
I agree.
This is terrible.
But it's still just a draw.
It's just impossible to play like this. Like why
would you do
subject
this?
yourself to this?
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so we don't expect that. Instead, we do expect what we pointed out earlier.
Yeah, just put
in
the bishop
show.
on e4 and shuffle, or d5 and shuffle.
Yeah, I was about to say bishop f7, a very engine move. We're expecting this.
The big question for me here is, if I play king b3 here, do I lose or not? And apparently the answer is no. Then we're just completely fine. Then we don't have to worry. Like, if I had to shuffle specifically only with the bishop, maybe I could imagine some positions where we could be in
the
trouble.
diagonal
But
gets shortened by the king.
If king b3 is playable, you just
Then-
go for this position
Exactly.
and you smile, because you know you're never losing it.
Right, exactly. So king b5 will always be met with check and back.
And then back, yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And I mean, with the king on c4, how are you ever going to be worse here? If black goes after the b pawn, we will be able to either win the e5 pawn or at least trade it for the f3 pawn.
Exactly. So again, four draw.
Whoa. Alejandro told us not to play h5.
What?
Alejandro very specifically told us not to play h5.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Wesley So. Who are you going to listen to? I mean, yeah, in this particular position, apparently it's still okay. It should end in a draw anyway.
Still a draw.
Yeah.
So rook a6 check, we go to, I guess,
g7.
G7.
Yes.
And taking on g5 is awkward because there's rook g4 there, I suppose, yeah? So we go rook g4, we take on g5. This just loses the h2 pawn with check. Like. So I give a check on g4 here, king e5. And I guess the simplest is just to take and go rook g2.
Aha.
And I'm not even, like, this is not even a pawn down endgame, it's an equal pawn.
Well, my table base just came up and intruded on our analysis with draw.
Draw.
Very, very strongly, draw.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is no tricks.
Yeah, this round is going to continue for a little bit longer, but I think we can fully say both of the remaining games will end in a draw.
Yeah, very
Gentlemen,
safe bet.
I've got to say, I enjoyed today's round. I liked the diversity of the openings. I liked the challenges that the players put themselves in, and I loved Magnus's fantastic technique.
That was
everything
a very,
about
very
it
nicely played game.
Felt really, really, really good. And
but we're about to have
Hans,
one more interview. Yeah, Hans is with us. So
and I liked that game too. I liked how Hans was putting the pressure on Levon essentially throughout, and that's not a lot of people can say that.
That's an achievement for sure. Yeah.
They keep Levon glued to a seat. A4. I'm going to go back and look at that one because.
Let's
inclusion.
ask.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to Alejandro and ask Hans directly about A4 and A6.
Well, here we have Hans Niemann with us, and the commentators want to know what inspired you to play A4, and what did you think about his reply A6?
Well, not a lot of tries against Berlin, so you have to. It's like the one thing he didn't have any games against, so had to surprise him.
Well, it seems like you got a very favorable position from the opening. When did you start feeling that you had a big pull?
No, I always. I don't think it. I never stopped until in time pressure. I was just the clear breakthrough was very difficult, but it was obvious that I had an advantage the entire game.
Right. Take us a little bit through what you consider were the problematic moments. You were trying to break through throughout most of the game. You got this really nice bind on.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, so here, okay. Of course, it gives +1, and okay, this is like low depth, anyways. But you can just continue Rook E7, Bishop B2. Like
it's not low depth. It's 40.
Yeah, but this lead chess engine is a bit weird sometimes.
Okay.
But Bishop B3, Queen F4, yeah.
Queen. Well, he played Rook F8.
Rook F8, yeah. C3. What did I Rook E2? Okay, I don't think I made any mistakes. You can continue here. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay. Well, we can just go to directly where you want to go. Bishop C8 all the way here.
Yeah. Take. Yeah. King F2. Queen D. Yeah. G3. Yeah. I should just play. And then he plays King G8. I need to play H4. Yeah.
Well, H4 the engines weren't so happy about. There was this Queen D7 or Queen E6 coming to H3 with some counterplay.
So I need to go Knight B6 first, and then H4.
It wasn't so clear, but yes, it wanted to play Knight B6, Bishop E6, and only now that the bishop is now
here. Yeah, that
here.
makes a lot of sense, yeah. But and then here it should be technically lost.
Wow. You would consider it to be that high of an advantage?
Well, 1.3 is usually should be okay. It's obviously very, very difficult because the engine always gives a huge advantage here in these types of like the pawn structure.
Yes,
it's obvious what is going wrong, but to find it over the board is always very difficult.
Absolutely. Where did you feel like things went wrong?
Okay, he's like playing so quickly. I have no time, and I was just trying to make it to the time control without like giving away my advantage. But at some point, once I was playing without a plan, and lost a bit of control, and then I didn't really have the time to put significant pressure because I don't really think it's. I think this is H4 or Knight B6 H4 is the main try.
Yes.
But after this, there's just nothing.
Yeah, especially after Queen H4 G5. The edges did say that at the end they liked your position a little bit better.
What am I supposed to play after Knight D6? Okay, but Knight D6, King E3.
We thought it was very difficult to find.
No, of course I saw it. Like there's not a question of like okay, Knight D6, King E3, Knight F5, King D3. No, King. No, this is equal. King D3.
Okay.
Takes. Okay, I guess I miscalculated. Maybe at this point I was just, I'd given up, but no, here I would still be able to push.
A little bit. I mean, the king on F8, perhaps Bishop H5 type
No,
idea.
but again, this is like so difficult to play with black because there's always trades and you never know if an endgame is just going to be lost, yeah? So...
That's true. Well, Hans, it's a good way to start the tournament. You put pressure on Levon Aronian. Not an easy thing to do. He's such a well-versed Berlin player. How do you feel about your start? You seem a little disappointed.
Well, of course I'm... it's not terrible. The thing is that this G3, H4 idea was so natural to me. Like, the entire game, I just felt like I was completely outplaying him, and there seemed to be a difference in evaluation of the position, and I felt like... the time management, could be a bit better. H4 chance, but even after H4, it's unclear if I'd be able to win. But I think that perhaps with a bit better time management, then I would have. Like to play H4, even Knight B6 H4 is not like such a difficult thing, which is slightly frustrating. But in general, I was never in any danger, so at least it's not that bad. Yeah.
This is your first real incursion into the elite of chess at the classical time control. How does it feel, the preparation on how to play differently than, for example, the tournament that you played in Miami or other tournaments in which you've played a rapid time control against this best of the best players?
Well, I enjoy this much more because I feel like I'm able to show my best chess here. It's a very serious preparation, and just the conditions and everything is just so much better. These rapid events can be quite dependent on your form, and things can go, there's more variance, I'd say, in rapid. But I'm very happy to be here, of course, and to play these players. I expected maybe to be a little bit more intimidated, but I feel right at home here. So I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Sounds good. And tell us, the viewers, a little bit about your adventures, because you've been ping-ponging around the world playing chess. What happened in the last few weeks?
Well, I was in Belgrade in beginning to August, let's say 13th. Then I was supposed to go play Turkish League, and then Champions Chess Tour says, oh, we got an invitation to Miami, and I'm like, oh, great. So then I fly from Belgrade to Miami, and then I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go to Turkish League, play 5 games. So I fly across the world, of course. And then once I arrive, someone calls me, he's like, oh, maybe you're going to get invited. And then I get invited to the Sinquefield Cup. First, it's the Rapid and Blitz. And then I tried to tell my Turkish League team, maybe I can go. And let's say that didn't go too well, didn't go over too well with them. And Turkey is probably not my where I'm safest. So then I was like, I can't come. So then thankfully they gave me the Sinquefield Cup invite. And then I'm like, okay, well, I've just played 5 games in Turkey. Time to do my 3rd cross-Atlantic trip all the way back, which obviously was miserable. But the bright side now is I should be staying in America for quite a bit. And obviously St. Louis is much better than Ankara, Turkey. No offense, but that place is absolutely miserable.
No offense, I'm sure. Well, thank you, Hans, for joining us here and the commentary, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Indeed, Hans. Good luck the rest of your game. No offense, Peter,
viewers,
but
viewers are getting the first taste of what I referred to earlier. You ask a question, you get a reply there.
Very honest answer. There you go.
And this is good.
This is very good.
This is how it should be. Yeah.
I noticed in the game between Shaq and Wesley.
But they're headed towards the position we were discussing, yeah.
Is trying to make something out of this. Can he do it, Peter?
It's a bit awkward, but I think you still hold. Like, I want to take on G2 with the rook.
Okay,
and then I need to find a comfortable move there after King F4. And I was looking at. I'm actually a bit surprised the king went to G7, but maybe I shouldn't be. Because it's difficult to find a much better move. Yeah, I think it's all good, yeah. So knight d4, rook g2, king f4, and we can play a number of squares here. I would like to stay on the long diagonal, but currently, basically, I blundered. I wanted to play the bishop b7 here. That was my plan.
Bishop b7, yeah.
Yeah, but then I realized knight f5 check exists right this moment, not later, not before.
Now this
and
is
now
a
I'm
mine
struggling
square.
for squares. Yeah, now I'm struggling for squares a little bit because King f8 or king g8 appears to be the only way not to lose material immediately. But it's awkward, right? I will get it checked from g6. I'll have to go to f8. Right. I'll get checked from f6. Then I'll have to go back to g8. Everything else looks like it's risky. And we did my point here is, if I have time to play rook f2 check in a favorable situation, then in many cases, White will have to go back to g3 perhaps because the g pawn will be dangerous. But it seems like by doing all of this, White gets so much time that my counterplay never really materializes.
I'm thinking bishop b7 may just
probably
be
not
all
right, yeah.
Bishop
Bishop d3 maybe, or bishop g6. Yeah. Yeah, that as well.
Bishop f3?
My issue with bishop f3, yeah, he's played bishop d3.
Bishop to d3.
My issue with bishop f3 was it stops both rook f2 check, and it also completely stops g4, g3 counterplay, because we can't do this while the bishop is hanging. Giving White time to play, I don't know, e4, e5, e6, or something.
Good point. All around. And this actually does come with a tempo.
I actually completely failed to realize that. I was about to propose e3, e4 in some positions here. Yeah, I've completely failed to realize that.
You wouldn't be the only person to ever leave a rook on pre, by the way.
I'm sure, yeah.
E3, E4. Okay, now having said that, we're here. Why would Shaq not be attracted to this? How would this go?
It's definitely an improvement because you can imagine, here we go, I guess rook f2 check, king g3, and then somewhere. We need to play more aggressively. I think rook e6 is too slow. I want to. Yeah, but if we give a check, we no longer have a check, right? Like if I give a check from a7 after king f6, I'm stuck not having any. I wanted to try this. I wanted to play this and then play e3, e4. This was my tentative plan, but it also doesn't look like we're winning very much here.
Just a second. Why are you shying away? If you can get an e5, maybe it's a good. Maybe it's a good opportunity, Peter.
Yeah, it's something, and the difference in king activity and the difference in weirdly king safety, because even though it's an empty board, I can definitely envisage some situations where the 3 white pieces can launch some kind of an attack against the black king.
Right, a mating net.
He's played rook d6, and rook d6 should now be a draw. This is clever, though.
There is a hidden
I thought I could play.
Check.
Yeah, I thought I could play rook f2, rook f6, but that loses material.
Does it really? How does that happen?
Maybe
Rook F2.
Yeah, I have king h6 there in the end. It doesn't lose any material. Very good.
Exactly, yeah.
Rook f6, knight e6 check, and only one square, I believe, doesn't lose material.
But it's a goodie.
But it's a good square, yeah. Okay, so if rook f2 check, we go forward. Let's say we try king g5. But then after g3, we might start...
my spidey sense might start tingling suddenly. We letting this pawn really...
Yeah, that doesn't sound great somehow. Knight e6 check, king f7, we might start fighting for equality here.
regretting something. I mean, even though I disparage Nimzovich, he did have some wonderful quips, including the passed pawn is a criminal that should be kept under lock and key. That was a good one. We're trying to make something work here.
You can keep trying all you want, guys. I'm letting you.
I think it's an overreach,
Alejandro.
Yeah, it's just a draw.
It's just a draw. There's absolutely nothing. It's important to have this rook f2, rook f6 if you want to equalize the easiest. You can also just move the bishop somewhere, even the move bishop h7, as awkward as it looks.
Whoa.
The engine thinks this is okay. They think for a little bit that knight e6, knight g5 gives an advantage, and then they realize, no, it's nothing. But if you have this, I think this is the solution to go for. King g3, it's kind of forced. You could go forward. It's not a bad move. But after king h7, getting out of a lot of checks, you can start thinking that black also plays for a win. After rook f2, king g3, as you mentioned, rook f6, the only try is knight e6, but it's just not enough. After king h6, it is a dead draw. So I expect this one to be a draw. Lanier is playing slowly, but he finally got to this position with the bishop anchored on e4. And of course, without the b4 pawn, we're talking about a different game, but with the b4 pawn, there should be absolutely no danger for Lanier at all. You can keep the king on c4 and c3.
Actually, it would be an interesting conversation if you take the b4 pawn off the board, but the white king is already on e3, for instance.
I believe that...
That probably is winning.
But not so easy, right?
But, I mean, definitely not easily, and could actually be a draw. I'm always very confused about those positions because it seems very arbitrary. Some of them are winning and some of them aren't. And they all look very similar.
They all look very similar. Sometimes it depends on the length of the diagonal of the bishop. Sometimes you can
yeah,
force it
but
off the
actually,
diagonal.
the fact that our table base right now says b4, b5 is a draw in the current position.
But b4, b5.
It's probably a good
b5
indication.
You anchor the bishop on c6.
No,
that's a good point.
But you lose it immediately to rook d4 check. This is my point.
Yes, this is an issue, right?
Yeah.
b5.
And this is still a draw. Yeah.
Now, the funny thing, rook king b3 loses.
Yeah, okay, you can't take.
But this has to be some kind of tactic, right?
No,
Yes, this is specific.
You have to cross the d5.
You cross.
Yeah, you have to cross the d5.
You cross and you get to e3, and bishop e4, f4 is unstoppable, I think.
No, rook f4 always will stop that. No, it's actually that this position is a draw.
Yeah, this position apparently
This position is just a draw. This is what I was wondering. Yeah.
Maybe it has to do with the fact that the pawn is on f3 and this diagonal is long enough.
It's a long diagonal, and we just stay, and we never.
Yeah.
Like the point is, the king doesn't get pushed away from e3.
Yes.
If we continue talking about this endgame, because it might be somewhat instructive.
It's instructive.
Yeah. Let's say we play, I don't know, rook a4 here, king e3.
Probably rook f4, because if you allow me to play king e3, bishop e4.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about specifically like how the setup works. Let's say king d6. King d6, bishop e4.
Already
we've lost. Yeah, we've lost. Yes.
We've lost.
Yeah, rook a3.
Maybe we should stop that hanging before we...
Yeah.
Bishop d3 was played instead, and well, I mean, this is just going to be.
No, I mean, Lanier obviously is not obliged to give up the b pawn, and he will not give up the b pawn.
I mean, he's
like,
not going to try to lose this endgame for our entertainment. Yeah, I know.
Why would he? But
why would he?
No.
And let's see if there's any updates on the Wesley So game. Yeah, he's planned to move rook f2, of course. Wesley calculates these things very well. And we also expect this to end in a draw very quickly. No material advantage anymore for Mamed. A fascinating game, though, with a lot of strategical concepts. I love the move g5 earlier by Wesley, changing the dynamic of the position. By the way, if we go all the way back to this position, the engines were pretty adamant that g5 was the best move and the only one that fully equalized.
For me, the extraordinary part about this game was the decisions to go bishop to d3 to b5. Rip off that knight, give up your nice bishop, and then for black to return the favor with bishop to b4, rip off that knight, and put the knight on e4.
So
they were these echoes
kind of,
of
ideas.
The strategic decisions. Well-played game, Peter. Chess, maybe draw.
Maybe draw, yeah.
Maybe draw.
Maybe draw.
Good game going on. And again, I was following your conversation that you were having there with Alejandro about the B pawn, and if your king was on E3, and maybe we could just, again, just explain that for a second here, how we were doing this. We're going to make a move, and then the point that you were making is...
Bishop E3 here is the only drawing move, because otherwise you're not in time to get the king to E3. But now we do get the king to E3. But even this position is a bit tricky, right? Rook A4, king E3,
right?
King D6.
And then the point was Bishop E4.
I'm interested specifically in the move King D6, because I wonder, like Bishop E4 loses, I guess, to Rook A3 check, and then we get pushed away. And this is exactly what we're trying to avoid. The position where after Bishop D3, Black has specifically the move King D6, D5.
And then we get pushed back.
Yeah, and we're suddenly in Zugzwang, and we have to abandon the D4 square. And once the Black King gets to D4, this position you no longer save.
Then you get pushed back some more, and then the King ends up on your doorstep on E3.
So instead of Bishop E4, we should be just paying some more attention, like King D6 here.
Excuse me? Yes,
King D6 we play...
Any move on the diagonal?
Yeah, pretty much. As long as we can attack the king on D5 with check, if it goes there, or play King E4 if we get checked ourselves.
Wow.
And this setup is just very, very solid.
Something about this very basic position, on the other hand, tells me this is something our viewers need to know. This is an ending that they can actually save, even though they're a whole exchange down. And we do have the move King B5, Bishop check on our board.
Yeah, we'll see a repetition very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think Maxim is going to even try very hard here. He also knows that the margin is extremely, extremely safe here for White.
Right. Okay.
I'm slightly curious regarding the Wesley position, because Shah played King E5 and Wesley played King F7. I was wondering if you can even play G4, G3 after King E5.
G4,
G3, 96 check, and I wanted to play, I think, this doesn't really, we just don't need to get involved with this.
No, well, especially because the king just doesn't have a square.
Yeah, it's just difficult to find H7 maybe.
But if you put it on the 7th rank, if we follow that variation, knight e6, king h7, you allow me to catch the pawn from behind.
Ah, yeah, it is stable on G7 actually. Yeah, Rook D3, G2, and then Rook D7, G7, just because it seems like a shaky setup for White, but it's not. Everything is very sturdy and kind of impossible to challenge.
And you have a remaining pawn on G2, so Rook F5 is not a move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would have been a very nice, stalemate idea, but there is still a pawn on G2 alive. Yeah. And VL actually went to A3. I thought he was going to repeat, but then VL actually goes for this.
But I like this move, King
F7 is a very nice move, sidestepping all the checks.
Yeah, and you're ready to just drive the king away too. Knight e6, Rook F5 check.
Absolutely.
In fact, one day G3 will bother you. Yeah.
Perhaps it's time to find a reliable bailout here for White and just.
Well, you kind of mentioned that E3, E4,
G3.
Yeah. Oops.
I mean, if it gets to G2, it gets. I mean, we're probably still not losing. In particular, if we give ourselves the G6 square for the rook, but. Yeah, it's a bit iffy.
No. It's starting to look a little iffy.
Apologies.
Not at all. Okay. Wow. Didn't expect this pawn to be actually that dangerous, so dangerous.
It's really not that dangerous. I mean, I think the easiest way to make a draw here is to go Rook D7 check.
Okay.
If you play King E8, I'll put the Rook on G7, and your passer is no longer really running, and we're at least completely safe. So I think King G6 is probably logical here. And then we can give a check from D6 if we want.
Can I finagle a Bishop G6 intermezzo?
No, but then after Knight D6 it becomes a bit awkward, I think. Knight D6.
Right now?
Yeah, Knight D6 here.
You've got to check.
I got to check, and if you play Bishop G6, I have Knight F4. You're kind of getting pushed around there a little bit, like you start running out of squares.
Understood.
Oh, sorry, I planted Rook F5 again.
Yeah, I was going
to... And then G3 maybe even. No, G3 you still have Rook G7, Rook G7.
Okay, let me just cross off the diagonal there a little bit. And again, I'm thinking G3.
E3, E4. Yeah, I mean, we're not really playing for a win.
Yeah, I was ready to sacrifice a knight on you, but probably even that would not have worked. But E3, E4 definitely dents my ambitions. All right, very, very good.
What's the time situation there?
I'm just going to go back.
It's both of them have plenty of time. Shah has 26 minutes, and Wesley slightly shorter. Wesley is on 13, but.
By the way, Maxine's really pushing his.
Well,
luck.
he runs 0 risks, so he is
That's a
provoking
good
bishop d3, and then I guess he wants to play king a4, king a5, and then return the rook to d4, and then go around. So he's claiming that by provoking before b5, he gave his king a bit more squares.
And how come the bishop wouldn't have been on the c6 square?
Yeah, and that as well. Like he moved the bishop away from the e4 square. So
that was clever.
Yeah, I get the feeling that there might be a way to make a draw immediately here.
I'm just going to put some moves on the board for just a second.
Yeah, I wonder if bishop e4 is not just a draw, and then f4. But
right, I was
not.
trying to keep all my
but this
goodies.
is still completely fine. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course, you're still good.
Mm-hmm.
The b5, like it's good for black that you have the c5 square for the king, but it's not enough.
Exactly.
And as we've established, even if you remove the pawn from b5, a pawn on b5 from the board here, it's still a draw even. So
yeah, bishop e4, f4. Still not the ending position that Linear bargained for when he went into this ending, 30 moves ago.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. But
and by the way, we do have e4, g3 on the board. I stopped. Once you pronounce G3, I didn't want to touch this.
It's still completely fine. I don't think.
Why?
I don't think there's.
Why is this completely fine?
Check.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook G7. I mean, once the rook lands on G7, you're just not really. You're just not really playing for a win anymore. Yeah.
Yes,
it stops the G pawn very, very conclusively if it gets to G7. And here I can play knight e6. I think knight f5, rook f5. I might lose, but.
Yeah. Okay. Rook G7 check?
Yeah, rook G7, rook G5. We're just not worse here with white.
Well, just
maybe we're a bit better. Because knight f4 is coming.
I was going to play bishop to G4 to try to cut off your rook.
That is. Can I give you mate somewhere? Maybe not.
Maybe you can. I don't know. It's possible.
Okay, I didn't realize this was available. I'll play rook G3. Yeah, that's a very good point by you, but I can play rook G3 and stop that from ever becoming an issue, right? And then knight f4 next move.
Very good point. Yep.
And then knight f4 next move. Yeah, white remains very safe. White remains sort of more or less entirely risk-free.
Cool. Okay, I don't think it was an issue I wanted to explore with you for quite some time, and somehow we've never gotten the chance to really get this discussion in. Once more insights into Magnus's withdrawal, abdication, if you will, from the world champion.
Yeah, withdrawal.
And Nepo's perspective and how that impacts him, or does it impact him? I mean, it's up to nothing he could have done about it. So something I wanted to ask you, please think about it as we get, and we'll just take a short break and be back for the remaining 2 games.
Hello and welcome back to the continued coverage of the first round of the Sinquefield Cup. We have 3 results so far. Magnus Carlsen won a very, very nice, very convincing game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Just got a playable position out of the opening and won it in his kind of...
nickable style. Absolutely. The 2 remaining games, however, Linear and MVL. MVL is trying to get something, Peter? But
yeah, it's I think he knows it's a draw. Linear knows it's a draw.
Exactly.
We've already pointed out to our viewers that it's a draw, even without the pawn on b5, which was the one topic that I wasn't entirely sure of.
Right.
Even if you remove it off the board,
it would still be a draw.
Yeah, you can lose those positions, but you shouldn't.
Right.
As long as you keep to some very, very simple rules, you shouldn't.
But the presence of the pawn should mean
it provides an additional layer of security for sure.
Right. Now, I can see how...
4 minutes, though. I think this is why MVL is playing, because...
something could go wrong, right? You put a king on c5.
You can definitely imagine some Zugzwangs, right? If you let's make some moves. Bishop b2, king c5. Bishop, let's say f1, which I think is incorrect. King d5.
Okay.
Bishop d3.
Okay, so
Rook
this
b3.
this is essentially the best position that Black can achieve. And after the move Rook b3, we're obliged to go back.
You have to play b6.
Oh.
If you step back here, you actually lose.
Like a move like king e2.
King e2, king d4, you've resigned. Yeah, you can no longer get back to e3. The b5 pawn is also gone. You're just completely
okay,
done.
that's
and this is why MVL continues to play, because Linear also realizes that there are still pitfalls for him to be wary of,
to fall into.
And this is why he's thinking. And while he's thinking, the perpetual time travel of the second time control is getting nearer and nearer. So MVL, of course, continues being somewhat interested, because, defending this position on 30 seconds is still manageable, of course, for a player of Linear's caliber, but it's less fun.
And in this position, the game is drawn because of the move f4.
But even bishop before check is still a draw. It's not even a forced draw. You can even play bishop before check, and we get back to our setup.
I wouldn't have guessed that would have been a draw.
Just step away. Bishop h7, the move you were showing in a similar position.
Step away.
Just step away. Give yourself the e4 square to reply to a check with.
Gotcha.
You just need to have king e4 as a reply to a check from the third, and then you're safe.
And from the clock's perspective...
yeah, he's down to 3. He's down to 3 against pretty much half an hour, pretty much the entirety of the second time allotment for MVL. MVL is doing the right thing in playing as quickly as he can without blundering f3, f4 somewhere, which would be unfortunate.
Right.
So he keeps the rook on the 4th. He provoked b5. The diagonals for the white bishop have become shortened. And yes, there are things to think about here for Linear, meaning that as we're watching, he continues burning time. He continues, like, the question you might be asking yourself as viewers, like, why hasn't he played bishop f1 or bishop b2 already?
Right.
And he will eventually play bishop b1, bishop f1 or bishop b2. But he does need to check that if he plays passively, if he doesn't try to do something, that he doesn't run into some kind of Zugzwangs.
I see. And by the way, just a quick question for you. In case I give you everything you could possibly want,
yeah,
we've driven
lost.
me.
Yeah,
we've lost?
Yeah, we've lost. Yeah, just let's say rook b3. Don't give a check. Zugzwangs will be like bishop b2, rook b2, and you've lost more space and so on. The diagonal is just not long enough.
And I can't go king g3 because of e4. Huh?
Yeah, there's always going to be some tactical issues. Yeah, this is already losing.
Wow.
Which is why,
you've got to play it.
Yeah, you have to play it carefully. You have to play it carefully. You have to kind of play by first principles. And first principles here are, just never allow a situation where your king will be pushed away from the e3 square. Yeah, and this I think will just be a perpetual in our other live game of the day, because Shahryar, after some thought, after king g8, just played rook d8 check.
Have we seen any repetitions? No, since g3 we've just gotten...
rook d8 check. If black plays rook f8, we can just take. White is running 0 risks there, as does black, I assume. But king f4 here is a draw, I'm guessing, and knight f3, and pretty much anything else should also be a draw. It's not a very exciting position.
Okay.
And I'm guessing if king f7, he will play rook d7 check back. So looks like that one is headed towards a draw. Both players, I think, tried. There were some repetitions available to both white and black earlier. In particular, to Shahryar. He's continued trying for quite some time, but I think
we do have Rook F8 on the board.
The game is about to conclude now.
Exactly.
Rook F8 you can't really not take anymore because then
G2
yeah,
is
then
getting
G2 would become.
severely,
I mean, there is Rook D6 actually, but Rook D6 Rook E8 check. It doesn't really sound like a winning attempt.
Right. Rook D6 Rook E6.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he takes. He goes King F4, and we get that position that we were just discussing, which is just very, very safe. G2 Knight F3, and then I start bringing my king in, like I play King F7 or King E7 or whatever.
Right.
Just a very, very safe draw for everyone.
Everybody
really
happy. All right. Very, very good news.
Yeah, this will. I mean, as is the fashion these days. I think they will play to an empty board.
Yes.
They will find a way to get everything off the board in the next 5 to 10 moves here.
I always admired the professional way that they do manage to do that too. By the way, they find some concept where people are giving pawns. And
yeah, I think the absolute, like the biggest show of professionalism in these types of positions is to time it so that the final capture happens on the same move. Like if you play pawn against pawn and both kings are very, very much in the square. You time it. You time it so that king takes g4 is met by king takes b5 on the other side of the board.
Got it.
That is, King g3 is like a very, very good indication that he's not really very interested here in trying to prove any kind of an advantage. And yeah, Chris Bird there saying, yeah, you can stop here if you want.
No, I think he was actually giving the score sheets for 60 moves.
Okay, yeah, but I think they probably will be allowed to stop somewhere around here. You don't because otherwise somebody. Very nice. Yeah, longer position there by Wesley. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also very stylish. Yeah, and now you have a threefold
coming up.
Yeah, these guys are.
Good
at their job, yeah.
Right.
The fact that because of the rules here, they will actually have to annotate a second score sheet because it's not just the moves; they also have to write who's playing. Like it's a whole big deal. It takes about 30 seconds.
Yeah, whopping.
A whopping 30 seconds there.
So far, Alejandro, again, a well-played round. We saw some good games. Not too many, one decisive result, but good chess.
I'm happy with the games that we got today. I thought we had
Absolutely.
so much action, especially when we saw that Alireza against Fabiano Caruana fight. There were a lot of things that were left off the board as we finally see the handshake between Mamedyarov and Wesley So. And this one was also a fun game. It was very fought. It was equal throughout if you put it into an engine, but I don't think that they thought it was going to be equal throughout. It was just a fight.
Right.
And I love the imbalance, the way that Shaq got a little bit of something from the opening with this new idea, trading off his bishop for the knight. So much content. And not to mention that, well, this game, yes, it was the draw, but I think Hans showed that he came in prepared, he came in with the ideas, and then he has the possibility of pushing Levon Aronian almost to the brink.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he wasn't shy about suggesting that he had pushed.
Yeah, it was still kind of an interesting interview because, it's just I no longer remember that feeling, and it's very interesting for me to watch people who still possess this level of self-confidence. Like
right.
I was, that kind of a slightly annoying kid when I was younger. Definitely was. I have like second-hand accounts of it, and I even have some memories. But it was so long ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Grandmaster, didn't you miss a win? Yeah.
But yeah, it was so long ago that I can really no longer, get back to that,
those beautiful feelings,
happy moment of like the world being your oyster and all that.
Right, and just your knowledge, you knew something about something. Yeah. Nice. But with one game remaining, once again, we'll just bring to our audience the 4 results that we do have.
Yeah, there you have it. As we keep on mentioning, very, very nice victory by the world champion over the challenger. I wanted to say the former challenger, but also the current challenger.
World champion participant.
Yes, yeah. Maybe not even the challenger, because he actually won the candidates. So he starts as the number one seed in this World Championship match to come. And so far, three more draws, and Lanier is low on time, but doing the right things. I assume he doesn't lose.
Exactly. In the old days, we used to have these world champions with draw odds and those types of things. But now, Nepo, would he have draw odds because he defeated Dingler in the candidates and he was the number one? Let's not go there.
I mean,
okay, back to the question I had asked. From the Russian challenger's point of view, from Jan's point of view, the abdication.
Well, I would very, very much like not to speak for other people. Like I've had some conversation with him on this topic, but I don't feel like I should be.
Fine. The public point of view.
Quoting them.
What did the Russian public think of?
I remember, I've sort of removed myself as much as possible from from the public eye in recent months. But I remember on that day, I was doing something and I was kind of not connected to the internet for a couple of hours, and I missed the announcement. And suddenly I realized that a lot of kind of unknown numbers are calling me. And this normally means that somebody has questions for publications of some sort.
Right.
And people were shocked. I think this narrative that he's only saying this to, I don't know, for clicks or to attract attention, to appear.
Magnus saying that I may not play.
I think a lot of people did not believe it until the very, very last and discounted this very severely.
Right.
But in terms of Jan's chances, I legitimately think that he actually wanted a rematch. I think he very much wanted to play Magnus.
I think that was very clear. When I interviewed him in Zagreb, you could see that it was like something had been taken away from him.
Right?
Yes, absolutely. I interviewed Magnus right after the announcement, and he explained all of his points of views. But I also got to talk to Nepo immediately, and it was like something sour on his face when he learned about it. I think he was very much looking forward to becoming world champion by defeating Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he felt that Dubai was an unfinished business. He felt that he didn't do himself justice. And I think the first half of the match, I think, very aptly illustrates why he would think that.
Right.
But I'm sure he also realizes that his chances in general of becoming the world champion improved by this happening. Like those two things I think can very easily be both true. That he would much prefer to win a match against Magnus, but his chances against, and this is not to say that Ding is in some way not a good player. It's just that Magnus is Magnus.
Not at all.
So yeah, I think it's a kind of a mixed bag. I think he very much regrets this has happened, because I think he has a lot of respect for the chess history, the legacy of the title, the continuity of the title, and things of that nature. But I mean, it's out of his hands. He couldn't influence that decision, and now he has a match to prepare to, so he will be preparing for that match. And,
exactly. Well, a new deck of cards, so to speak, have been shuffled. New jokers in the deck. World Championship match in 2023 coming up. Where do you reckon the match is going to be held?
I've heard some rumors, but I don't really know. Once again, I'm very much out of the loop. Until I arrived here, I didn't really know anything about it. But apparently, there is a venue that people think is likely. But I feel that for us to announce it would be completely wrong before things are finalized, because you don't want to influence that process. And I assume. Once again, Magnus is perfectly within his rights to do whatever he pleases.
Sure.
But also, clearly, this is not great for the chess world, and finding sponsors must have become more difficult.
Very much so.
When the match does not involve Magnus. So I think, whatever tentative negotiations are currently in place, we shouldn't really be interrupting them in any way, because we would like for the match to happen.
Yeah, of course.
One thing we would very much like is for for the match to actually happen.
Very well-paid match, and the two players to earn very good reward.
So yeah, hopefully there are bids. Hopefully something gets established.
Wonderful. Back to our game. Obviously, we're still in the table base.
Lanier
Nothing
is still
has
doing
happened.
the right things. Yeah, King D5 now I think is the try, just to perhaps provoke some Zugzwangs. Yeah, I think you go King D5, and as we established, Bishop D3 is a draw. Actually, like most moves which aren't moves with the king. Actually, I think every move that isn't a move with the king or F3, F4 is a draw currently.
Right,
Shockingly, like Bishop F1 is a draw, Bishop D1 even is a draw, as we keep on saying. Even just completely abandoning this pawn is still a draw. But
yeah, Bishop D3 abandons the pawn, right?
Bishop D3 also abandons the pawn. But Bishop D3 abandons the pawn, but also gives you a chance to play F3, F4 straight after.
Right.
So in a way, it's slightly stronger than those other moves, because if Black goes Rook B3, Rook takes B6 here, you just make a draw on the spot with F3, F4. You don't even need to demonstrate this fortress.
Yep, and I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, Rook B3. No, I think MVL will try to take on B6 in such a way that this is not allowed. Like, I think B6 you go like King D6 maybe. But White can play B7.
Yeah, there's no stopping F4. I mean, you have to take with the Rook.
Yeah, yes. B7 here, and I mean, you can play King C7, but eventually this becomes a bit too laughable, like King E4 here, King takes B7, Bishop anywhere, I don't know, Bishop F1, whatever.
Right, get out.
And then we will eventually play F3, F4. With the King on B7, we're not really winning this position with Black. So yeah, this will be, as long as Lanier realizes he has to play B6, but I think he will. I don't, like, Lanier is way too experienced to not play King E2 here. He knows he can't allow it, yeah.
B7, B6.
There we go, B6.
Yeah.
On the board.
And yeah, I mean, it's they're having a kind of a quiet conversation, sort of like, do you know you can't abandon the E3 square? Yeah, I mean,
I know.
Yeah, I know.
So what's the etiquette here? Rook versus Bishop.
Nah.
Do you threefold it?
I think you go Rook F6 check, Rook takes F5, like F4, F4, King F4, Rook F6 check, Bishop F5, snap.
Snap.
Just snap, yeah. Like this doesn't get played out.
Right.
These guys know each other too well, and I mean, Rook against Bishop really is not very difficult.
No.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I've seen a lot more in recent years. I've seen a lot more Rook and Knight versus Rook being played out than I expected, because I always thought this is completely pointless. But people have even lost one or two recently.
Shockingly, and I remember Magnus winning against Erwin Lamy.
Yeah. So obviously, once they get lost, every now and again, other people become more interested in continuing.
Right.
But Rook against Bishop, you just don't. Like, what's the point?
Exactly. King D6.
Yeah, he'll play somewhere. Yeah, King C6, but we can go King E4 now and just
comfortably trade off.
I think he will go King E4, King D6. Actually, I think this is what he's planning. He wants to play King E4, King D6, and kind of, I think, legitimately claim that it's an improvement for him, because the king on e4 is bad when you want to play f3, f4.
Yeah, and it's sort of like King D6, King E3,
yeah,
right? And I've won the tempo.
But we just go King E3 back. We don't care.
Exactly.
Just go King E3 back.
B6. Oops.
King D6 played, yeah. So King C6, King E4 has been played, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to play King D6 here.
And again, the desirable F4 check is being met in this case.
With Rook B4. Actually, no, with pawn B6 we can't do that. Yeah.
But if we play King E3, King C6,
still a draw. Yeah, King D6 is going to be the choice. At least it asks a question.
Well, this is what it's all about. You keep putting questions in front of your opponent, and they answer this one right. What about this one? They answer that one. They get all the answers right. It's a draw. But if they get one of the answers wrong, hey, we can win this game. King D6 on the board.
Yeah, we fully expect King E3. If you look at your table base, it might look like every move is the same, but they're not. There's a lot of moves that will just end up in suffering. King E3 is the clean one.
Yeah, you don't really want to play that position. If you give the b pawn up, yes, you probably suspect it's a draw, or perhaps even know it's a draw. But why allow it if you can just do this and not even play that endgame at all?
Exactly.
Makes no sense.
Strangely enough, I I mean,
actually, there's a threefold right now. Like if you wanted, right? You can play king c6. I mean, this is the way they could end the game right away. Like king c6, king e4, king e6, king e3.
True. I just don't have that much experience myself with rook and bishop versus rook versus bishop. It's just strange. I mean, I've had rook and bishop.
It doesn't really come up very much, and also if it does come up, people kind of agree a draw immediately.
Exactly.
Maybe even the moment they realize it's unavoidable, the draw gets offered.
Right.
Yeah, and yeah, this game is okay. He's actually going to take on b6.
Taking.
Interesting. I kind of assumed that would not even be played out. Yeah, shockingly, even f3, f4 is a draw now, which is
whoa.
Yeah, f4, ef, and I guess bishop f1 or bishop c4.
I would feel like I'm playing with fire.
Like why do that?
Why am I doing that? Yeah.
But bishop f1 is very logical. Just play bishop f1, rook b1, bishop h3.
Exactly.
And then
get ready to play f4 and or king takes e5.
Yeah, we just round up the pawn on e5 and we. He'll play rook b1, and then the cleanest is, I think, bishop h3, rook e1 check, and king d5. And then this is the famous, shouldering the opponent's king away. And then I just go bishop f5, bishop b4, and I collect the pawn on e5.
Oh, you collect the pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a. You don't trade the pawn.
Well, rook e3 will win the pawn on f3,
right.
But yeah, we still win the.
And when we talk about the word shouldering, we're using our king, in a sense, and creating a bubble, a force shield that the black king can't pierce. So we're shouldering it and keeping the king out of.
Because if you think about it, if you play king f5 there, king f5, king c5,
that's not shouldering.
Still a draw, but you suddenly. Will feel the urge to calculate,
right?
Because give me one more tempo, and it might not be a draw anymore.
Exactly. But the shouldering technique, again, as you said, Mark Dvoretsky, his endgame manual really had a big impact for a lot of people, and he used certain terms that have now become commonplace.
Yeah. This particular one I don't think was invented by him, but he invented a lot of other things and did a lot of really groundbreaking work. But
right. First time I met Mark Dvoretsky, 1978, World Junior Championships. He had Artur Yusupov and Sergei Dolmatov
as his,
students, and they were really, really good. Dolmatov won the World Junior Championship.
That was a very interesting relationship because they were very, very close friends for a very, very long time, both the Dvoretsky's pupil, and also they just gelled very well together. And then eventually they played a candidates match against each other.
Yeah.
And I spoke, I believe, to both about it. And
very awkward moment for Mark, right?
That as well. But what was interesting to me was that, and they were not just colleagues, they were legitimately very close friends. And they said the relationship actually never is the same after that. Even though they realize, it's a knockout candidate cycle,
right.
No decision making is involved anywhere, and one of them has to win.
Exactly.
So it's completely unavoidable. There's, no actual recriminations or anything. But still, it impacts you when it's something so important to both of you.
Yeah.
And you get in each other's way, and there you see. Yeah, the moment rook and bishop appears on the board, they both disappear.
Professional rook f5, you snap it off, says Peter Svidler. Well spotted, Peter. And again, 4 draws full of content, and one incredibly smooth victory by world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely.
As he puts his mark on this event. As we started our show, Alejandro, you asked Anastasiya, are we going to see one player running away with the field, or is it going to be a group? And Well,
it's early, but Magnus Carlsen already putting his stamp on the tournament. I never like to think about it in terms of decisive games. I like to think about it in terms of how good was the chess, how fun was it. And the one Berlin that we saw today, we saw black get squeezed.
Yeah.
So these draws were very fighting. They gave us a lot of content. So I'm happy to call these types of games. We didn't get a lot of games in which nothing was happening. Actually, we didn't get any game in which nothing was happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter, marvelous start to
Round
Sinquefield 2022.
One run in the books, and let's once again take a look at the standings, even though they are perfectly straightforward so far with only one decisive game. Yeah.
At the top, Magnus Carlsen.
Lapping the field.
Yes,
lapping the field there.
After one game. Again, nice start to this tournament, which was so eagerly looked forward to. Grand Chess Tour, it's the final of the Grand Chess Tour. Everybody's looking for those Grand Chess Tour points as we see the top players. And close out the show for us, Alejandro and Anastasiya. What are your thoughts?
Well, you guys got my thoughts. I'm curious on your thoughts. Anastasiya, what happened for you today? You were around in the ambiance of the event.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, while you were watching the games, a lot of fun was happening in St. Louis Chess Club. We had today very famous American rapper Logic here, and also a hockey player of St. Louis Blues Hockey Club, whose name is Robert Thomas. Both of them were here, and they were playing some games. They were watching the games of the top players, and also they met with Magnus and Alireza Firouzja. It was really nice to see the players in a good mood, and actually Firouzja got the invitation even to visit the concert of Logic rapper, and he was really considering it. So there was lots of action behind the scenes, and if you want to watch more of it, you can just follow our Instagram accounts and our Twitter accounts of St. Louis Club and Grand Chess Tour.
Very nice, and great that the St. Louis Blues hockey stars are visiting, and welcome.
Yeah, it is a very special atmosphere here every year. People come and watch these tournaments because they're by this point so legendary in the world of chess. I've seen a lot of people sort of make special kind of arrangements to free up parts of their September to be able to go and watch this, because it's really unlike anything in the world. The Central West End, while the tournament is going on, is a very, very special thing to behold. No, it's not what I meant. It's meant that, like, you walk in the street and there's a but that's not the end. Sinquefield Cup doesn't end the very, very busy summer running into the fall of chess here in St. Louis.
Immediately after the events, it's Team Randy versus Team Rex in the Ultimate Moves. Trash talking required. Then, of course, we have the Fisher Random Chess 9LX. That's coming up September 14th to the 16th. And finally, things do get wrapped up with the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships in St. Louis in October. And we have a very special guest, Maxime MVL, is with...
Not just
yet.
No,
it's not there yet. I'm sorry. I thought he was getting mic'd up. I apologize.
We could perhaps, as a kind of a teaser for tomorrow, we could discuss... not anymore.
I like the teaser. I was ready for you teased me,
I just wanted to briefly announce what the pairings are for tomorrow. We have Hans Neiman actually starts with two whites. Hans Neiman tomorrow plays white against Shahriar Mamedyarov. Fabiano Caruana is white against Dominguez. Jan Nepomniachtchi gets a chance to get back on
track
with white against Alireza Firouzja. Potentially a very, very interesting game. They always seem to be playing very sharp games against each other. And Levon Aronian is white against Magnus Carlsen, while MBL is white against Wesley. And these are the predictions. With only one round, I mean, we're all okay here.
Everybody, what do you mean we're all okay? I'm reading, guys. I'm reading. We're all okay. What is this?
You horrible free roller. You.
Exactly. Get out of here, right? I mean, Maurice would be proud that makes one.
Yeah.
Nice. Are we waiting for MBL? Do you know?
Not that we know of.
No, MBL. Well, that's a good chance to. Alejandro, for final thoughts of a very eventful round one.
I liked it. I liked today's round. I mentioned the quality of the games was high, the excitement of the games was high, and it's always good to see your pick win when nobody else does. So for me, great round one here at the Sinquefield Cup.
And
good stuff.
As they say, that's a wrap.
Rub it in, why don't you? Yeah.
Love it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us and sharing your day with us. Be sure to do it tomorrow. This weekend's going to be full of exciting chess. We hope you will join us, Peter. As always, marvelous to be in studio with
Pleasure
you.
to be doing this. Yeah. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.